Chapter 168. Su Yan had absolute trust in the two monster palace maids. He didn't care about the lone soul black fog that was constantly attacking him. He looked at the faint light emitting from the barrier and focused all of his mind power on it. However, there were too many lone soul black fog and the 10,000 ghost seal. Even with the help of the two monster palace maids, there were still many lone soul black fog blocking Su Yan's path. Moreover, these lonely souls and black fog were much more powerful than the ones Su Yan and the others had faced earlier. They emitted a sinister and sharp whistling sound that shook people's hearts, causing their minds to involuntarily ripple. Fortunately, Su Yan's willpower was strong, so he wasn't confused by the lone soul black fog. However, the lone soul black fog that blocked Su Yan's path emitted a strong stench. In addition to the continuous attacks, it was still a big hindrance to Su Yan. Moreover, the lone soul black fog seemed to have intelligence. Seeing Su Yan's continuous attacks, several lone soul black fog instantly condensed into a giant ghost head. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it rushed towards Su Yan. It was so fast that it was going to swallow Su Yan in an instant. Be careful. When the two monster palace maids saw this scene, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. They hurriedly warned him. Although the two of them wanted to help, there were too many lone soul black fog around them. The two of them couldn't help Su Yan at all. They could only worry in their hearts. It's either I succeed or I die trying today. However, when Su Yan saw the giant ghost head rushing towards him, his expression didn't change at all. His face was cold. He didn't care about the ghost head's attack. He used the technique in his body and stepped on the sword dragon. He didn't have any intention of stopping. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Su Yan wielded the pagoda sword and slammed it into the ghost head. A gust of chilly wind drifted in the surroundings, and countless lonely souls condensed on Su Yan's body. These lonely souls were like vampires, attaching themselves to Su Yan's body and constantly absorbing Su Yan's blood and spiritual power. At the same time, it brought about waves of boundless pain. Su Yan's entire face was twisted because of this. However, Su Yan did not make a single sound. His distorted expression returned to normal in an instant. He was still as cold as ever, and his eyes flashed with a bright light. The two maids in the monster palace looked at Su Yan's appearance and couldn't help but be surprised. At the same time, they admired Su Yan even more. It could be said to be admiration, but at the same time, it could also be said to be veneration. At this time, they completely ignored the fact that Su Yan was only a saint with 3 bloodlines, and his strength was even lower than theirs. They only saw Su Yan's strength. That's right, he was strong. Perhaps Su Yan's strength was not as strong as his, but the tenacity and perseverance in his body made the two of them admire him. This was because the two of them had experienced the pain of the lonely souls attaching themselves to their bodies. Now that Su Yan's entire body was being sucked in by the lonely soul, how much pain would he have to endure? Just thinking about it made the two of them tremble uncontrollably, not to mention that Su Yan was currently enduring this pain. Su Yan endured the great pain on his body, and at the same time, the spiritual power in his body slowly disappeared. Soon, Su Yan felt a wave of fatigue attack him, and his head fell into a daze. It was as if Su Yan relaxed a little, he would fall asleep. No, I can't admit defeat. I can't die here, I can't. Su Yan gritted his teeth and persevered. He kept shouting in his heart, I can't die here, I can't, Su Yan shouted from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, the spiritual power of the 3 holy meridians burst out at the same time. One of them contained countless sword essences, while the other contained the immense heat of the heavenly fire. The other emitted a strong stench, which was highly poisonous spiritual power. When it burst out, it directly swept toward the lonely souls blocking in front of Su Yan. Not only that. The moment the spiritual power in the three bloodlines burst out at the same time, Su Yan shouted again, "Break!" Around Su Yan, in an instant, several rays of light flashed, like lightning, directly exploding towards the black fog of lonely souls. Flying swords, yes, flying swords. 6 flying swords. That was the maximum number of flying swords that Su Yan could control. Not only that, but at the same time, Su Yan gritted his teeth and shouted. The pagoda sword in his hand suddenly burst out a sharp light. The golden light flickered, and the sword whistled loudly as it attacked directly. Its speed was like a bolt of lightning. Su Yan's entire body was like a gust of wind as he pounced forward. Break the cauldrons and sink the boats. Su Yan used all of his moves in order to break the seal of 10,000 ghosts. Bang! 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 Under Su Yan's all-out attack, the surrounding black fog of lonely souls was constantly being blasted apart. Black rays of light surged out, illuminating the entire area as if it was daytime. The two maids in the monster palace were completely shocked when they saw Su Yan launch so many attacks. Looking at the attacks that Su Yan launched, their faces were full of surprise. They even forgot to block the lonely souls that were constantly surging toward them. The two of them were celestial emperors. Their strength would always surpass Su Yan's, and they were confident that they could break through the ghost head just now with their own strength. But after that ghost head, what about the intense pain caused by the lonely souls being possessed by the black fog? And now, there were so many attacks. Although they were celestial emperors, they knew that under such circumstances, they would definitely not launch so many attacks. They looked at Su Yan. In addition to admiration, there was more disbelief in their hearts. Normally, the two of them would not even spare a glance at a three-line saint. However, he was able to launch so many attacks at this moment. Perhaps the two of them were confident that they could withstand these attacks. However, they knew that it was impossible for the two of them to launch so many attacks so fluently under such circumstances. Therefore, they were completely stunned, and they even forgot about the black fog that was constantly attacking them. Be careful. At that moment, a warning came from underground. The two maids in the monster palace only reacted when they arrived. They looked to the side and saw that the dense black fog of lonely souls had already drowned them. The two of them could not help but be shocked. They shouted and hurriedly tried to block it. Unfortunately, the black fog of lonely souls was too fast. In addition, they were already close to them. They could not resist at all. As long as the black fog of lonely souls came, they had no chance to escape. The two of them closed their eyes in fear, waiting for death to come. Bang! 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 At this moment, just as they were thinking about waiting for death, a series of explosions suddenly burst out around them. The black fog of lonely souls that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws all exploded at this moment. The continuous sound spread throughout the entire passage. The two maids, who had escaped death, looked at each other. Their eyes were full of doubts. However, the two of them quickly reacted. Both of them could not help but smile excitedly. They even forgot their identities and shouted, "He did it, he did it." At this moment, Chu Linger, who had just reminded the two of them to be careful, came in front of the two of them. After resting for a while, Chu Linger recovered a lot of physical strength and woke up. When she woke up, she saw the countless black fog of lonely souls rushing toward the two maids. She, who had a deep relationship with her maids, could not help but remind them in a panic. Now, she did not have time to care about the black fog of lonely souls that had suddenly disappeared. She stepped forward and looked at the two of them with concern, asking, "Sister Ping, Sister Ju, are you okay?" We're okay, we're okay." The two of them shook their heads. They could not hide the joy in their hearts and cheered, "Young Palace Master, he did it, he did it." Chu Linger had been unconscious the moment Su Yan appeared. However, in her mind, she vaguely remembered that at the moment when she was unconscious, someone seemed to have caught her. As for who caught her, she couldn't remember clearly. Hearing the two maids' words, she frowned slightly and asked, "Sister Ping, Sister Ju, what did he do? Who is he?" When Sister Ping and Xiao Ju heard Chu Ling-er's words, they were slightly startled. They glanced at each other and laughed lightly. Then the two of them fought to be the first to tell Chu Ling about Su Yan's heroic actions and how he had saved them. How he broke the 1,000 Ghost Seal formation. A saint from 3 branches broke the 1,000 Ghost Seal formation. Chu Linger naturally did not believe the two maids' words. She looked at the two maids in confusion. The two female servants did not pay attention to Chu Linger's puzzled expression. They kept nodding and said, "Young palace master, it's like this. You didn't see how strong that person's explosive power was and how strong his endurance was." Chu Linger looked at the two of them who were like love-struck fools. She shook her head with a wry smile and asked, "Where is he?" "Him." Hearing Chu Linger's words, Sister Ping and Xiao Ju realized that the 1,000 Ghost Seal formation had disappeared. Unfortunately, they did not see Su Yan. The two of them hurriedly looked around, but they could not find Su Yan. "Where is he? Where is the young man?" The two of them could not help but panic. At the same time, they blamed themselves. "It's our fault. We were too happy and did not pay attention to that young man." When Chu Linger heard their words, she knew that Su Yan was nowhere to be found. She frowned slightly. Although she did not believe that Su Yan, a saint from 3 branches, was so powerful, she still believed that someone had saved them after hearing Sister Ping and Xiao Ju's words. After all, Chu Linger knew very well that it was impossible for the 3 of them to break the 1,000 Ghost Seal formation. Of course, they did not know that the reason why they could not break the 1,000 Ghost Seal formation was not because they were weaker than Su Yan. The 3 of them were all emperors of Heaven Fays, while Su Yan was only a saint from 3 branches. No matter how powerful Su Yan was, he could not surpass emperors of Heaven Fays. The reason why they could not break the 1,000 Ghost Seal formation was because they could not see the formation eye. Chapter 169. Of course, the reason why Su Yan was able to open the 10,000 Ghost Seal wasn't just because he could see the seal. It was more because of Su Yan's perseverance and calmness. How many people could remain unmoved under such great pain? Now that the 10,000 Ghost Seal had been opened, Su Yan had disappeared. Sister Ping and Xiao Ju had completely accepted Su Yan in their hearts. They didn't even know that there were some feelings in their hearts that had never sprouted before. When they thought of Su Yan, they secretly sprouted. Although the two of them were both female servants of the Supreme Demon Palace, their appearances were also 1 in a million. On their delicate and pretty faces, there was not a single flaw. Now that the two of them saw that Su Yan had disappeared, they couldn't help but panic. Chu Linger was also worried about Su Yan. However, because she didn't believe that Su Yan could be so powerful, she also didn't see Su Yan. She was still suspicious of Su Yan. Even though she was worried about Su Yan, she was still much calmer than the two maids. She looked around and said, "Sister Ping, Sister Ju, don't worry. This place isn't big. Let's look around." "Okay." When the two maids heard Chu Linger's words, they suppressed the worry in their hearts and carefully searched the surroundings. Unfortunately, they searched again and still couldn't find Su Yan's figure. They even wanted to dig 3 feet into the ground. Where did he go? Where did he go? Xiao Ju and Sister Ping looked around. At this moment, their faces were like pear blossoms. If it weren't for the fact that they were usually strong, they would have cried out loud. Although Chu Linger didn't believe Su Yan, she also felt bad when she saw their sad faces. She frowned and looked around. This place is only so big. According to Sister Ju and Sister Ping, that person has already broken the 10,000 ghost seal formation. Where did that person go? Could it be? Chu Linger couldn't help but be startled. Looking at the two maids who were sad, she didn't dare to tell them this. She just sighed helplessly and shook her head. She was about to find a place to rest and prepare to go out. The moment she turned around, she saw something flickering in the void. Chu Linger looked at the flashing ground, and suddenly thought of something. She hurriedly shouted to the two maidservants, "Elder Sister Ping, Elder Sister Ju, quickly look over there." Xiao Ju and Elder Sister Ping were still sad. When they heard Chu Linger's words, they came back to their senses. They looked at the flashing ground and immediately became wild with joy. They excitedly shouted, "Passage! That's a passage! That's right! It's a passage!" Xiao Ju also echoed. "That must be a passage. That person must have gone out through the passage. Yes, he must have gone out." Elder Sister Ping also nodded. The sadness from before had also disappeared. When Chu Linger saw that the two of them had recovered, she smiled and said, "Elder Sister Ping, Elder Sister Ju, since that person has gone out, let's go out too." Yes. This time, the two of them didn't have the slightest objection. They nodded and the three of them went into the passage. But was it really a passage to the outside world? I succeeded. Did I succeed? Su Yan slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the pitch-black surroundings and muttered to himself. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. At that moment, a mournful laughter floated in the air. This voice was frightening. Just the laughter alone made Su Yan's heart tremble. Su Yan couldn't help but tremble. He hurriedly stood up and shouted, "Who is it?" He instinctively tightened his grip on the Buddha sword. Unfortunately, the moment he broke the 10,000 ghost seal, he had used up all his spiritual qi. At that moment, it was difficult for Su Yan to stand up. Even the Buddha sword in his hand was trembling slightly. However, Su Yan's eyes were still filled with determination. He shouted, "Who? Who is it? Come out!" Ha ha ha, who? Who am I? I don't know who it is either. Just at this moment, a burst of laughter rang out, causing Su Yan's heart to tighten once again. However, this time, he was no longer as flustered as before. He calmly looked at his surroundings. Other than the pitch-black darkness, he could not see anything else. Su Yan couldn't help but frown. He muttered softly, "Where is this? Didn't I break the 10,000 ghost seal?" As soon as Su Yan finished speaking, the mournful laughter rang out. It was followed by a disdainful voice. "The 10,000 ghost seal? Kid, do you really think that a mere saint like you can break it?" "What? A mere saint can break it?" Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. His eyes were filled with confusion. He suddenly shuddered. Could it be that what I just broke wasn't the 10,000 ghost seal? After that, the disdainful voice rang out again. "Ah, you're dreaming if you think you can break the 10,000 ghost seal." Before Su Yan could react, the voice shouted again, "Kid, since you said you broke the 10,000 ghost seal, I'll show you what the real 10,000 ghost seal is." As soon as the voice finished speaking, a ghostly howl immediately rang out in the surroundings. The ghostly howl was much more mournful and sharp than the howls of the lonely souls that he had witnessed in the 10,000 ghost seal. It seemed to be omnipresent in his ears, sometimes near, sometimes far, and constantly changing. It was deeply rooted in his heart. Even with Su Yan's mental fortitude, he couldn't help but growl. He shouted, "What the hell is this?" Unfortunately, no one answered Su Yan this time. Only the mournful laughter answered him. At the same time, the ghostly howl did not stop. It was sometimes far, sometimes near, and constantly reverberated in Su Yan's ears. The ghostly howl was like countless sharp swords that pierced into his heart. Ah! Under the torment of the ghostly howl, Su Yan growled again. He felt that the qi and blood in his body were about to flow in reverse. No, I can't. Su Yan felt the qi and blood in his body churning. However, his heart was as clear as a mirror. He kept shouting, no, I can't be confused by this. I can't be bothered by this. I have to calm down, calm down. Bang! Su Yan murmured in his heart as he sat down cross-legged. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture began to circulate in his body. He turned a deaf ear to the ghostly howls as he continuously chanted the incantation of the cultivation technique in his heart. As Su Yan activated the cultivation technique, although there was no spiritual qi in his body, Su Yan slowly calmed down amidst the ghostly howls. The moment Su Yan calmed down, that laughter sounded again. Not bad, not bad. You can actually withstand my 10,000 wailing ghosts. With such a mind, if you are allowed to mature, you will definitely achieve great things in the future. TSK, what a pity. You shouldn't have entered the 10,000 ghost cave. So what if you have a strong mind? You still can't escape death. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. As that mournful laughter echoed, a sinister wind suddenly blew in the surroundings. Countless ghostly auras were emitted from the surroundings. Before they even got close to Su Yan already felt a sense of eeriness. Su Yan couldn't help but frown. His mind was spinning rapidly. This place is so strange, and this person kept saying that he didn't pass the 10,000 ghost ceiling formation. Could this be? Su Yan's heart couldn't help but tremble. If what he just passed was not the 10,000 ghost ceiling formation, then what was it? If that wasn't the 10,000 ghost ceiling formation was already so powerful, then what would the real 10,000 ghost ceiling formation be like? As Su Yan thought about it, his heart couldn't help but tremble. At the same time, he felt the sinister wind constantly blowing in his surroundings. His eyes narrowed and his heart was as firm as a rock. He shouted, no, I can't just give in like this. Even if this is the real 10,000 ghost ceiling formation, so what? I, Su Yan, will still break it. As he spoke, Su Yan quickly activated the cultivation technique in his body. At the same time, another crack appeared in the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture. The sinister wind and ghostly aura from the surroundings instantly flowed in. Su Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. Before he saw the 10,000 ghost ceiling formation, Su Yan felt a force calling out to him in his body. At that time, Su Yan felt that this was the location of his fourth Saint Meridian. Unfortunately, when Su Yan reached the 10,000 ghost ceiling formation, this force disappeared. Su Yan had not used his cultivation technique to absorb it when he was dealing with the 10,000 ghost ceiling formation outside. It wasn't that Su Yan didn't want to. It was because Su Yan couldn't feel the presence of any aura. Now that the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture was activated, Su Yan immediately felt the presence of that aura. Su Yan was overjoyed. In an instant, he activated the cultivation method in his body and circulated it at an even faster speed. He continuously absorbed the ghost qi from the surroundings. Under the circulation of the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture, Su Yan's fourth saint vein was created in his meridians. What's going on? While Su Yan was absorbing the ghost qi that was emitted from his surroundings, the unceasing laughter also came to a stop. What replaced it was a shocked expression. What is going on? How is this brat able to absorb my ghostly qi? Could it be? As the laughter echoed in the air, it immediately turned into shock. Hearing the laughter turn into shock, Su Yan was secretly delighted, and the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body circulated even faster. However, before Su Yan could feel proud, the arrogant laughter sounded again. I understand, the heavens are really helping me. it's actually a cultivation technique that can convert different substances, ha ha ha. Ha, 5,000 years, this emperor has been here for 5,000 years, unable to see the light of day again. Now, I actually found a cultivation technique that can convert different substances, ha ha ha, just this one person is enough to make up for my 1,000 years of absorption. Chapter 170. Fourth Saint Meridian. Fourth Saint Meridian. Su Yan couldn't help but lick his lips greedily as an indescribable excitement surfaced on his face. As long as he could successfully convert the ghost chi into his own spiritual energy, he would be able to advance to a fourth Saint Meridian. Su Yan clearly remembered that he had only been in the 10,000 Ghosts cave for slightly more than 10 days. To jump 3 levels in such a short period of time, even Su Yan himself felt that this cultivation speed was somewhat monstrous. Kid, have you absorbed enough? Just as Su Yan was immersed in the excitement of his impending breakthrough, that shrill and somewhat chilling laughter sounded again. What? Su Yan couldn't help but be taken aback when he heard that. At that moment, bang, with a loud bang, a huge black boulder instantly attacked Su Yan. The huge black boulder was so fast that it swept over like a wave, accompanied by a powerful airflow. Su Yan couldn't help but be shocked as his pupils suddenly constricted. At the same time, a red light leaped out. Although the huge black boulder was slightly slower, Su Yan didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest as he quickly swept back. He narrowly avoided the attack of the huge black boulder. Pfft! Unfortunately, Su Yan couldn't help but feel a sweet taste in his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough, cough. At the same time, Su Yan also coughed violently. Su Yan had already exhausted all the spiritual energy in his body when dealing with the so-called 10,000 Ghost Seal formation. Originally, Su Yan wanted to use the Ghost Chi to advance to the 4th Saint Meridian in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, the sudden appearance of the huge black boulder made Su Yan unable to dodge in time. The circulating cultivation method in his body was deeply suppressed, and the ghost chi that had just surged in also caused a backlash to Su Yan at this moment. This time, Su Yan could be said to be heavily injured. If it wasn't for Su Yan's astonishing willpower, he would have fainted long ago. So powerful. Now that I've exhausted the spiritual chi in my body, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape death today. Su Yan looked at the pitch-black surroundings and frowned. At the same time, the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body circulated rapidly. He tried to recover some of his spiritual energy. Unfortunately, before Su Yan could recover a trace of spiritual energy in his body, a loud bang rang out, and another black boulder attacked Su Yan. Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. Although the black boulder's speed had decreased a lot, Su Yan hurriedly tried to avoid it. Unfortunately, he lacked spiritual energy in his body, so Su Yan couldn't help but fall to the ground. All he could do was watch as the black boulder flew towards him. Bang! At this moment, a strong wave of spiritual energy suddenly spread out. 2 figures in white appeared in front of Su Yan and blocked the black boulder. The 2 people were none other than the 2 maids, Xiao Ju and Sister Ping. Su Yan originally thought that he was going to die here today, but when he saw the 2 maids, he couldn't help but feel happy. He got up and cupped his hands towards the 2 of them. Many thanks to seniors for saving my life. When the 2 maids saw Su Yan break the fake 10,000 ghost sealing formation, they had an indescribable feeling for Su Yan. Now that they saw Su Yan again, the 2 of them only felt joy in their hearts. Hearing Su Yan say this, the 2 of them couldn't help but laugh. Junior, you're too polite. If you didn't break the 10,000 ghost sealing formation, I'm afraid that we would have already lost our lives there. Hearing the 2 maids mention the 10,000 ghost sealing formation, Su Yan couldn't help but frown. Looking at the 2's happy expressions, he shook his head and said, Seniors, the one outside is not the 10,000 ghost sealing formation. What? When the 2 maids heard Su Yan's words, they couldn't help but be stunned. Not only them, but Chu Linger, who had followed them, was also stunned when she heard Su Yan's words. You're saying that the one outside is not the 10,000 ghost ceiling formation? Chu Linger was the first to react and asked Su Yan. Yes. Su Yan looked at Chu Linger's deep eyes and nodded cautiously. The one outside is not the 10,000 ghost ceiling formation, it is here. What? The three of them once again fell into a state of confusion. At the same time, they asked in astonishment, How is this possible? Ha ha ha, ignorant child, why is it impossible? If my 10,000 ghost cave could be broken through with the strength of the few of you, how could this 10,000 ghost cave be called the 10,000 ghost cave? Just as the three of them were at a loss, that mournful laughter resounded in the darkness. Hearing this laughter, Chu Linger and the two maids were like Su Yan the first time. They jumped up and shouted, Who are you? Come out. Unfortunately, that voice didn't appear at all this time. Only the sound of turbulence constantly resounded in the surroundings. When Su Yan heard the turbulence, he hurriedly reminded them, Everyone, be careful. This place is extremely strange. Chu Linger and the two maids were well-known figures in the Monster Palace. Naturally, they were aware of everything around them. The moment the turbulence sounded, the three of them took out their respective weapons. At the same time, the spiritual energy in their bodies surged in an instant. Ha ha ha, the 10,000 ghost cave hasn't been so lively in a long time. Today, I'll let you ignorant juniors experience the power of the 10,000 ghost ceiling formation. At this time, that voice resounded again. Bang! The moment the voice fell, a loud explosion suddenly erupted from the side. Countless shiny black boulders attacked in all directions, rolling up a gust of wind. The speed was as fierce as the waves of the East Sea. Chu Linger and the other two maids couldn't help but be shocked. They hurriedly circulated their spiritual energy and retreated. Su Yan also frowned and wanted to retreat. Unfortunately, he lacked spiritual energy in his body and couldn't resist in time. He could only watch as the shiny black boulders rushed over. He gritted his teeth and secretly hated the fact that he didn't have spiritual energy in his body. Still can't escape. Su Yan's heart was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. Bang! Just when Su Yan thought that he was going to die, a figure suddenly flashed and hit the shiny black boulder with a palm. Puff! A loud explosion burst out and suddenly a burst of bright light was emitted, illuminating the dark curtain as if it was daytime. Poochie! At the same time, blood spurted out and spread in the void. A white-clothed figure was hit by the shiny black boulder and was sent flying. Little Ju! Sister Ju! Chu Linger and Sister Ping saw this scene and shouted in trembling voices. Su Yan was also stunned when he saw this scene. The moment he saw the white-clothed figure flying out, it was as if the whole world had stopped. Of course, he was more surprised in his heart. This person is a stranger to me, but, Su Yan wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to say it. His voice was choked with sobs. Although his body lacked spiritual energy, he still forced himself to walk toward the white-clothed figure. Why? Su Yan slowly picked up little Ju, who was on the ground, and his eyes were full of tears. Little Ju wanted to say something, but unfortunately, before she could say anything, another mouthful of blood spurted out. Sister Ju, don't say anything, don't say anything. Chu Linger's face was also full of tears. She held little Ju's hand and choked with sobs. Sister Ju, don't say anything, I will save you, I will save you. Young Palace Master, it's useless. Xiao Ju shook her head and looked at Su Yan. Her eyes were filled with gentleness as she asked, You haven't told me your name. After little Ju said this, another mouthful of blood spurted out from her mouth. Her pupils suddenly shrank, and she died. Little Ju. Sister Ju. Chu Linger and Sister Ping both burst into tears. Su Yan also felt like his heart was being pierced by a knife. He hugged little Ju's body and whispered, "My name is Su Yan, Su as in awakening, Yan as in flame." Ha ha ha. At that moment, the shrill laughter came again. Ignorant children will always be ignorant children. A mere Emperor Tian Xiang wants to stop my onyx soul boulder. Who are you? Come out, come out. This voice reverberated through the air, instantly enraging the sorrowful ones. Chu Linger stood at the front and saw the darkness. She shouted, come out, I will kill you." Sister Ping also shouted crazily, come out, I will kill you today." Only Su Yan remained calm. It wasn't that Su Yan wasn't sad. It was that Su Yan knew that it was useless to be sad. What he needed to do now was to recover his spirit energy. Only then would he have a chance to fight. While Su Yan was channeling his cultivation method, he held the Scarlet Fire sword box in his hand. Countless sword intents came out and turned into spirit energy that entered Su Yan's body. Chu Linger saw Su Yan's appearance and didn't know that Su Yan was recovering his spirit energy. She thought that Su Yan wasn't moved. She was already sad because of little Ju's death, so when she saw Su Yan's appearance, she couldn't help but angrily scold, "You heartless person, Sister Ju died for you, aren't you angry?" Su Yan didn't say anything and just quickly channeled his cultivation method. When Sister Ping saw Su Yan's appearance, she seemed to understand something. She hurriedly stopped Chu Linger, who was about to attack Su Yan, and said, "Young Palace Master, don't." Su Yan used too much spirit energy to break the formation. He is recovering his spirit energy now. Recovering spirit energy, although Chu Linger was angry, she wasn't an unreasonable person. When she heard Sister Ping's words, she suppressed the anger in her heart. She looked at the darkness and shouted, "Who the hell are you? Quickly come out and see this Palace Master." "Haha, Palace Master, interesting. When that mournful voice heard Chu Linger's words, it started laughing loudly again, infuriating Chu Linger. Sister Ping was also furious, but she was careful. She looked at Su Yan and slowly said, "Su Yan, recover your strength. I will block everything for you." Chapter 171. A bunch of scoundrels actually want to see this emperor. What a joke. Mournful laughter once again floated in the air, followed by a shower of rocks. That's right, it was a shower of rocks. Countless huge rocks pierced through the darkness, directly exploding on top of Su Yan, Sister Ping, and Chu Linger's heads. They were so densely packed that there was simply no way to block them. The three of them couldn't help but frown. "Break!" Sister Ping shouted, and the spirit energy in her body exploded. She waved the magic weapon in her hands, and with a flash of light, she blocked all the rocks. Chu Linger's speed was not slow either. The moment her spirit chi surged, she struck out with one hand. In an instant, a powerful spirit chi burst out and whirled up. The surrounding stone rain was moved away by this whirling force. Only Su Yan remained unmoved, and worked hard to absorb the sword intent in the red parting sword case to quickly recover his spirit energy. It wasn't that Su Yan didn't want to stop it, but that Su Yan knew that only by recovering his spirit energy would he have a chance to escape. Of course, Su Yan wasn't doing nothing. Looking at the falling rocks, the blood dragon pupil quickly rotated, and the falling rocks slowed down. Faster. Su Yan urged himself in his heart, and the great sun-colored glaze sword sutra was also activated to the extreme. As long as he recovered his spirit energy, there was nothing to be afraid of. Unfortunately, even with the sword intent emitted by the 10,000 spirit swords in the red parting sword case, Su Yan's spirit energy was still unable to recover quickly. Moreover, the falling rocks were too fast. Even with the blood dragon pupil slowing them down, he still couldn't make it in time. "Su Yan, be careful." At this moment, Sister Ping shouted, and the spirit energy in her hand instantly flew out, directly towards Su Yan's head. At the moment the magic tool flew out, a majestic spiritual energy burst out. In an instant, a ray of light flashed, blocking the rain of stones that were about to fall on Su Yan's body. Immediately after, Sister Ping's body also landed beside Su Yan. She stood in front of Su Yan, protecting him. Her entire body emitted a faint purple light. The strength of a celestial emperor burst forth at this moment. Under her efforts, the rain of stones was swept away. A disdainful smile flashed across Sister Ping's cold face. She looked at the black screen and shouted, "You're just a so-so." Before Sister Ping could finish speaking, a huge black hand suddenly appeared from the darkness. The black hand passed through Sister Ping's body. In an instant, a mouthful of blood spurted out from her mouth. Sister Ping. When Chu Ling saw that, her pupils immediately shrank. As she moved her feet, she hurriedly rushed towards Sister Ping, wanting to help her. But the giant black hand was too fast. After it passed through Sister Ping's body, it quickly pulled away and disappeared into the darkness. The moment it quickly pulled away, Sister Ping's entire body trembled. Ah! The immense pain of having her body penetrated immediately spread throughout Sister Ping's body. Pfft! In an instant, Sister Ping spat out another mouthful of blood. Her entire body went limp on the ground. Sister Ping. Chu Linger went forward to catch Sister Ping. Her face was filled with tears. Sister Ping, you can't die. You can't die. Young Palace Master, I won't be able to accompany you in the future. Sister Ping gasped for breath and weakly said to Chu Linger. At this moment, Su Yan also recovered his spirit energy. He walked over and looked at Sister Ping. A surge of anger surged in his heart. Su Yan. Sister Ping turned her head to look at Su Yan. I'm here. When Su Yan saw Sister Ping's appearance, his heart ached. He hurriedly walked to her side and said, Sister Ping, I'm here. What do you want to say? Su Yan, take the young palace master out for me. Sister Ping held back her last breath and said to Su Yan. Su Yan nodded without hesitation. He held Sister Ping's hand and said, Sister Ping, don't worry. I will definitely take the young palace master out. When Sister Ping heard Su Yan's words, a trace of a smile appeared on her face. Her head tilted. A generation of Emperor Tian Xiang had fallen. Sister Ping. Chu Linger hugged Sister Ping's body and cried loudly. Su Yan looked at Sister Ping's body. He also felt a burst of sadness in his heart. Although Su Yan had only just met them today, they had experienced life and death together. They had also faced all these dangers together. The trust from fighting side by side had long connected their hearts together. Looking at Sister Ping, Su Yan did not feel the slightest bit of unfamiliarity. Only his heart shook with endless pain. Of course, more than that, it was anger. Bang! At this moment, Su Yan activated the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body. Suddenly, a burst of powerful spiritual energy erupted. He angrily shouted toward the darkness, Come out, I don't care who you are. Come out for me. Ha, you recovered your spiritual energy so quickly. Not bad, not bad. No matter how Su Yan shouted, he still could not see anything in the darkness. There was only that mournful laughter. It sounded again in the darkness, not bad is not bad. Unfortunately, you will die here in the end. Bang! Just as he finished speaking, the giant black hand that had appeared earlier once again tore through the darkness and charged towards Su Yan's body. The huge black hand was as fast as a bolt of lightning. The moment it cut through the darkness, it was as if everything in the surroundings had sunk into a dead silence. There was even a faint chill. This time, the furious Su Yan did not have any fear. Looking at the black hand, his eyes flashed. He shouted, "It's like this again. Let's see how strong you are." Su Yan shouted. Suddenly, the spiritual energy in his body surged. His body rushed out, holding the pagoda sword in his hand. He did not dodge, but rushed toward the huge black hand. The huge black hand was as fast as lightning. However, Su Yan was not slow. His body surged like a running cheetah. His eyes were like torches as he slashed down with his sword. Suddenly, the sound of the sword reverberated. The sword flashed like a swift dragon and slashed toward the black hand. "Break!" Su Yan shouted loudly as he slashed his sword towards the black hand. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. The moment the pagoda sword slashed down, a powerful wave of energy surged out. Su Yan's body involuntarily trembled as he was greatly alarmed. Bang! At the same time, he was sent flying. Poochie! A mouthful of blood spurted out from Su Yan's mouth. What a powerful force! Su Yan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the huge black hand. He slowly regained his composure. Of course, the anger in his heart was still there. However, his calmness told Su Yan that if he lost his mind in this situation, he would not have the chance to walk out. Only by calming down would he have the slightest chance. After the gigantic black hand attacked Su Yan, it disappeared as well. The entire black screen regained its tranquility, as if there was no danger at all. Only the cold intent that constantly spread in the surroundings indicated that this was an extremely dangerous place. Chu Linger hugged Sister Ping and cried for a while. She slowly recovered. There was not a single trace of expression on her handsome face. Her clear eyes were emitting killing intent, venting the anger in her heart. Su Yan also looked around coldly. His mind was spinning quickly, trying to find a way to break out of this place. Unfortunately, the surroundings were pitch black, and he couldn't see anything at all. Moreover, there were dangers lurking everywhere. They were constantly changing. It was impossible to see through the mystery of this place. If this is really the 10,000 Ghost Ceiling formation, then there must be a way to break the formation. However, this place is pitch black and I can't see anything at all. How can I find the eye of the formation? Su Yan looked at the pitch black surroundings and couldn't help but frown. Not only her, but Chu Linger was also frowning. Bang! At this moment, a sound exploded again. In the darkness, countless huge black swords attacked Su Yan and Chu Linger. Because of his blood dragon pupil, Su Yan could see more clearly in the darkness than Chu Linger. When he saw the countless huge swords rushing toward them, he hurriedly warned, "Be careful." After Su Yan said this, he realized how unnecessary his warning was. Although Chu Linger did not have Su Yan's blood dragon pupil, she was the Emperor of Heaven. She was much stronger than Su Yan. The moment the huge swords appeared, the spiritual energy in Chu Linger's body exploded. She jumped up and dodged the huge flying swords. Although Su Yan's strength was inferior to Chu Linger's, his speed was not the slightest bit slow because he possessed the blood dragon eyes. With a sweep of his body, he dodged the huge flying sword. The speed at which the flying swords appeared was too fast. If it were not for their reaction speed, they would not have been able to dodge at all. Now that they dodged, the two breathed a sigh of relief. But before the two could catch their breath, bang! Another loud sound rang out. Countless flying swords condensed in the darkness and flew toward the two like a rain of swords. The two of them frowned, but there was no trace of panic on their faces. Instead, their expressions became even colder. Looking at the flying swords that appeared, they quickly circulated their cultivation techniques and a majestic spiritual energy burst out. Bang! Bang! The moment the flying swords attacked, the two moved. Su Yan used his blood dragon pupil to continuously dodge. Chu Linger was not only stronger than Su Yan, but she was also able to fight against the huge black flying swords while dodging. Unfortunately, there were too many flying swords. After blocking one, another one would come. It was like a rain of swords. Even though the two of them were the best among martial artists. Unfortunately, under such a fierce attack, they still suffered different injuries. Su Yan, in particular, was only a 3 bloodline saint. Under the rain of swords, the white robe on his body was still torn. His body was also bleeding in many places. He was in a very sorry state. Chapter 172. Fortunately, this sword rain lasted for a while before it finally ended. Su Yan and Chu Linger both breathed a sigh of relief. Just as the two of them breathed a sigh of relief, the shrill voice that made the two of them angry once again sounded. After playing for so long, I believe you two are tired. Let's end it. Let's end it. These were originally very calm words. However, the moment those words left his mouth, Chu Linger and Su Yan both felt a chill pressing down on them. Their entire bodies began to tremble because of those words. In the darkness, an invisible pressure was pressing down on them. The two of them both felt as if their bodies were imprisoned in place. A sense of fear gushed out from their hearts. It was as if doomsday had arrived. The two of their pupils instantly widened. What the hell is going on? The two of them were both shocked and stuck to the ground in a daze. Bang! At this moment, the huge black hand instantly appeared and directly attacked Chu Linger. Be careful. The moment Su Yan saw the huge black hand appear, he hurriedly shouted to Chu Linger. Unfortunately, Chu Linger seemed to be stunned. She did not move at all and did not react at all. Su Yan was anxious and wanted to go forward to save her. Unfortunately, he also seemed to be imprisoned in place and could not move at all. Looking at Chu Linger's beautiful face, looking at her pair of clear and charming eyes, looking at her graceful body, Su Yan did not know why but a strong desire to protect her welled up in his heart. This was different from the promise Su Yan made to Sister Ping. This desire to protect her welled up from the bottom of his heart. And if that black hand passed through her body, no matter how enchanting she was, no matter how moving she was, she would be destroyed, and everything would end. No, don't. Su Yan's heart could not help but tremble as he thought. He looked at the huge black hand that was getting closer and closer. Ah, don't. Su Yan roared in his heart. As the great sun-colored glazed swordplay circulated within his body, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted. Without thinking, Su Yan rushed toward Chu Linger. He directly pushed Chu Linger out. That huge black hand directly pierced through Su Yan's chest. Poochie. A mouthful of blood spurted out from Su Yan's mouth. No, at this time, Chu Linger also recovered her ability to move. Seeing the scene of Su Yan being pierced by the huge black hand, a burst of sadness welled up in her body. Her figure flashed and hurriedly flew over to catch Su Yan. Looking at the dying Su Yan, she asked, Why? Su Yan looked at Chu Linger's beautiful face and smiled. Before he could explain anything, he fainted. Seeing that Su Yan had fainted, Chu Linger's eyes burst into tears again. She originally did not have any feelings for Su Yan. After all, in her eyes, Su Yan was just a stranger. Not only that, Chu Linger even hated Su Yan a little, because her servant Xiao Ju had died to save Su Yan. But now, Chu Linger looked at Su Yan's handsome face and her heart was filled with mixed feelings. She cried, Why did you save me? Why? I'm not familiar with you. Why? While Chu Linger was still grieving. In the darkness, there was a whistling sound again. The invisible giant black hand appeared again and attacked Chu Linger. Chu Linger felt it, but she did not move. It was not that she could not move. The moment Su Yan pushed her away, she recovered. But she did not want to move. Because she knew that it was too strong. Even if she dodged it, she would not be able to escape death in the end. Moreover, seeing Xiao Ju, Sister Ping, and Su Yan fall in front of her one after another was a huge blow to her heart. She did not want to move. Let the giant black hand attack her. If she died here, all the sadness would come to an end. Ha ha, it's over. It's all over. The harvest this time is really big, really big. The moment the black hand moved, the shrill laughter sounded again. There was a trace of excitement and joy in the laughter. As long as I absorb your bodies, and a few more, I will be able to leave. I, the great demon king, will be able to see the light of day again. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, laughter rang out, echoing continuously in the darkness. But to Chu Linger, all of this was meaningless. Because everything was about to end. Seeing the black hand getting closer and closer, Chu Linger even showed a gentle smile on her face. She opened her hands and waited for the black hand to pass through her body. Boom! Right at this moment, a loud explosion sounded, and a powerful surge of spiritual energy gushed out from the ground. This ray of spirit chi surpassed all of the others. When it appeared, it was as if everything around it was illuminated, and everything began to tremble along with it. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure blocked in front of Chu Linger. With a wave of his hand, the giant black hand was shattered. Mother! When Chu Linger saw the person who appeared, she could not help but be stunned. Hearing Chu Linger's words, the person who appeared had a face that was very similar to Chu Linger. However, there was no trace of expression on his face. He just looked at Chu Linger and said, "Let's go." At the same time, a light screen appeared in front of the two of them. Seeing this light screen, Chu Linger suddenly came to her senses. She picked up Su Yan on the ground and walked into the darkness. The realm of circumference. When the giant black hand was destroyed, the laughter stopped abruptly. Then, it turned into a voice that said, "Since you've come, don't think about leaving." As soon as he said those words, Yi Zichen nodded. Suddenly, a strong pressure burst out from the surroundings. Pucci, in just a moment, Chu Linger felt her whole body shake. A mouthful of blood spurted out from her mouth. The person who appeared was also shocked. He pulled Chu Linger and shouted, "Let's go." With a push, Chu Linger and Su Yan were both pushed out of the light screen and disappeared. Only Chu Linger's mother, Princess Chu, was left inside. Looking at the huge darkness, she frowned. Her hands moved, and a powerful spiritual power surged out and hit the surroundings. "Humph, you want to stop me with just the realm of circumference?" The Demon King's voice sounded again. At the same time, a huge black hand fell from the sky and directly hit Princess Chu. Pucci, even the powerful Princess Chu could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. However, the Princess Chu did not give up because of this. Her hands continued to move. Suddenly, her eyes turned cold and she shouted, "Supreme Demon's secret technique, break!" Suddenly, a huge force surged up. Lightning flashed, and the entire darkness was illuminated by this force as if it was daytime. A huge explosion followed. Countless explosions could be heard. The Princess Chu also followed out of the light screen. Only the Demon King's angry roar was left in the darkness. "Monster Palace, it's actually the Monster Palace. You dare to ruin my good business. Wait until I, the Demon King, get out, I will definitely destroy your Monster Palace." No matter how the Demon King shouted, it was a pity that his voice could only stay in the Myriad Ghost Cave. The East Sea was one of the 3 most dangerous places in the 5 counties. However, the Monster Palace was located on an island in the East Sea. Although it was called an island, this island was larger than the Hidden Demon region. On this island, the brilliant crystal walls of the building emitted a bright light under the scorching sun. This was the Monster Palace's main hall. The Monster Palace was located. In the main hall of this palace, a crystal bead was constantly rotating, emitting a bright light. The light curled up, illuminating the already brilliant main hall of the Monster Palace, making it even more brilliant and beautiful. Bang! At this moment, a loud sound burst out from the crystal bead. 3 figures jumped out and fell to the ground. These 3 people were none other than Su Yan, Chu Linger, and the Princess Chu. Pucci, as soon as the Princess Chu came out, she did not sit down. A mouthful of blood spurted out from her mouth. Chu Linger was shocked and hurried forward. Mother. The Princess Chu waved her hand and sat down cross-legged. She operated her cultivation method and healed herself for a while. Her pale face slowly recovered a bit of color. She opened her eyes and looked at Chu Linger angrily. Who allowed you to enter the Myriad Ghost Cave without permission? Chu Linger was checking on Su Yan's injuries. When she was reprimanded by the Princess Chu, she was so frightened that her whole body trembled. She looked at her mother and said with an aggrieved face, I heard you say you needed the Myriad Ghost Soul Pearl, so I wanted to get it for you. Nonsense. The Princess Chu shouted again, if the Myriad Ghost Soul Pearl was so easy to get, would I need to worry about it? Even I don't dare to enter the Myriad Ghost Cave. You, a mere Tianxiang Emperor, dare to enter. You're courting death. Hearing Chu Wangfei's words, Chu Linger felt a wave of sorrow. Thinking of how her stubbornness had caused the deaths of her 2 servants, she felt even sadder. She immediately burst into tears and knelt on the ground, saying, Mother, I was foolish and ignorant. I trespassed into the 10,000 Ghost Cave and caused the deaths of Sister Xiao Ju and Sister Ping. Please punish me. Sigh. The Princess Chu saw Chu Linger's sad appearance and her heart softened. She sighed and said, Forget it, forget it. Stand up. Xiao Ju and Xiao Ping have already died. It's useless to be sad. When the 2 servants were mentioned, Chu Linger became even sadder. She kept crying. The Princess Chu kept shaking her head. Only now did she notice Su Yan. She looked at him and frowned. Who is this person? Why is he in the Myriad Ghost Cave? This person. Chapter 173. Because Su Yan had risked his life to save Chu Linger at the last moment, her opinion of Su Yan had changed slightly. When she talked about Su Yan, her evaluation of him was naturally quite high. After hearing Su Yan's words, the Princess of Chu frowned slightly, and there was some disbelief in her eyes. A saint with 3 bloodlines. If he can really erupt with such powerful strength, he can be considered an outstanding talent of the younger generation. Yes. Chu Linger nodded repeatedly when she heard the Princess of Chu's words. She looked at Su Yan and pleaded, Mother, he was injured because of me. I hope you can save him. Chu Linger looked at Su Yan's pierced heart and frowned slightly. Tears welled up in her eyes again. When the Princess of Chu heard Chu Linger's words, she glanced at Su Yan and sighed helplessly. Sigh, since this boy risked his life to save him, as your mother, I will naturally save him. Unfortunately, this boy's heart has been pierced. Even a golden immortal may not be able to save him. What can I do? When Chu Linger heard that even her mother could not save Su Yan, the tears in her eyes instantly fell. She walked up to Su Yan and cried bitterly when she saw Su Yan's pierced chest. In fact, Chu Linger had long known that Su Yan would not survive. After all, no matter who it was, no matter how powerful a person was, once their heart was pierced, they would definitely die. It was just that Chu Linger was unwilling to believe it. Moreover, because the Princess of Chu had always been an omnipotent existence in Chu Linger's heart, Chu Linger was also willing to believe that her mother would give her a miracle. Now that she heard her mother say so, she felt sad. Only then did the sadness in her heart rise. She hugged Su Yan's body and cried loudly. Yes, her relationship with Su Yan was not as deep as her relationship with Sister Ping and Xiao Ju. However, when she thought about how Su Yan had died for her, she clearly remembered that Su Yan had risked his life to save her at the last moment. His calm and handsome face. That smile was deeply imprinted in Chu Linger's mind, and she could not forget it. The guilt in her heart was indescribable. Now that she saw Su Yan's body in front of her, how could she not be sad? The Princess of Chu felt sad when she saw her daughter's sad expression, especially after hearing Chu Linger's description of Su Yan's heroic performance in 10,000 Ghosts Cave. She also had some expectations for Su Yan. She also wanted to let Su Yan come back to life and see how strong Su Yan was. After all, it was enough to surprise anyone that a three-bloodline saint could unleash such a powerful attack. Unfortunately, death was the end. Whether it was sadness, doubt, or reluctance, in the face of death, it was difficult to defy the heavens. Linger, since this boy died for you, he also wanted you to live well. You don't have to be sad. You have to live well and work hard to become stronger, so that you can comfort his soul. The Princess of Chu persuaded Chu Linger when she saw how sad Chu Linger was. She was most worried that this matter would leave a fetter in Chu Linger's heart. If that was the case, Chu Linger's cultivation would not improve in the future. Chu Linger nodded when she heard the Princess of Chu's words. She looked at Su Yan's body and his eyes that were still open. She reached out to close his eyes and muttered to herself, "Su Yan, don't worry. One day, I will definitely return to 10,000 Ghosts Cave and break the 10,000 Ghosts Seal formation to avenge you." With that, Chu Linger closed Su Yan's eyes. The moment Su Yan's hand touched Su Yan's nose, Chu Linger's entire body shook. Her eyes widened and she shouted emotionally, "Mother, this Su Yan is still breathing. He's still breathing." What? The Princess of Chu was stunned. She immediately shook her head and said, "Impossible. This person's heart was pierced. He is definitely dead. How can he still be breathing? It's true. It's true." Chu Linger saw that her mother did not believe her and shouted emotionally. Sigh. When the Princess of Chu saw Chu Linger's reaction, she thought that Chu Linger had not walked out of the fetter in her heart. She sighed helplessly. However, when she saw her daughter's emotional appearance, she could not bear to let her continue like this. She slowly walked forward and reached out to feel Su Yan's pulse. When she touched him, the Princess of Chu was also shocked. She muttered to herself, "Impossible. This person's heart was also pierced. How can he still have a pulse? Mother, what I said is true. I didn't lie to you." Chu Linger saw the Princess of Chu's expression and said emotionally, "Yes." Compared to Chu Linger's excitement, the Princess of Chu was much calmer. She was more surprised and puzzled now. She nodded slightly and a moment later, her divine sense surged out and penetrated Su Yan's body. When the divine sense swam through Su Yan's heart, the Princess of Chu immediately understood, so someone is protecting his heart. The moment Chu Wangfei understood, she fell into a state of confusion at the same time. This person was able to emit spirit qi to protect his heart meridian at the last moment. How strong is this person? And there doesn't seem to be anyone else in the 10,000 Ghosts Cave. Who was it that protected his heart meridian? Could it be this person himself? The Princess of Chu immediately rejected this idea. This method of protecting his heart and the density of the spiritual energy is definitely not something a three-meridian saint can do. There must be someone else. As the Princess of Chu thought, her divine sense swam through Su Yan's body again to observe the situation in Su Yan's body. Her frown deepened. This person's three saint meridians are actually different. How can it be so strange? Just as the Princess of Chu's divine sense swam through Su Yan's dantian, the Princess of Chu's mind shook. She hurriedly withdrew her hand as if she had been electrocuted. She looked at Su Yan in surprise. What is this majestic power? The Princess of Chu looked at Su Yan's body and frowned. This person is actually so mysterious. Just who is he? Chu Linger did not know that the Princess of Chu had so many doubts. She only asked anxiously when she saw the Princess of Chu constantly frowning, "Mother, how is it? Can Su Yan be saved?" "He can be saved, but what?" Chu Linger asked anxiously when she saw the Princess of Chu's hesitation. The Princess of Chu sighed inside when she saw how anxious her daughter was. Should I save him or not? If there were no secrets in Su Yan's body, the Princess of Chu would definitely save Su Yan without hesitation. However, because of the strange existence in Su Yan's body, the Princess of Chu hesitated. Moreover, she agreed with what Chu Linger said. After observing the situation in Su Yan's body, the Princess of Chu believed a lot more. Such a person must be a monstrous existence, and his identity is unknown. If we save him, he will not be able to contribute to the Monster Palace in the future. He will definitely be a scourge. As the palace master of the Monster Palace, the Princess of Chu naturally knew that since a genius could not be used by her, the best way was naturally to strangle him in the cradle. She was the palace master of the Monster Palace. Originally, she did not have to fear a small three-bloodline saint like Su Yan. However, the strange phenomenon in Su Yan's body made the Princess of Chu feel a sense of fear. "Mother, what's the matter? Say something." Chu Linger did not know what the Princess of Chu was thinking. She looked at the huge wound on Su Yan's chest and asked anxiously. The Princess of Chu looked at Chu Linger's innocent look and the pear blossoms in her eyes. The Princess of Chu could not bear to see her like this. Forget it, forget it. Anyway, this child is only a saint now. He is also under my control. I'll save him first and see what happens. The Princess of Chu glanced at Su Yan before turning around. She gently stroked Chu Linger's hair and said, "Ling-her, don't worry. With Mother here, he won't die." That's great, that's great." Hearing her mother's affirmative answer, Chu Linger was as happy as a child. She jumped up and down in the palace. In fact, Chu Linger was really just a child. After all, she had just turned 18 and was still in the prime of her life. Seeing how happy her daughter was, Chu Wangfei's tightly furrowed brows also relaxed. However, she didn't tell Chu Ling about the worry in her heart. What a pitiful parent's heart. Since the Princess of Chu had decided to save Su Yan, she did not delay. She took out some holy healing medicine from her storage ring and fed it to Su Yan. A wisp of spiritual energy surged out of her palm and entered Su Yan's body. The moment the spiritual energy surged, fresh flesh grew on Su Yan's chest at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chu Linger watched this scene without blinking. When she saw the Princess of Chu withdraw her hand, she asked, "Mother, is it done? Is he done?" Emichim, Chu Wangfei wiped the sweat off her forehead and nodded. She looked tired. With her strength, healing this kind of injury should not have been enough to tire her out, but because of what had happened in the 10,000 Ghost Cave. However, in the Ghost Cave, the Princess of Chu was also heavily injured. Thinking about that final attack, the Princess of Chu still felt a lingering fear. She muttered in her heart, "The demon in the Ghost Cave has already grown to such a degree. I wonder when he will break through the Ghost Seal. When that time comes, I'm afraid the world will fall into chaos again." Of course, the Princess of Chu did not say these thoughts to Chu Linger. After all, to her, Chu Linger's age and Chu Linger's strength were not enough to know these things. Chu Linger stared at Su Yan. After a long time, she did not see Su Yan wake up. She could not help but frown and ask the Princess of Chu, "Mother, why hasn't he woken up yet?" Silly Linger, how could it be so fast? Hearing her daughter's words, the Princess of Chu could not help but smile. Linger, go rest first. In 3 days, you will naturally see him wake up. Oh. Chu Linger originally thought that Su Yan would wake up immediately. When she heard her mother's words, she could not help but feel a little disappointed. However, this trip to the ghost cave had truly tired her out. Whether it was her mind or body, they were both exhausted to the extreme. Hearing her mother say this, she did not stay any longer and followed her out of the palace. Su Yan and the Princess of Chu were left behind. The Princess of Chu watched Chu Linger leave. When she looked at Su Yan and the white water chestnut on Su Yan's head, she frowned again. This child's water chestnut. Could it be that he is also a descendant of my monstrous beast? But why is there no monstrous beast bloodline in his body? Chapter 174. 3 days seemed to pass slowly, but it also passed quickly. Su Yan was arranged to stay in an independent disciple's room in the Monster Palace. He slowly woke up during Chu Linger's daily visits. Awake, awake. Chu Linger saw that Su Yan had woken up, and a smile immediately appeared on her face. The young man standing next to her looked at Chu Linger's happy appearance, and a trace of displeasure flashed across his face, but it quickly dissipated. He squeezed out a smile and said, "Junior sister, the palace master has said that he will wake up in 3 days, so he will definitely wake up in 3 days." Chu Linger nodded, and her eyes never left Su Yan. This made the young man's face flash with a displeased expression, but Chu Linger had been staring at Su Yan, so she didn't notice. However, Chu Linger didn't notice, but Su Yan saw it clearly. The moment Su Yan opened his eyes, he saw the young man's gloomy face. In a daze, Su Yan didn't think too much about it. Instead, he looked around, frowned, and asked, "Where is this?" "The Monster Palace." Chu Linger saw Su Yan speak, and immediately replied, "Su Yan, we are safe. My mother saved us." "Your mother?" Su Yan furrowed his brows again. He could still remember the last moment when the gigantic black hand pierced through his heart and the shadow of death pounced on him. At that time, Su Yan felt that he was going to die. But at the last moment, Su Yan felt as if something was protecting his heart. At that time, Su Yan had doubts in his heart, but before Su Yan could think about it, Su Yan had already fainted. Now that he heard Chu Linger say this, Su Yan seemed to understand something. "Su Yan, do you feel uncomfortable?" Chu Linger looked at Su Yan's blurred eyes and asked nervously. Looking at Chu Linger's clear eyes, like a little girl next door, Su Yan couldn't help but smile. He shook his head and said, "No." When Chu Linger heard that Su Yan was fine, she was overjoyed. She didn't have the calmness she had in the 10,000 Ghosts cave, and she didn't have the majesty of the Emperor Tianxiang. She was like a little girl. Su Yan couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. He didn't have the slightest bit of regret for saving her that day. At this moment, the gloomy young man standing beside Chu Linger saw Su Yan staring at Chu Linger. He squeezed out a smile and stepped forward. "Hello, Su Yan. I heard you saved Junior sister." "Thank you." Su Yan looked at the young man. Although the young man was smiling, Su Yan didn't have a good impression of him. He just nodded and didn't say anything. Chu Linger looked at the young man and said to Su Yan, "Su Yan, let me introduce you. This is our East Palace's eldest senior brother, Qin Luo, senior brother Qin." Hearing Chu Linger's enthusiastic introduction, Qin Luo couldn't help but feel embarrassed. This was because in terms of how much they knew each other, Su Yan wasn't familiar with Chu Linger. He didn't even know Chu Linger's name. Now, he was introducing Qin Luo to him. Su Yan blushed with shame. But out of courtesy, and knowing that this was the Supreme Demon Palace, which was someone else's territory, Su Yan clasped his hands toward Qin Luo. "Greetings, Senior Brother Qin." Qin Luo nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. Su Yan didn't pay attention to his expression. Instead, he looked at Chu Linger and said embarrassedly, "I don't think I know your name either." Chu Linger was stunned, then laughed and said, "Look at me, I forgot. I didn't introduce myself to you. I'll tell you now, I'm Chu Linger." Chu Linger introduced herself. She didn't introduce herself as the young palace master of the Monster Palace. This made Su Yan have a better impression of Chu Linger. Looking at Chu Linger's girl-next-door appearance, an inexplicable desire to protect her welled up in his heart. That was indeed the case. At that moment, Chu Linger was completely different from when she was in the 10,000 Ghosts cave. She no longer had that calmness, that killing intent, and that anger. She only had that innocent expression. Coupled with her angelic face, anyone who saw her would have the desire to protect her. In the following time, Chu Linger told Su Yan some things about the Monster Palace. Originally, Chu Linger and Qin Luo wanted to take Su Yan around the Monster Palace to let Su Yan familiarize himself with the Monster Palace. However, before Su Yan could leave the room, Su Yan was summoned by Princess Chu. In the Monster Palace's East Palace main hall, there were only Su Yan and Princess Chu in the huge palace. On the high platform, there was a huge chair. Princess Chu sat steadily on it. Her face was very similar to Chu Linger's, but she didn't have Chu Linger's innocence. Her eyebrows emitted a pressure. Even though Su Yan was dozens of meters away from her, he could still feel the pressure coming from her body. "Tell me, where did you come from?" When Princess Chu saw Su Yan, her expression didn't change at all. Instead, she asked coldly, "Why are you in the 10,000 Ghosts cave?" "In Jingzhou City, I was chased by enemies and accidentally entered the 10,000 Ghosts cave." When Su Yan heard Chu Wangfei's words, he didn't have any doubts. He answered honestly, without any falsehood. However, Princess Chu didn't believe him. She shouted softly, "Accidentally entered the 10,000 Ghosts cave. Do you think I'll believe you?" As Princess Chu shouted, a pressure suddenly approached Su Yan. Under this powerful pressure, Su Yan's entire body couldn't help but tremble. A sense of fear welled up in his heart. However, even so, Su Yan was unmoved. This was because of the trip to the Monster Palace. Su Yan had long understood it in his heart. However, Su Yan never expected that he would come to the Monster Palace in this way. Of course, Su Yan was quite satisfied with this way of coming to the Monster Palace. After all, he had gained the trust of the Monster Palace's young palace master as soon as he entered. This way, it would be more convenient for him to travel to the Monster Palace in the future. In the face of Princess Chu's doubts, Su Yan already had a plan. Therefore, in the face of Princess Chu's doubts, Su Yan still said calmly, "Palace Master, the 10,000 Ghosts cave is one of the most dangerous places in the 5 counties. I, Su Yan, am only a saint with 3 bloodlines. How could I have the strength to enter the 10,000 Ghosts cave? I entered the 10,000 Ghosts cave because I was chased in the Hingduan mountain and accidentally entered the 10,000 Ghosts cave." While Su Yan was talking, the Princess Chu kept staring at Su Yan's eyes. She saw that Su Yan's eyes were full of determination. It was impeccable. If it were someone else who entered the Monster Palace and saved her daughter's benefactor, the Princess Chu would definitely not ask too much. However, the strange existence in Su Yan's body made the Princess Chu feel a little uneasy. This made the Princess Chu more cautious. Now that she saw Su Yan's firm eyes, she didn't know how to ask. She could only choose to believe Su Yan and change the topic. "Okay, I'll believe you for now. Then let me ask you, where did you learn from and why were you chased?" When Su Yan heard the Princess Chu's question, he didn't hide anything. He honestly told her about his time in the Hidden Sword Tomb, how he offended the Guyu sect, how he was chased by the Guyu sect, and how he accidentally entered the 10,000 Ghosts cave. This was because Su Yan was speaking the truth. Facing Chu Wangfei's sharp gaze, he did not avoid her gaze at all. This made the Princess Chu unable to find any clues about Su Yan. She could only ask again, "Okay, then let me ask you, why were you chased out of the Hidden Sword Tomb? What's the matter with the water caltrop on your head?" When Su Yan heard this, he knew that they were finally talking about the main topic. Su Yan could tell the truth about those things, but he couldn't tell the Princess Chu about this matter. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to stay in the Monster Palace. However, Su Yan had already thought of a way to deal with these things before he entered the Monster Palace. When he heard the Princess Chu's question, it was easy for him. Su Yan helplessly pointed to the water caltrop on his head and said, "Because of this water caltrop." "Why do you say that?" the Princess Chu asked. Su Yan pretended to smile bitterly and said, "When I entered the Hidden Sword Tomb, I didn't have a water caltrop. Unfortunately, after cultivating for a period of time, I suddenly discovered a strange phenomenon in my body. This water caltrop slowly grew out. When the elders in the Hidden Sword Tomb saw it, they all thought that I was a monster beast, so I was driven out of the sect." When the Princess Chu heard Su Yan say this, her heart couldn't help but shake. As the palace master of the Monster Palace, she naturally knew that people like her were special. They weren't liked in this world, and many times, they would be mistaken for monsters. This was also why the Monster Palace was so powerful, but they still lived in the East Sea and rarely went out. It was precisely because many people discriminated against the Supreme Monster Clan that the people of the Monster Palace didn't want to walk in this world. Now that Su Yan said this, it could be said that he spoke to the Princess Chu's heart. The Princess Chu couldn't help but have a good impression of Su Yan. After all, they were both monsters. In her heart, her vigilance towards Su Yan also decreased a bit. Su Yan looked at the Princess Chu's appearance and knew that she believed his words. He hurriedly asked, "Palace Master, before I left the Hidden Sword Tomb, I heard some elders say that only the Monster Palace can accommodate me. What is going on? And what's going on with my water caltrop?" The Princess Chu smiled at Su Yan's previous question, but didn't say anything. However, she answered Su Yan's next question, "You have a late awakening bloodline." A late awakening bloodline. Su Yan still pretended to be stunned. In fact, when Su Yan planned to come to the Monster Palace, Su Yan had a certain understanding of the Monster Palace, especially the Monster Palace's monster bloodline. Su Yan specifically looked into it. He knew that there were two types of bloodlines in the Monster Palace. One was the early awakening bloodline. This type of bloodline looked like a monster at the moment of birth. Only through continuous cultivation, after a period of time, would they transform into a human form. Chapter 175. Under Su Yan's realistic acting, the Princess of Chu finally believed Su Yan. Without waiting for Su Yan to react, a strand of divine thought entered Su Yan's mind. "Su Yan, from today onwards, you will enter my Monster Palace and become a disciple of my East Palace." Although the Princess of Chu believed Su Yan, she still looked at Su Yan with an expressionless face and a trace of indifference. Su Yan didn't care. When he felt the memories in his mind, he quickly knelt and said, "Thank you, Palace Master, for your kindness in accepting me." And the Princess of Chu nodded and waved her hand impatiently, "Go. The divine thought that I just passed on to you contains everything about the Monster Palace. I hope you can serve the Monster Palace in the future, otherwise," the Princess of Chu didn't finish her words. Only a mournful expression passed through her face, making people shudder. At the same time, the Princess of Chu disappeared from the palace, leaving Su Yan alone in the huge palace to sort out the information that the Princess of Chu had just passed on. Although Su Yan entered the Monster Palace only for the matter of the Monster Palace seal and his father. However, Su Yan knew that if he wanted to investigate these matters in the Monster Palace, then he must truly become a disciple of the Monster Palace. As for the future, Su Yan didn't have any plans. Of course, Su Yan didn't know that the Princess of Chu had left an imprint in his body. Right now, Su Yan only wanted to understand all of the Monster Palace's matters. After sorting out the memories that the Princess of Chu gave him, Su Yan understood the power of the Monster Palace. In the past, although Su Yan knew about the existence of the Monster Palace, he also knew some things about the Monster Palace. However, that was only the tip of the iceberg. Through these memories, Su Yan truly understood the existence of the Monster Palace. Although the Supreme Demon Palace was a sect. However, within the Monster Palace, there were 4 main palaces: East, West, South, and North. These 4 great palaces also belonged to one side, and each palace had a palace master. However, the East Palace had always been the main palace. Although the Princess of Chu was only one of the 4 palace masters, she was the master of the entire Monster Palace. In other words, the other 3 palaces were only subsidiary palaces of the East Palace. Of course, being a subsidiary was one thing. Every year, the 4 great palaces would fight both openly and covertly for the position of the ruler of the entire palace. It was only because of the existence of the Princess of Chu that for many years, the East Palace's position among the 4 great palaces had never been shaken. In the memories, the Princess of Chu also taught him about the open and covert struggles of the 4 great palaces. Other than facing external enemies, the 4 great palaces basically did not interact with each other on a daily basis. Even the people of the 4 great palaces often had some fights. Of course, these things only happened in the other 3 palaces. Because of the existence of the Princess of Chu, very few people would attack the East Palace. After all, because of the existence of the Princess of Chu, the people of the East Palace had a sense of superiority. Not only that, this sense of superiority was also a symbol of strength. However, this symbol of strength was only among the palace masters. Among the disciples, the East Palace did not have this sense of superiority. Of course, these things were not in the memories. Su Yan still did not know. Su Yan now understood that there were many benefits in the Monster Palace. These benefits would always surpass the Hidden Sword Tomb. The Hidden Sword Tomb was divided into outer disciples, inner disciples, and true disciples. However, there was no such thing in the Monster Palace. In the Monster Palace, all the disciples were treated equally. Only strength was king. The strong were the senior brothers, and the weak were the junior brothers. This made Su Yan involuntarily think of the gloomy Qin Luo he saw in the room just now. According to Chu Linger, Qin Luo was the eldest senior brother in the East Palace. Qin Luo was the strongest among the disciples of the East Palace. The strongest among the disciples. Su Yan could not help but frown as he thought, this Chu Linger is already the emperor of Tianxiang. If Qin Luo is the strongest, then his strength. Su Yan's heart could not help but tremble as he thought about it. In the Hidden Sword Tomb, although Su Yan's strength was not the strongest, he had always been an existence favored by the heavens. But now, Su Yan felt a sense of powerlessness. This sense of powerlessness was caused by the strength of these disciples to Su Yan. In the Monster Palace, saints were everywhere, and the Emperor of Tianxiang could only be regarded as outstanding. This made Su Yan, who was only a 3-meridian saint, feel a sense of oppression that he had never felt before. Thinking of Qin Luo's strength, for some reason, Su Yan's heart surged with a desire for strength. The Emperor of Tianxiang. Su Yan thought as he licked his lips, and a look of determination burst out from his eyes. At the same time, Su Yan also thought of a very serious problem. In the 10,000 Ghosts Cave, Su Yan had tried to break through the 4th Holy Meridian. Unfortunately, when he was absorbing the ghost energy, he was interrupted. This caused Su Yan to fail in forming the Holy Meridian. However, the ghost energy had opened up the Holy Meridian in Su Yan's body. If Su Yan wanted to form the fourth Holy Meridian now, he could only rely on the ghost energy to do so. Ghost energy was originally a rare thing in the world. Now that he was in the Monster Palace, Su Yan really did not know where to find the ghost energy to form his fourth Holy Meridian. If this fourth Holy Meridian was not formed, he would not be able to break through the next Holy Meridian. Thinking about these problems, Su Yan could not help but frown. This is a troublesome matter. However, Su Yan did not pay much attention to it. Although there were very few places in the world with ghost energy, Su Yan believed that as long as he looked for it, such a place would definitely exist. He sorted through the memories that the Princess of Chu had passed to him. Su Yan had a general understanding of the entire Monster Palace. In addition to the existence of the 4 great palaces in the Monster Palace. In each palace, there were several large and small palaces. For example, the place where Su Yan was standing now was the Monster Palace. The East Palace main hall was also the residence and cultivation place of the Palace Master. Here, unless there was an important matter to attend to, or if the Palace Master allowed it, one could not enter casually on normal days. Su Yan did not know this rule just now. Now that he knew this rule, he could not help but look around a few more times. The cultivation method in his body was activated, and he absorbed the spirit energy around him. He could not help but smile. This place is indeed where the East Palace main hall is located. The spirit energy here is probably dozens of times denser than the Immortal Sword Peak in the Hidden Sword Tomb. Su Yan felt the spirit energy around him, but he did not absorb it. His fourth Holy Meridian had already been formed, so it was useless even if he absorbed the spirit energy. In addition to the main hall, there were also various large and small palaces. For example, in the Monster Palace, some disciples who had made great contributions to the Monster Palace were given personal palaces by the Monster Palace. In these palaces, there were slaves. In addition to these, the palaces were also divided into the Elixir Palace, the Martial Arts Palace, the Hidden Sword Palace, the Sword Forging Palace. All kinds of palaces used for ordinary disciples to cultivate were clearly divided. Thinking of so many palaces, Su Yan could not help but be amazed by the power of the Monster Palace. In the past, when Su Yan was in Jingzhou City, the Hidden Sword Tomb was the #1 sect in Jingzhou City. Now, compared to the Monster Palace, Su Yan knew that the Hidden Sword Tomb was nothing compared to the Monster Palace. In fact, regardless of the size of the Monster Palace, just from the strength of the disciples of the Monster Palace, it was enough to see the power of the Monster Palace. Qin Luo and Chu Linger were only disciples of the Monster Palace, but they were already emperors of heaven. They were many times stronger than the true disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb. Of course, these palaces were not the only ones in the Monster Palace. There were also many forbidden areas. In the memories given by the Princess of Chu, there were some introductions to these palaces, but there were only a few sentences about the forbidden areas. Forbidden areas, only the palace master of the palace can enter. With just a few sentences, Su Yan could feel the Monster Palace's strict prohibition of the forbidden areas. At the same time, it was also because of this restriction that Su Yan had some expectations for the Forbidden Lands. After figuring out the general situation of the entire Monster Palace, Su Yan reluctantly left the main hall. If possible, Su Yan really wanted to stay here and not leave. After all, the East Palace main hall was the place with the densest spirit aura in the entire Monster Palace. It was very beneficial for cultivation. Moreover, if there was nothing wrong with the main hall, he could not enter it casually. Who knew when he would come back again after leaving this time? Reluctance was one thing. Su Yan still resolutely left. After all, spirit aura was useless to Su Yan now. Su Yan had to find ghost aura now. Where in the world is there ghost aura in this Monster Palace? Su Yan muttered to himself as he walked out of the main hall. As soon as he walked out, he saw Chu Linger waiting for him. Looking at Chu Linger's innocent face, all the irritation in Su Yan's heart disappeared at this moment. He greeted Chu Linger and asked, "Young palace master, why are you still here?" "I'm waiting for you," Chu Linger said without hiding anything. She was obviously very happy to see Su Yan. Then, she asked Su Yan, "Su Yan, what did my mother say to you?" "Nothing. She just wanted me to become a disciple of the Monster Palace," Su Yan said faintly. He did not say a word about the Princess of Chu's question. When Chu Linger heard Su Yan's words, a smile appeared on her face. "Hee, Su Yan, now that you have become a disciple of the Monster Palace, you will be my junior brother from now on." While speaking, Chu Linger pretended to be an adult. She tiptoed and patted Su Yan's head. Su Yan couldn't help but smile. At the same time, looking at Chu Linger's appearance, Su Yan suddenly sighed in his heart. Why do people live in this world? Of course, this thought only flashed through his mind for a moment. Su Yan knew that he could not be as innocent as Chu Linger and live a happy life every day. Of course, Su Yan did not know that the reason Chu Linger was able to recover her innocence so quickly was because in 3 days, the Princess of Chu had erased Chu Linger's memories of her in the 10,000 Ghost Cave. Only the memories of Su Yan saving her were left. Even the memories of her, Xiao Ju, and sister Ping were left. In fact, the Princess of Chu had originally wanted to erase Chu Linger's memories of Su Yan. However, when she thought about the strangeness of Su Yan's body, the Princess of Chu had another idea. That was why she did not erase Chu Linger's memories of Su Yan. That was why Chu Linger was able to recover her innocence so quickly. That was why Chu Linger did not have any restraints in her heart. Chapter 176. Without the sadness of the 10,000 Ghosts Cave, Chu Linger was like a snow lotus. She was so bright and lovable. Looking at Chu Linger, Su Yan didn't know why he thought of the red-clothed figure on the heavenly sword peak of the hidden sword tomb. Thinking of that red-clothed figure, Su Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Chu Linger saw Su Yan's appearance and couldn't help but frown. She asked, "Su Yan, what's wrong? Don't you want to be my junior brother?" Su Yan was stunned, then smiled and said, "No, why wouldn't I like it? Hello, senior sister." When Su Yan called her senior sister, Chu Linger immediately giggled. She happily pulled Su Yan's hand and said, "Let's go, junior brother. I'll take you to receive this month's offerings." "Okay." Su Yan nodded and followed Chu Linger. Offerings were a benefit that every Monster Palace disciple could enjoy. The only difference was that it depended on one's strength. Su Yan was now a Monster Palace disciple, so he naturally had his share of offerings. The two of them walked and chatted as they walked, laughing and laughing. Suddenly, they attracted the attention of many disciples. Well, who is that person? Why is he so close to junior sister? Many disciples didn't know about the 10,000 Ghosts Cave, and they didn't know Su Yan. Now that they suddenly saw a stranger walking so close to Chu Linger, they couldn't help but feel a burst of anger in their hearts. After all, Chu Linger was born beautiful, lively, and cute. She was the goddess in many people's hearts. Now that they saw their goddess walking with a stranger, they were naturally angry. Su Yan felt the hostile gazes from the side and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Senior sister, I'm afraid my days in Monster Palace won't be easy in the future." "What?" Chu Linger obviously didn't understand the meaning behind Su Yan's words. She tilted her head and blinked her eyes at Su Yan. Su Yan was stunned when he saw Chu Linger's expression. He shook his head and said, "It's nothing." Chu Linger was obviously very dissatisfied with Su Yan's answer. She muttered, muddle-headed, "You really are a silly junior brother." With that, Chu Linger skipped ahead. Along the way, she kept greeting the seniors and juniors around her. Everyone responded enthusiastically. Clearly, Chu Ling was very popular in the Eastern Palace. Actually, that was not the case. Not to mention Chu Ling's identity as the young palace lord, just Chu Ling's naive and innocent appearance was the object of many people's love. Su Yan looked at her appearance and couldn't help but murmur in his heart, "Why did I say this to her? Isn't it good to let her be an innocent girl?" Su Yan thought with a smile and followed Chu Linger. Soon, the two of them walked and arrived at the palace where the offerings were distributed. Because the Monster Palace had a fixed time to distribute offerings every month, and this time was not the time to distribute offerings, there were not many people in the palace. Soon, Su Yan received the offerings and came out. There were 100 spirit stones and various elixirs to assist in cultivation. Although they were only elixirs to assist in cultivation, Su Yan couldn't help but admire the power of the Monster Palace. With such offerings, one a month, it was probably not something that any sect could afford. Moreover, these offerings were only for Su Yan, the saint, and did not include the offerings that Emperor Tianxiang received. Su Yan came to the Monster Palace mainly because of the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal and his father. While enjoying these offerings and being accompanied by a cute little girl next door, Su Yan suddenly thought that it would be a good choice to stay in the Monster Palace. Of course, this was just a thought. Su Yan knew that the Monster Palace was destined to be a place for him to pass through. It was not even comparable to the Hidden Sword Tomb. This was because when he joined the Hidden Sword Tomb, he was not the successor of the Buddha Sword sect. At that time, Su Yan was only focused on the Hidden Sword Tomb. At that time, Su Yan did not even think that one day he would be expelled from the Hidden Sword Tomb. "Little junior brother, this offering needs to be handed over." As soon as Su Yan came out with the offerings, Chu Linger mischievously came up and extended her hand to Su Yan. Su Yan was stunned, but seeing Chu Linger's expression, he could not bear to refuse her. He obediently handed over the offerings that he had just received to Chu Linger. When Chu Linger saw that Su Yan was so cooperative, she couldn't help but roll her eyes and scold him. "I was just kidding. What a silly junior brother." Su Yan smiled embarrassedly. He really did not know how to get along with Su Yan's personality. Along the way, Su Yan had always been a lone traveler. Even with Lu Fei, Ouyang Tiancheng, and some other friends, they did not talk much. When he was with Lu Fei, it was Lu Fei who kept talking. Su Yan had always been a man of few words. Every time he heard Lu Fei's nagging, Su Yan had the urge to beat him up. Now that he suddenly had a girl next-door friend, Su Yan really did not know how to get along with her. It was no wonder that Chu Linger called him silly. Silly junior brother. When Chu Linger saw Su Yan's embarrassed smile, she could not help but scold him again. Then she said, "Silly junior brother, senior sister will naturally not take your offerings, but you have to be careful. Other senior brothers are not as kind as senior sister." When Su Yan heard Chu Linger's words, he could not help but frown. He did not understand the meaning of Chu Linger's words. Chu Linger looked at Su Yan's appearance and did not keep him in suspense. She smiled and said, "Silly junior brother, in our Monster Palace, when the offerings are distributed every month, the senior brothers will compete with each other. The loser has to obediently hand over the offerings." "Can't I refuse?" Su Yan asked. "Yes, why not? But who is willing to be a coward?" Chu Linger said as she blinked her eyes. She looked at Su Yan with a surprised expression and said, "Silly junior brother, are you going to be a coward?" Su Yan couldn't help but blush with shame. He coughed dryly and thought about the matter of his ghost chi. He changed the topic and asked, "Senior sister, do you know where there are more corpses in Supreme Demon Palace? Places with more corpses?" When Chu Linger heard Su Yan's words, she could not help but be surprised. She did not directly answer Su Yan's question. Instead, she looked at Su Yan with a strange expression and said, "Silly junior brother, what do you want to do? Why do you want to go to a place with more corpses?" I. When Su Yan heard Chu Linger's question, he did not know how to answer. After all, the matter of him cultivating a unique holy bloodline was too strange. Su Yan did not know how to explain it to Chu Linger. However, before Su Yan could answer, a voice came from the side. "The place with more corpses is naturally the dock." Second senior brother. When Chu Linger saw the person who came, she jumped up to greet him. Then she explained to Su Yan, "Silly junior brother, this is our Eastern Palace's second senior brother, Nangong Xiaoming." Second senior brother, hello. Su Yan cupped his hands towards him. His expression did not change at all. He still maintained his cold expression. However, when he felt the faint spiritual power flowing through Nangong Xiaoming's body, Su Yan could not help but tremble in his heart, another emperor of heaven. Nangong Xiaoming did not care about Su Yan's actions. Instead, he looked at Chu Linger tenderly and said, "Little junior sister, a big play is about to start at the drama hall. Do you want to go together?" Okay. Chu Linger immediately clapped her hands. Her face was full of expectation, but she did not forget Su Yan. She turned to Su Yan and said, "Silly junior brother, do you want to go together?" Before Su Yan could answer, Nangong Xiaoming heard how Chu Linger addressed Su Yan. He could not help but frown. Although Chu Linger was not the strongest among the disciples of the Monster Palace, she was not the weakest either. According to the rules of the Monster Palace, the stronger one was the senior brother. However, Chu Linger had always asked others to only address her as junior sister. Because Chu Linger was like a little sister next door, everyone was willing to call her junior sister. However, Chu Linger was now calling Su Yan junior brother. It was originally an ordinary form of address, but this unique form of address caused Nangong Xiaoming to feel a trace of dissatisfaction, especially when he heard Chu Linger's invitation. Nangong Xiaoming immediately cast a threatening look at Su Yan. Su Yan originally did not want to go. After all, the so-called big show was nothing more than some entertainment. Its purpose was to please everyone and add some fun to the boring cultivation life. Su Yan did not want to waste any more time. But looking at Nangong Xiaoming's threatening look, Su Yan's heart suddenly surged with pride. He smiled and nodded, saying, "Okay, let's go together." The moment Su Yan agreed, Nangong Xiaoming's killing intent surged out of his body. Chu Linger did not notice, but when she heard Su Yan agree, she smiled happily and said, "Okay, let's go together. Let's go together." After saying that, Chu Linger took the lead and led the way. Only Nangong Xiaoming and Su Yan were left behind. When Nangong Xiaoming saw Chu Linger walk forward, his face suddenly sank. A powerful spiritual energy forced Su Yan to shout, "Boy, you'd better know your place. You'd better stay away from junior sister. Otherwise, I will definitely teach you a lesson." As he spoke, the strength of the Emperor Tianxiang suddenly pressed down on Su Yan. Su Yan suddenly felt the blood and qi in his body surging. He was stunned on the spot. Nangong Xiaoming looked at Su Yan and smiled coldly. Then, he caught up with Chu Linger. When Chu Linger saw that only Nangong Xiaoming was coming up, she frowned slightly. She turned to Su Yan and shouted, "Silly junior brother, hurry up. What are you waiting for?" When he heard Chu Linger's words, Su Yan resisted the surging blood and qi in his body and shouted, "Senior sister, I won't go. You guys go. It's really strange that you don't want to go." Chu Linger scolded, but didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. She left with Nangong Xiaoming. Puchi. As soon as Chu Linger left, Su Yan immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The reason why Su Yan didn't go was not that he was afraid of Nangong Xiaoming, but he didn't want to ruin his image in front of Chu Linger. Chapter 177. Su Yan did not intend to go with Chu Linger. It was only because of Nangong Xiangming's threat that Su Yan agreed to go. Now that Su Yan was injured by the spiritual pressure, he did not go. It was not that Su Yan was afraid of Nangong Xiangming, but Su Yan did not want to ruin his image in front of Chu Linger. He did not want the innocent Chu Linger to know about the darkness. He also knew that if Chu Linger knew about the matter between him and Nangong Xiangming, Chu Linger would definitely help him talk to Nangong Xiangming. This was not what Su Yan wanted to see. Matters between men should be resolved by men. Nangong Xiangming's threat did not make Su Yan feel fear. Instead, it made Su Yan's desire for power reach the peak. Su Yan's eyes were filled with determination and malevolence. What Su Yan needed the most now was ghost chi to break through his fourth Saint Meridian. Only by forming his fourth Saint Meridian would he be able to do so. Su Yan's strength would he be able to improve. Although Nangong Xiangming told him that the place with the most corpses was the dock, Su Yan was not in a hurry to go. Although the dock did not sound dangerous, Su Yan knew that since Nangong Xiangming told him about it, it was obviously not a good place. If Su Yan was not injured, it would be fine. Under the pressure of Nangong Xiangming's spiritual qi, Su Yan's internal injuries weren't small. Su Yan had to restore himself. Of course, the most important thing was that Su Yan didn't know where the sea dock was. He had to find someone to ask. Of course, Su Yan did not choose to heal himself here. Instead, he went to his assigned disciple hole. Su Yan had just joined the Monster Palace, so he did not have much to contribute to the Monster Palace. The Monster Palace would not give him an independent disciple hole. Instead, it was the younger brother's hole. Although this was also a huge palace, there were many disciples living in this palace. Compared to the luxurious palace where one person could enjoy an entire palace, this palace only had one room per person. Obviously, it was much more miserable. Fortunately, Su Yan did not have many requirements for these living places. As long as there was a place to stay and allow him to have an independent space, that was enough. Relying on the memories given to him by the Princess of Chu, Su Yan quickly found his residence. However, before Su Yan could enter, many people surrounded him. They all looked at Su Yan with murderous eyes. Clearly, they were up to no good. When Su Yan saw this, he smiled calmly. He didn't want to pay any attention to them, so he took a detour. Unfortunately, these people did not intend to give Su Yan a chance to leave. They went forward to block Su Yan's path. A disciple with countless scales on his face blocked Su Yan's path. He looked at Su Yan with disdain and said, "Are you a new disciple? Hand over today's offerings." Su Yan looked at this disciple with countless scales on his face. An evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he coldly said, "Why?" The disciple with countless scales on his face was straightforward. He smiled coldly and clenched his fist. "No reason. Because I am the palace master, and I am stronger than you. I am your senior brother. Is that so?" Su Yan smiled faintly as he looked at the disciple who was covered in scales. There was a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. "Do you really think that you are my match? Stinky brat, hand over the offerings quickly. In the future, stay away from our junior sister. Otherwise, we will teach you a lesson today. Yes, stinky brat, hand over the offerings quickly if you know what's good for you." This time, the scaly man didn't open his mouth to speak. Instead, the people around him started to shout. When Su Yan heard this, he smiled indifferently. "What? You want to bully me with numbers?" Hearing Su Yan's words, the scaly man waved his hand and the surroundings immediately quieted down. "Brat, don't say that we are bullying you with numbers. Can you handle me alone?" As the scaly man spoke, his spiritual energy suddenly surged and a majestic spiritual energy rushed towards Su Yan. The aura of a saint from the 5 bloodlines was so strong and so threatening. Under the pressure of the boundless spiritual aura, the white clothes on Su Yan's body started to flutter. However, Su Yan remained unmoved. Only his eyes, which were looking at the scaly man, continued to emit a resplendent glow. He faintly opened his mouth and asked, "Can I kill people here?" When the people around him heard Su Yan's words, they were stunned. However, they quickly recovered and shouted one after another. "What an arrogant brat! You want to kill a saint from the 3 bloodlines?" "Yes, do you want to kill senior brother Yuxiang?" Countless voices sounded. Some people looked down on Su Yan, while others shouted for the scaly man to teach Su Yan a lesson. "Senior brother Yuxiang, quickly teach this brat a lesson." "Yes, senior brother Yuxiang, beat this brat up. Let's see if he still dares to talk nonsense." When the scaly man heard Su Yan's words, he could not help but feel a burst of anger. However, he was calmer than the others. He looked at Su Yan and said slowly, "In the Monster Palace, when disciples fight, if the weaker one wins, the winner can kill. Can I?" Hearing this, Su Yan raised his eyebrows slightly as an evil grin appeared on his face. Seeing Su Yan's smirk, Yu Xiang was furious. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted, "Brat, do you still want to kill me?" "Yes." Su Yan shouted and patted his storage bag. The ghost howl sword appeared in Su Yan's hand. Suddenly, a ghost howl sounded and emitted an eerie aura. When Yu Xiang saw Su Yan's ghost howl sword, he could not help but frown. Obviously, he was surprised that the ghost howl sword could emit such power. However, this surprise quickly disappeared. His eyes emitted a cold light as he looked at Su Yan and said disdainfully, "Brat, since you want a beating, don't blame me, go to hell." Su Yan had always been a person who did not like to waste words. Without waiting for Yu Xiang to finish speaking, he shouted coldly and his body suddenly rushed forward. The ghost howl sword in his hand directly pierced towards Yu Xiang. His speed was as fast as lightning. So fast. With just one sword, everyone was stunned. They could not believe that Su Yan, a saint with 3 bloodlines, could burst out with such speed. Yu Xiang was also taken aback. However, he was a saint of the 5 veins after all, so he quickly reacted. His figure quickly flew backwards and narrowly avoided Su Yan's sword. The look of disdain in his eyes when he looked at Su Yan was no longer one of disdain. Instead, it had turned solemn. "Good boy, your speed is not bad, but I don't know how strong you are," Yu Xiang said. At the same time, he shouted and the spiritual energy in his body suddenly burst out. At this moment, there was a ritual instrument in his hand. Monster Palace was different from other sects. If other sects had people who cultivated ritual instruments, they were all cultivators of ritual instruments. Sword sects, on the other hand, were all cultivators of swords. Monster Palace, on the other hand, had people who cultivated swords and magic weapons. Yu Xiang was obviously not a swordsman. He had taken out a magic weapon. This magic weapon was like a huge water fish. The moment it was taken out, the fish's mouth emitted a ripple. Obviously, it was also an extraordinary item. The moment Yu Xiang summoned his magic treasure, he didn't waste any more words and activated his magic treasure. Bang! With a loud bang, a powerful wave burst out from the fish's mouth. The moment the wave appeared, it suddenly exploded towards Su Yan. Its speed was fast, like the huge waves of the East Sea, directly covering Su Yan. When the onlookers saw this scene, they all retreated. Their faces were full of horror. "Senior brother Yu Xiang, this Yu Wuhan's magic weapon has been cultivated to the extreme." "Yes, you know that senior brother Yu Xiang is only a saint of the 5 meridians. If he becomes a celestial emperor, how powerful will this Yu Wuhan be?" Yes, this arrogant boy, under senior brother Yu Xiang's move, there is no way he can avoid it. Let's see what qualifications he has to be arrogant now. When the surrounding people saw the huge wave released by Yu Xiang's magic weapon, they were sure that Su Yan could not avoid it. Su Yan looked at the huge wave that was surging towards him, but he was very ferocious. But Su Yan did not have a trace of fear. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His body suddenly jumped up, raised the ghost howl sword in his hand, and slashed down. Wailing of 10,000 ghosts. In an instant, countless ghostly cries filled the air. The ghost howl sword emitted a powerful black fog, which instantly condensed into a huge ghost head. The moment the ghost head appeared, it opened a huge mouth and bit toward the wave. Bang! A loud boom rang out as the wave and the enormous ghost head collided and exploded. This is, everyone was stunned by this scene. They couldn't imagine that Su Yan could burst out with such a powerful move and block Yu Xiang's attack. Yu Xiang could not help but be stunned. But at the moment he was stunned, a sword light flashed in front of him, and Su Yan appeared in front of him. Yu Xiang was shocked. He shouted and hurriedly raised the magic weapon in his hand to block. Clang! The ghost howl sword struck Yu Xiang's magic weapon, Yu Wuhan, and immediately burst out with a crisp sound. Yu Xiang was shocked and took a few steps back. Yu Xiang's face became even more surprised. He looked at Su Yan and muttered to himself, "How is it possible? How is it possible? He is only a saint of 3 bloodlines. How can he burst out such powerful spiritual energy?" Yu Xiang was angered by this. His whole body trembled with anger. He operated his cultivation method, and the spiritual energy of a saint of 5 bloodlines also surged and pressed towards Su Yan. Under this powerful spiritual energy, Su Yan frowned slightly, but his body did not slow down. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he raised the ghost howl sword in his hand and directly slashed at Yu Xiang. Is it like this again? The moment Yu Xiang's spiritual energy surged, his confidence increased a lot. With a cold smile, he stepped forward and raised Yu Wuhan in his hand to meet Su Yan. Chapter 178. That's it. When Su Yan saw the water pillar that was attacking him, a disdainful smile appeared on his face. In an instant, the ghost howl sword in his hand started to dance rapidly. Immediately, a sword cry resounded. The constantly moving sword light was so fast that it seemed to have transformed into countless long swords. Crackle, crackle, the water column was sliced off section by section until all of it slid down. You think that's it? Of course, Yu Xiang was a saint of 5 veins and his strength was not limited to that. The moment Su Yan blocked the water column, Yu Xiang suddenly leaped up and made a hand seal. A powerful water column burst out from Yu Wuhan. The moment the water pillars appeared, a series of loud booms rang out and fell down. Su Yan frowned, but he did not have time to block them. His entire body was enveloped by the water pillars. You still dare to think that's it? A cold smile appeared on the corners of Yu Xiang's mouth when he saw that Su Yan was enveloped by the rain of water. If it was any other time, then Yu Xiang would have stopped because even a saint of the 5 bloodlines wouldn't be able to escape if they were struck by his rain of water. But today, it was probably Su Yan's arrogance that provoked Yu Xiang's anger. Yu Xiang did not stop because of this. The moment the water column burst out, Yu Xiang roared again and waved his Yu Wuhan. In an instant, countless water waves surged. Like 1,000 layers of huge waves, they pounced on Su Yan and covered Su Yan's entire body. The onlookers were all horrified when they saw this. At the same time, they looked at Su Yan, who was surrounded by the water column and the huge waves, and gloated, "Now this kid is definitely dead. How dare he be so arrogant in front of our senior brother Yu Xiang? That's right. Even our senior brothers don't dare to fight senior brother Yu Xiang. With his strength of 3 veins, he's courting death." When he heard the surrounding crowd's words, the corners of Yu Xiang's mouth lifted into a pleased smile. He looked at Su Yan, who was surrounded by water pillars, and coldly laughed, "Brat, you are courting death. Don't blame my senior." "Is that so?" Before Yu Xiang could finish speaking, an evil voice came from within the rain of water pillars. Coincidentally, at that moment, the water pillars and waves retreated. Su Yan's body slowly appeared. His entire body was emitting a powerful golden light. Under such circumstances, it was extremely dazzling. How? How is this possible? How is this possible? How can he still stand under the water column attack of senior brother Yu Xiang? Impossible, this can't be real. When the surrounding people saw that Su Yan was still standing there, their faces were filled with horror. Most of them couldn't believe what they were seeing. They all thought that Su Yan was going to die. Even if Su Yan did not die, he should be lying in a pool of blood. However, Su Yan was still standing there, unharmed. Even his clothes were not damaged. How could they believe this? Yu Xiang looked at Su Yan and was stunned. How? How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. Su Yan looked at Yu Xiang and smiled coldly. His body suddenly surged forward, as fast as lightning. In an instant, he was in front of Yu Xiang. The ghost howl sword in his hand was pointed at Yu Xiang. The sword light flashed and was already at Yu Xiang's throat. Although Yu Xiang could still attack, he did not expect Su Yan to be able to stand under his ferocious attacks. Moreover, Su Yan was able to attack so quickly. The sword light flashed and the ghost howl sword was already in front of him. There was no time to dodge. Yu Xiang screamed in fear and fell to the ground. He watched as the ghost howl sword was about to pierce through his body. When the people around saw this scene, they were so scared that they screamed. They looked at this scene in disbelief. Just as the ghost howl sword was about to pierce through Yu Xiang's throat, Su Yan stopped and withdrew the sword. He said coldly, "Killing you will dirty my hands." Yu Xiang screamed in fear. Something flowed out from his crotch and wet his pants. The onlookers were also stunned. They looked at Su Yan as if they were looking at a monster. A 3-meridian saint. Su Yan was only a 3-meridian saint. How could he do that? Su Yan did not pay attention to their gazes. He withdrew the ghost howl sword and turned to walk away, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded. They did not react until Su Yan was far away. They all ran to help Yu Xiang. At this moment, Su Yan, who had just left, suddenly turned around. The few of them were so scared that their bodies trembled. A trace of disdain flashed across Su Yan's face as he said word by word, "Remember, my name is Su Yan. I am not someone you can easily bully." Su Yan's name was forever engraved in their hearts. They did not dare to challenge Su Yan again. For Su Yan, this was just a small episode. Although he was only a 3-meridian saint, 2 levels lower than Yu Xiang, Su Yan had the invincible golden body, the blood dragon pupil and the flying sword in the red fire sword case. Su Yan was confident that he could even fight a 6-meridian saint. A saint was no longer Su Yan's target. Emperor Tianxiang was Su Yan's target. Su Yan's eyes glowed red when he thought of Nangong Xiangming's last look and Qin Luo's gloomy expression. His desire for strength reached its peak. Of course, Su Yan was still calm despite his desire. Su Yan's mind had passed through the endless corridors of the Buddha sword and comprehended it at Cho Bo's place. Ordinary people could not compare to him. The angrier Su Yan was, the calmer he became. Although Su Yan was angry at the humiliation Nangong Xiangming had brought him, his heart was still as clear as a mirror. If he wanted to move forward, he had to find the ghostly qi. He had no other choice. Only ghostly qi could help him recondense his 4th Saint Meridian. Su Yan believed that Nangong Xiangming had not lied to him about the dock. However, Su Yan also knew that Nangong Xiangming would not be so kind as to warn him. Since he was able to warn him, it meant that the dock was a dangerous place. Su Yan thought about the dock. He sat cross-legged and ran his cultivation method. He quickly absorbed the surrounding spirit energy to restore the spirit energy in his body and heal the injuries Nangong Xiangming had caused him. Because of the sword intent of the red fire sword case and the abundant spirit energy in the monster palace, Su Yan recovered to his peak state in less than an hour. Since he had recovered, Su Yan planned to go to the dock. Su Yan had a rough understanding of the monster palace with the memories given by the Princess of Chu. However, there was no memory of the dock in the memories. The island of the monster palace was so big that it would not be easy to find the dock. Su Yan did not know who to ask for help. Just as Su Yan was in trouble, there was a knock on the door. Su Yan frowned slightly, but he still got up to open the door. Seeing that it was Yu Xiang and his followers, Su Yan's eyes suddenly turned cold. He said coldly, "Are you still not convinced? Senior brother Su, it's a misunderstanding." When Yu Xiang heard Su Yan's words, his whole body suddenly trembled. He hurriedly said, "Senior brother Su, we are here to offer this month's offerings." As he spoke, Yu Xiang held the offerings he had received this month and presented them to Su Yan with both hands. Su Yan looked at the offerings in Yu Xiang's hands and frowned. He thought to himself, "I just entered the monster palace and am not familiar with many things. If I have these people running errands, it will save me some trouble in the future." Su Yan made up his mind and looked at the offering in Yu Xiang's hand. He waved his hand and said, "This offering is for you to keep by your side. As long as you listen to my orders in the future, it will be fine." When Yu Xiang and the others heard that Su Yan did not take the offerings, they were overjoyed. They hurriedly bowed and said, "Senior brother Su, from now on, all the disciples of this palace will obey your orders. From now on, you are the palace master of this palace." "Okay." Although Su Yan was not interested in being the palace master, he did not refuse and nodded slightly. Seeing that they were still afraid of him, Su Yan waved his hand and said, "Come in." Hearing that Su Yan wanted them to go in, the few of them tiptoed in. Su Yan looked at their fearful faces and said slowly, "Since you have chosen to obey my orders in the future, you don't have to be so afraid. As long as you don't disobey me in the future." "Yes, yes." Yu Xiang and the others hurriedly nodded, but their fear of Su Yan did not change. Su Yan looked at them and did not say anything. Instead, he asked, "Do you know where the sea dock is?" "The sea dock." When Yu Xiang heard Su Yan's words, he was shocked. "Senior brother Su, you. Why do you ask about the sea dock?" "I have my own plans." Naturally, Su Yan wouldn't tell them why he wanted to go to the sea dock. Looking at them, it was obvious that they weren't strangers to the sea dock. He opened his mouth and asked, "I asked about the sea dock. Tell me where it is." Su Yan paused and hesitated for a moment. He said, "And where is the sea dock?" "Okay." When Yu Xiang heard Su Yan's words, he did not dare to ask more. Instead, he introduced the sea dock to Su Yan. "Senior brother Su, you have just entered the monster palace, so you don't know. The sea dock is a dangerous place. If the monster palace disciples are not forced to, no one is willing to go to the sea dock." "What do you mean?" Su Yan asked again. "The entrance to the sea dock is in the suburbs of the Western Monster Palace. The sea dock is said to lead to the East Sea. There are countless dangerous sea beasts there. Some of the Monster Palace disciples want to hunt sea beasts and enter the sea dock, but most of them do not return. And the sea dock is not only home to sea beasts. The East Sea often has tsunamis that will sweep through the sea dock. This makes the sea dock even more dangerous." Su Yan listened and understood. Obviously, the sea dock is like the Hingduan mountain, but the Hingduan mountain is densely covered with monsters, while the sea dock is filled with sea beasts. Chapter 179. After listening to Yu Xiang and the others, Su Yan fell into a moment of hesitation. After all, from Yu Xiang's words, Su Yan could feel that the sea dock was a dangerous place. Su Yan did not want to rush into such an unknown place. Unfortunately, when he asked Yu Xiang and the others, they all said that they did not know if there were any other places with many corpses and ghostly auras. This left Su Yan with no other choice. It seems that this trip to the sea dock is inevitable. Su Yan muttered to himself. There was a hint of helplessness in his tone. His eyes flashed and a red light surged out. Sea beasts. I wonder if my blood dragon eyes have any effect on sea beasts. Sea beasts only existed in the East Sea. There were no sea beasts in other places. Su Yan had only seen rumors of sea beasts in books. He had never seen a real sea beast. However, he had never seen one before. Su Yan was also clear that sea beasts were much stronger than demonic beasts. No matter what, I have to go to the sea dock. Su Yan thought about it and did not hesitate anymore. After all, he had no other choice. If he did not obtain a ghostly aura, he would not be able to form his fourth meridian. After making up his mind, Su Yan didn't plan on staying any longer. He resolutely stepped onto the path of the dock. The entrance to the sea dock was on the outskirts of the West Palace. Although they were all within the Monster Palace, because of the conflicts between the East, West, North, and South Palaces, there were very few interactions between the palaces. Moreover, the two palaces were located at the east and west ends of the West. They were the furthest apart. If Su Yan were to travel with his current strength, he might not be able to reach the sea dock even if he walked for several months. Fortunately, there were teleportation portals between the palaces. These teleportation portals belonged to the Monster Palace and were not guarded. Everyone in the Monster Palace could use them. Su Yan entered the teleportation portal to the West Palace. No one noticed. However, after arriving at the West Palace, Su Yan became much more careful. If he was discovered by the people of the West Palace, he would get into some trouble. More importantly, the disciples of the West Palace were much stronger than the disciples of the East Palace. If Qin Luo and Nangong Xiangming were to come out, Su Yan did not think that he would have the strength to resist them. As such, Su Yan was extremely careful as he walked through the West Palace. Fortunately, Su Yan was quite lucky. Along the way, no one from the West Palace noticed Su Yan. It was probably because very few people were willing to go to the sea dock that Su Yan was not discovered. With Yu Xiang and the others' detailed descriptions, Su Yan quickly found the entrance to the dock. Just as he approached the entrance, Su Yan felt a majestic power surge out of the dock. A fishy smell assailed his nostrils. Su Yan could not help but frown. He became more cautious about this trip to the sea dock. Since I've already come this far, how can I retreat? Su Yan steadied his mind and no longer hesitated. He strode toward the entrance of the sea dock. The difference of one step was like the difference between heaven and earth. Just as Su Yan stepped into the entrance of the sea dock, a loud whistling sound suddenly entered his ears. That whistling sound was deafening. Su Yan could not help but be startled. He hurriedly used his qi to resist. The moment the qi protected his body, the ripples in his heart slowly calmed down. The sea dock really lives up to its name. Su Yan felt the power of the sea dock and could not help but nod. However, he did not have the slightest intention of retreating. His eyes shone with a firm gaze as he resolutely stepped forward. He had already learned from Yu Xiang that the sea dock was actually a huge passage that kept going forward. It was only at the deepest part of the sea dock. Yu Xiang meant that no one had ever reached the deepest part of the sea dock. Even the palace masters of the Monster Palace had never reached the end of the sea dock, so no one knew what the end of the sea dock was. Of course, Su Yan was not interested in the end of the sea dock. Now, Su Yan wanted to find a place where ghost chi existed. In fact, a ghost chi was everywhere in the world. As long as someone died unjustly, ghost chi would be formed. However, just a little bit of ghost chi was useless to Su Yan. What Su Yan needed was a lot of ghost chi. Only ghost chi that was as rich as spirit chi could allow Su Yan to successfully condense his fourth holy meridian. After walking for almost an hour, Su Yan did not encounter any ghost chi except for the fact that he did not encounter any danger. This made Su Yan anxious. I've been walking for more than an hour now, and I haven't seen a corpse or a wisp of ghost chi. Is there really ghost chi in the sea dock? Su Yan's eyes fell into a daze. If there was no ghost chi in the sea dock, Su Yan really did not know where he could go to get ghost chi. He definitely could not return to the 10,000 Ghosts cave. Su Yan knew that with his current strength, even if he entered the 10,000 Ghosts cave 10 times, he would die 10 times. Plop, just as Su Yan was confused, there was a sudden loud noise. Suddenly, a huge sea beast rushed over. This sea beast was like a water snake, but it had 4 legs. Its body was smooth and without any markings, and its entire body was dark black. Su Yan couldn't help but be shocked, and hurriedly retreated. Sea beast. Although this was the first time Su Yan had seen a real sea beast, he was able to recognize it at first glance. However, he did not know the name of this sea beast, nor did he know the strength of this sea beast. Su Yan did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly took out the ghost howl sword. At the same time, without giving the sea beast any chance to react, the blood dragon pupil turned and flashed forward. The ghost howl sword in its hand slashed down horizontally, emitting a mournful ghost howl. Plop, the water snake-like 4-legged sea beast was suddenly split into 2 and fell to the ground. Looking at the sea beast's body on the ground, Su Yan could not help but smile. It seems that sea beasts are only so-so. However, before Su Yan could finish speaking, he looked at the sea beast's body on the ground and was stunned. The sea beast that looked like a water snake on the ground did not die because of the attack. Instead, it was split into 2. The 2 halves of its body wriggled again and grew 4 limbs at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just like that, 1 sea beast became 2. Su Yan's scalp tingled as he saw this. The solar-colored glazed sword scripture in his body quickly circulated and quickly slashed at the 2 sea beasts. Bang! Bang! 2 loud noises were heard and the 2 sea beasts were split into 4. However, with the previous experience, Su Yan was not happy. Instead, he stared at the sea beast's body. As expected, the sea beast's body grew again, from 2 to 4. With the previous experience, Su Yan was not as flustered as before. He only frowned slightly. The strength of sea beasts is indeed not something that demonic beasts can compare to. Su Yan thought as he rotated the blood dragon pupil. A red light surged out and shone on the sea beast's body. However, the sea beast was only stunned for a moment before it immediately recovered and went berserk. The 4-legged sea beast pounced at Su Yan at the same time. The blood dragon pupil is indeed useless against these sea beasts. Su Yan murmured. Seeing the sea beasts pouncing at him, he did not dare to be careless. He hurriedly jumped up and slashed out with the ghost howl sword in his hand. Once again, he cut the 4 sea beasts in half. However, he still could not kill the sea beasts. Instead, more and more of them appeared, but their bodies were much smaller than before. Although this was the case, Su Yan's eyebrows were tightly knitted together as he looked at the increasing number of sea beasts. It seems that it is useless to cut them in half. Su Yan looked at the densely packed sea beasts and muttered. He put away the ghost howl sword in his hand. The blood dragon pupil rotated and his body quickly jumped up. At the same time, He waved his hand and a wisp of spiritual energy flowed out from his saint vein. This wisp of spiritual energy contained the heat of the molten green lotus fire. Su Yan slapped it away. Puff! Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded. The molten green lotus fire burned on the sea beast's body and turned into ashes in an instant. It was no longer reborn. After a few consecutive attacks, Su Yan finally cleared all the sea beasts. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Let's see how you will be reborn now. After Su Yan finished speaking, he panted heavily and could not help but smile bitterly. Just one sea beast is already so difficult to deal with. It's no wonder that the world is so fearful of sea beasts. With these thoughts in mind, Su Yan picked up the demonic core of the water snake and, without hesitation, proceeded forward. No matter what, Su Yan had already decided that he would definitely condense his fourth Saint Meridian today. Su Yan walked forward again. Another sea beast appeared. This sea beast was different from the one Su Yan had seen previously. It looked like a cheetah, but unlike a cheetah, it had no fur on its body. Instead, there was a wave of water flowing around it. Su Yan could not help but frown. He gripped the ghost hull sword in his hand. Looking at the cheetah-like sea beast, he suddenly swung his sword. Bang! Because he did not know the strength of the sea beast, Su Yan did not use his full strength. The moment he swung his sword, the sea beast suddenly exploded and slapped its palm towards Su Yan's ghost hull sword. Su Yan's body trembled. He quickly retreated a few steps. Looking at the sea beast, there was a hint of vigilance in his eyes. This sea beast is obviously much stronger than the previous one. Roar! The sea beast suddenly let out a low roar. In an instant, it pounced towards Su Yan. Its speed was as fast as a bolt of lightning. Seeing this, Su Yan could not help but feel a burst of anger. He shouted, "Beast, how dare you take the initiative to attack?" While speaking, Su Yan's figure rushed out. Facing the attack of the sea beast, he did not have the slightest intention of dodging. At the same time, the ghost hull sword in his hand struck out. The moment the sword light flashed, a loud sound was immediately heard. It directly stabbed towards the sea beast's abdomen. Su Yan could not help but smile. Let's see how you block it. Bang! But just as Su Yan's smile appeared, the moment the ghost hull sword struck the sea beast, Su Yan's smile suddenly froze. Originally, Su Yan wanted to cut open the sea beast's abdomen with one strike. However, the moment the ghost hull sword pierced through the sea beast's abdomen, a powerful wave of water appeared under the sea beast's abdomen, directly protecting it. Not only that, a powerful force spread out from the water wave. Su Yan, who was holding the ghost hull sword, suddenly felt the web between his thumb and forefinger go numb. He almost lost his grip on the ghost hull sword. What a powerful beast! Chapter 180. The appearance of this cheetah-like sea beast also made Su Yan realize the true strength of sea beasts. Looking at this sea beast, Su Yan didn't attack rashly, but carefully observed its movements. Su Yan believed that even if this sea beast was powerful, it must have some flaws. Bang! While Su Yan was observing, the sea beast once again rushed towards Su Yan. Its speed was as fast as lightning. Fortunately, Su Yan had the blood dragon pupil, plus speed itself was something that Su Yan had always been proud of. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of the attack of this cheetah-like sea beast. However, Su Yan knew that if he didn't quickly deal with this cheetah-like sea beast, if he let it continue to attack like this, then sooner or later, the spirit chi in his body would be exhausted by this sea beast. Let's test you again. Su Yan looked at the cheetah-like sea beast rushing towards him. His eyes moved quickly, and at the same time, the ghost hull sword in his hand once again attacked, and directly broke the body of the cheetah-like sea beast. Bang! Unfortunately, at the moment when Su Yan's attack was about to hit, the body of the cheetah-like sea beast fluctuated, and in an instant, a water wave barrier appeared and blocked Su Yan's attack. At the same time, the water wave also attacked along with the ghost howl sword. At the same time, a huge and strange force surged up. Su Yan was shocked in his heart, and hurriedly withdrew the ghost howl sword, and quickly rushed back to avoid that force surging up. Is there really no way to break it? Su Yan looked at the cheetah-like sea beast and frowned. Although the attack of this sea beast wasn't very good, its defense was too abnormal. Moreover, the attacks of this cheetah-like sea beast didn't weaken in the slightest. Instead, each attack was stronger than the previous one. At this moment, even if Su Yan could avoid the attacks of this cheetah-like sea beast, but with the spirit chi in his body disappearing, if he couldn't kill this cheetah-like sea beast, then in less than half an hour, the spirit chi in Su Yan's body would be exhausted. At that time, it would be the end of Su Yan. Unfortunately, the cheetah sea beast's defense was too strong. Su Yan tried a few more times, but he still couldn't break it. Su Yan had raised his speed to the limit while dodging the attacks of the cheetah sea beast. Therefore, he had consumed a huge amount of spirit energy. Therefore, Su Yan was gasping for breath after doing this several times. Is there really no way to deal with this beast? Su Yan took advantage of the gap between the attacks of the cheetah sea beast, and gasped for breath. At the same time, he also observed the body of the cheetah sea beast, and wanted to find a flaw. I've already tried attacking its body, feet, tail, and head. They're all useless. Su Yan looked at the cheetah sea beast and tried to figure out its weak points. But before Su Yan could figure it out, the cheetah once again pounced at them. In desperation, Su Yan could only use his spirit energy to dodge quickly. He didn't dare to attack rashly because every time he attacked the cheetah sea beast, it would only consume the spirit energy in his body faster. Is there really no other way? I'm a dignified peak sword sage. Am I going to die in the hands of this beast? Su Yan's dodging became more and more powerless. There was a bit of unwillingness in his eyes. Unfortunately, the cheetah sea beast didn't show any sympathy to Su Yan at all. Instead, it had failed to hit Su Yan dozens of times. This had aroused its ferocious nature. Roar! It didn't give Su Yan any chance to catch his breath. With a low roar, it instantly pounced at Su Yan. Its huge bell-like eyes suddenly burst out with an ominous glint. Su Yan was already exhausted. He was quite helpless when he saw the attack of the cheetah sea beast. He turned his blood dragon pupil and was about to dodge. However, Su Yan's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw the ominous glint in the cheetah sea beast's eyes. Eyes? Yes, eyes. Su Yan was overjoyed in his heart. The exhaustion in his body seemed to have dissipated at this moment. A bright light surged in his eyes. He patted his storage pouch and took out the ghost howl sword. Su Yan didn't dodge when he saw the attack of the cheetah sea beast. He tightly grasped the ghost howl sword and calmly looked at the cheetah sea beast. Now's the time. Su Yan twisted his hands the moment the cheetah sea beast pounced on him. His body rushed forward. The ghost howl sword stabbed towards the cheetah sea beast's eyes at the same time. Its speed was as fast as lightning. Asterisk bang, asterisk a loud sound echoed. This time, there was no water wave defense. The ghost howl sword directly pierced through the cheetah sea beast's eyes. The cheetah sea beast roared violently. Its vigorous body suddenly fell to the ground and died with a mournful wail. It's finally over. Su Yan saw that the cheetah sea beast was finally dead. He breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. At the same time, his body became soft and fell to the ground. However, Su Yan didn't dare to stop for a moment. He took out the green lotus core fire and the red parting sword box. He operated the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture to quickly absorb the heat of the green lotus core fire and the sword intent inside the red parting sword box. Coupled with the spirit chi of the world and the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture, he quickly recovered the spirit chi of his body. Although Su Yan recovered his spirit chi very quickly, but because he had been entangled with the cheetah sea beast for too long, Su Yan recovered for more than 2 hours. During this time, he also swallowed a lot of consecration pills that he had received in the monster palace. Only then did he recover his strength. The moment his spirit chi recovered, the exhaustion in his body also disappeared. His eyes regained the bright light. Just at the moment when he looked into the depths of the sea, Su Yan hesitated again. This sea dock is really extraordinary. It's as fierce as the legends say. But I didn't see any ghost aura. Was this trip worth it? Su Yan hesitated, but in just a moment, it was removed from his mind by Su Yan. No matter what, since I've already come here, how can I give up halfway? Su Yan said. He picked up the sea beast monster core dropped by the cheetah sea beast. His eyes regained the determination. He went all the way forward and encountered several sea beasts. The further they went, the more powerful the demonic beasts became. However, with the experience of killing the water snake demonic beast and the cheetah demonic beast, Su Yan also knew that these sea beasts were powerful because they had some special abilities. For example, the water snake sea beast could regenerate. And the cheetah sea beast had no effect on other parts of its body except for its eyes. Therefore, Su Yan was not in a hurry to attack the next few sea beasts he encountered. Instead, he first searched for their weak points or their strong points before launching an attack. The few times he encountered sea beasts, although there were some surprises, there were no real dangers. The moment Su Yan killed a sea beast, Su Yan finally felt a surge of ghost aura. Ghost aura. Feeling this ghost aura, Su Yan's tired posture suddenly swept away. His heart moved, and he immediately walked forward. However, just as he took a step, Su Yan stopped and sat down cross-legged. He began to absorb the spirit chi and sword intent to restore the spirit chi in his body. It wasn't until an hour later that Su Yan returned to his peak state. Only then did Su Yan take a step forward. The deeper he went, the thicker the ghost chi became. This ghost aura was an existence similar to spirit chi. It was an invisible existence. If it was an ordinary person, they wouldn't be able to feel the ghost aura in such a place. They would only be able to feel the gloomy feeling. However, Su Yan was different. His fourth saint vein was condensed from the ghost aura. Now that he was close, Su Yan could clearly feel the dense ghost aura. Su Yan was overjoyed. However, amidst his joy, Su Yan quickly noticed the eerie white bones on the ground. His brows involuntarily knitted together. Since there are so many bones here, and the ghost aura is so dense, this is obviously a place of extreme evil. Su Yan thought to himself. His eyes became vigilant. He looked around and gripped the ghost hall sword tightly in his hand. Pudong, at this moment, there was a loud sound. Suddenly, 3 sea beasts rushed out from the side. That's right, 3 sea beasts. This was different from the sea beasts Su Yan had encountered previously. No matter how strong the sea beasts were, there would only be one of them. Now that there were 3 of them, each of them different, Su Yan couldn't help but frown. 1 sea beast was already difficult to deal with, let alone 3. If Su Yan hadn't felt the ghost aura earlier, he would have definitely turned around and fled. However, now that he felt the ghost aura, this place was exactly what Su Yan needed. Su Yan wouldn't run away no matter what. Looking at the 3 roaring sea beasts, Su Yan's eyes lit up. At the same time, he gripped the ghost howl sword in his hand tightly. Not only that, the moment Su Yan's blood dragon pupil turned, the dragon blood ice fire shield suddenly erupted. With the dragon blood ice fire shield, Su Yan could control it freely. Because the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield only had the ability to defend against the cold and heat of the world, it had no effect on other attacks. However, now that Su Yan had used it, it was obvious that Su Yan was going to go all out. Roar! The three demonic beasts let out a few low roars and attacked Su Yan in an instant. Its speed was so fast that it far surpassed the sea beasts that Su Yan had encountered earlier. Su Yan was shocked. The blood dragon pupil quickly turned. With a thought, the sword dragon flew out from the storage bag. Su Yan immediately jumped on it and quickly dodged the attack of one of the sea beasts. At the same time, Su Yan memorized the appearance of this sea monster in his mind, trying to find its weakness and its ability. Pudong, just as Su Yan dodged one of the sea beasts, another one pounced at him. Su Yan was shocked. He circulated his cultivation method and quickly dodged. The sea beast narrowly passed by Su Yan. Bang! Unfortunately, this time there were not only two sea beasts, but three. When Su Yan dodged two of them, he was one step behind. In the end, he was still one step too slow and was hit by another sea beast. His entire body was sent flying backwards. The huge force suddenly shook Su Yan's body. Poochie! Su Yan only felt the blood in his body churning, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! Su Yan cursed in his heart. He didn't dare to stop for even a moment. He hurriedly jumped up and looked at the three sea beasts. His eyes suddenly narrowed. The spirit chi in his body quickly surged and rushed into the ghost howl sword. Wailing of 10,000 Ghosts. Chapter 181. This was a sea beast that looked like a giant bear. Su Yan didn't know what kind of sea beast this was, nor did he know how much energy this sea beast had and why it had the special characteristics of sea beasts. If it was only one sea beast, Su Yan could still take advantage of his speed to observe the characteristics of the sea beast. However, at this moment, there were three sea beasts. Su Yan had nowhere to hide. He had no choice but to attack. A sword art whizzed out, and the huge ghost head instantly slammed into the sea beast that looked like a giant bear. This ghost head was the wailing of thousands of ghosts emitted by Su Yan's ghost howl sword. This sword art was so powerful that Su Yan was confident that even a saint of the five veins wouldn't dare to take it head-on. However, this giant bear-like sea beast didn't seem to care at all. However, it was as if he had completely disregarded it. He was completely unafraid of the huge attack that Su Yan had emitted. In fact, there was even a hint of mockery in its crimson eyes. Su Yan couldn't help but be surprised. Obviously, this sea beast was far more powerful than the sea beasts that Su Yan encountered just now. It even had some intelligence. Roar! The giant bear sea beast roared, and its body leaped up. Bang! In an instant, there was a loud bang, and it instantly tore apart the wailing of thousands of ghosts emitted by Su Yan, and directly approached Su Yan. Su Yan was shocked and hurriedly dodged. At the same time, the other two sea beasts also didn't stop because of the attack of the giant bear sea beast. As for the other two sea beasts, one was like a wild horse, and its speed was extremely fast. The moment it moved, its huge body had already collided with Su Yan. The other sea beast was like a hound, but it was much bigger than a hound. Its body was faintly exuding a hot light, and when the light was emitted, it could make people feel a heat flow in their body. Not only that, the hound sea beast's speed was not slower than the wild horse sea beast. As its four limbs moved, it opened its bloody mouth and pounced towards Su Yan. Su Yan had just evaded the giant bear sea beast when he saw the two wild horse sea beasts and the hound sea beast attacking him at the same time. The blood dragon pupil was once again alarmed. The attack speed of the wild horse sea beast and the hound sea beast slowed down a lot. However, they still attacked as fast as lightning. With Su Yan's current strength, there was no way he could avoid it. Invincible golden body. Seeing this, Su Yan reacted quickly. He gritted his teeth and shouted. Suddenly, a golden light burst out from Su Yan's body and enveloped Su Yan. Bang! The two sea beasts collided at the same time, and under the trembling of the golden light, both of them let out a painful roar and retreated a few meters. Although it was only a few meters, it gave Su Yan a chance to catch his breath. Su Yan hurriedly leaped onto it. As he panted heavily, he floated in midair. His eyes stared at these few sea beasts as his mind quickly spun. These three sea beasts are clearly much stronger than the ones I have encountered before. If there was only one, perhaps I would have a chance. However, there are three now, then. Su Yan couldn't help but frown as he thought about it. In order to avoid the attacks of these three sea beasts, Su Yan not only used the sword technique, he also used the invincible golden body. The invincible golden body was Su Yan's strongest defense. It was also a life-saving skill that Su Yan had always been proud of. However, with Su Yan's current strength, he could only use the invincible golden body twice. Now, he had already used it once. Su Yan already felt that more than half of the spirit qi in his body had been consumed. If he were to use it again, Su Yan would definitely run out of spirit qi. In such a dangerous place, if I can't kill these three sea beasts, the invincible golden body obviously can't be used again. Su Yan's eyes turned slightly as he carefully observed the three sea beasts. He knew that he definitely couldn't use the invincible golden body to resist the attacks of these three sea beasts. Since that's the case, there is only one way left. Fight! Su Yan secretly shouted, and a bright light instantly emitted from his eyes. As the light overflowed, it projected a strong determination to kill. This wasn't because Su Yan wasn't afraid of the three sea beasts in front of him, but because Su Yan knew that since he was in such a predicament, the only way was to fight to the end to have a chance of survival. Bang! Without waiting for the three sea beasts to attack, Su Yan's body suddenly exploded. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body quickly circulated and emitted a strong spiritual power. In an instant, sword light flashed. The ghost howl sword in Su Yan's hand had turned into the pagoda sword. As the pagoda sword light flashed, Su Yan had already made his move. His body surged out like a flood dragon. His speed was so fast that it tore through the void and immediately stirred up a powerful airflow. Not only that, but the Buddha sword also slashed down. The sharp sword light burst out, and a loud whistling sound reverberated in the air. This was just a sword attack, and there was nothing fancy about it. However, the power was not inferior to the wailing of thousands of ghosts that Su Yan had just used the ghost hall sword. Not only that, at the moment when Su Yan rushed out, bang! There was a crisp sound. Several flying swords had already circled around Su Yan and rushed up to Su Yan's body. Go to hell! Su Yan shouted and pointed his sword at the giant bear sea beast. In the attack just now, Su Yan had already seen that among the three sea beasts, the giant bear sea beast was the strongest. Since it was the strongest, what Su Yan had to do was to kill the strongest one first. When the giant bear saw Su Yan rushing over, its scarlet eyes once again showed a look of disdain. Similarly, its body did not retreat half an inch. Roar! There was a low roar. Its four limbs suddenly stood upright, and it was only supported by its two hind legs. Its forelimbs were like human hands, and they directly slapped towards Su Yan. What? When Su Yan saw this scene, he could not help but be shocked. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Bang! There was a loud sound as the giant bear's two palms directly slapped Su Yan's body. Su Yan's whole body was suddenly shaken and sent flying. Poochie! A mouthful of blood spurted out. The flying swords that were revolving around Su Yan also fell. This giant bear sea beast is really strong. Su Yan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and immediately stood up and murmured. There was still no fear in his heart. Because Su Yan was very clear that if he was afraid, then only death would await him. Su Yan was not only not afraid, but also did not stop. As he waved his hands, the few flying swords that had just fallen instantly rose up again and attacked the giant sea beast. However, this time, before the flying swords flew out, the other two sea beasts had already moved. The hound sea beast and the wild horse sea beast were obviously speed attack sea beasts. The two sea beasts rushed towards Su Yan at the same time. Their speed was like lightning, and in an instant, they had already arrived in front of Su Yan. Su Yan looked at the two sea beasts rushing towards him, but he did not panic at all. Instead, his face became calmer. Break! Just when the two sea beasts were about to collide with Su Yan waved his hands and shouted. The flying swords that flew out suddenly changed their direction, and directly attacked the two sea beasts. Obviously, sea beasts that had reached their level already had some intelligence. They never thought that Su Yan would use such a move. The two sea beasts were startled, and hurriedly retreated. Now! Su Yan saw the two sea beasts retreating, and coldly shouted. He clenched the Buddha sword in his hand, and his body rushed forward. Suddenly, he attacked the wild horse sea beast. In this dangerous situation, Su Yan knew that he had to go all out to have a chance. At this time, Su Yan also used all of his strength to the extreme. The moment his eyes surged, his speed reached an unprecedented speed. Like a dragon in the East Sea, he surged out. In an instant, the Buddha sword in Su Yan's hand pierced towards the wild horse sea beast. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. The Buddha sword in Su Yan's hand directly hit the wild horse sea beast. When Su Yan saw this, the corners of his mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He lightly shouted, and his body directly pierced through the wild horse sea beast's body. Roar! The wild horse sea beast burst out a miserable cry, and its body also went soft, and fell to the ground. When Su Yan saw this, he wiped the sweat on his forehead, and slightly smiled, one down. However, before Su Yan's smile fell, the wild horse sea beast that had just fallen stood up again. Its body that was pierced by Su Yan was actually slowly recovering. What? When Su Yan saw this scene, he could not help but be shocked, and said in surprise, This wild horse sea beast has the ability to regenerate. Xiao! While Su Yan was still in shock, the giant bear sea beast had already closed in on him. Its huge palm rushed towards Su Yan's body. Although the giant bear sea beast's speed was not as fast as the wild horse sea beast and the hound sea beast, its strength was much more powerful than the two sea beasts. Of course, its speed was only slightly inferior to the wild horse sea beast and the hound sea beast. Its real speed was not slow at all. The palm swept past like a hurricane. Su Yan was suddenly shocked, and his blood dragon pupil rotated, trying to dodge. However, it was impossible to dodge between the two palms of the giant bear sea beast. When Su Yan saw this, he clenched his teeth and shouted, Since I can't dodge, I will fight with you. While speaking, Su Yan quickly circulated the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture, and a powerful spiritual power suddenly erupted, exuding a dazzling light. He held the Buddha sword in his hand and directly stabbed towards the palm. Bang! The sword and the palm collided in the void, and suddenly a loud sound erupted. Su Yan originally wanted to pierce through the palm of the giant bear sea beast, but Su Yan found that the giant bear sea beast was not injured at all. At the same time, Su Yan could also feel a huge force coming from the Buddha sword. Puchi! Under this powerful force, Su Yan suddenly felt a surge in his body, and blood spurted out. Chapter 182. Su Yan had only received one palm attack from the giant bear. However, the enormous power behind that attack had made Su Yan feel as if his internal organs had been shattered. Asterisk cough asterisk asterisk cough asterisk asterisk cough asterisk. Su Yan coughed a few times and spat out a mouthful of blood. He supported himself with the Buddha sword, and stood up from the ground with difficulty. The giant bear, the wild horse, and the hound weren't in a hurry to attack Su Yan. The three sea beasts were fighting against each other. They were looking at Su Yan with a mocking expression in their eyes. From time to time, they would issue low roars. It seemed as if they were discussing something. It also seemed as if they were looking down on Su Yan. Su Yan naturally didn't pay attention to the expressions of these three beasts at this moment. However, these three beasts weren't in a hurry to attack. This gave Su Yan a chance to rest. I can't continue like this. What should I do? Su Yan looked at the three beasts and frowned. At the same time, his mind was spinning rapidly. Just one attack was enough to injure me severely. Su, will definitely die here today if this happens again. Then, I can't let them attack me again. I'll use my speed to entangle them. I'll also find out the weakness of these sea beasts. Speed, that's right, speed. Su Yan's eyes immediately condensed a burst of bright light as he thought about this. However, this bright light had just surged for a moment when Su Yan saw the restless wild horse and hound sea beasts. But, it immediately dimmed down. There was a self-mocking smile on his face. He shook his head and said with a wry smile, even if I can use my speed to entangle them, the spirit energy in my body, the spirit energy in Su Yan's body wasn't enough to support his speed under several all-out attacks. He couldn't even release the invincible golden body now. The injuries he had suffered had also slowed down the speed he was so proud of. Obviously, it was impossible to use speed to control the sea beast. This caused Su Yan to once again fall into a state of confusion. Looking at the three restless sea beasts, Su Yan did not have a trace of fear, but he was unwilling. He was unwilling to lose to the three beasts like this. He was unwilling to lose his life because of this. Roar! Before Su Yan could think further, a loud roar was suddenly heard. It was as if the three sea beasts had discussed something. The wild horse sea beast took the lead and attacked Su Yan. Its speed was as fast as lightning. It flashed in the void, and arrived in front of Su Yan. Su Yan was shocked and his pupils shrank. Unfortunately, it was too late. Speed was one of the abilities that Su Yan had always been proud of. However, when the wild horse launched its attack, Su Yan felt overwhelmed. In fact, he couldn't even catch a glimpse of its shadow. Even the blood dragon pupil couldn't catch it. Su Yan was shocked. At the same time, with a loud bang, Su Yan's body was sent flying again. Cough, cough, cough. Su Yan coughed a few times, and another mouthful of blood gushed out. The spirit chi in his body was almost exhausted. How can this wild horse's speed suddenly become so fast? Su Yan looked at the wild horse. He was puzzled, but more than that, he was astonished. Su Yan had encountered many experts. Even Sovereign Linghai could catch a glimpse of its shadow because of the blood dragon pupil. However, Su Yan found that he couldn't catch a glimpse of the wild horse sea beast. How could Su Yan not be astonished? While Su Yan was still in a state of shock, a loud bang was heard as the hound sea beast moved out once again. Although the hunting dog's attack speed wasn't as fast as the wild horse's, it wasn't slow at all. Moreover, at the moment when the hound sea beast attacked, Su Yan unexpectedly felt a burning sensation. Before the hound sea beast could attack Su Yan suddenly stopped. Su Yan felt a surge of energy in his body, as if it was burning. Su Yan was shocked. He hurriedly urged the molten green lotus to resist. Unfortunately, because of the lack of spirit chi, Su Yan felt a burst of pain in his body before the molten green lotus could surge. At the same time, a huge force attacked him. Puchi, Su Yan spat out another mouthful of blood, and his body was sent flying back dozens of meters. This time, before Su Yan could stand up, the giant bear sea beast roared. Its forelimbs stood upright, and with a bang, it smashed towards the ground. Suddenly, a series of loud sounds were heard, and the entire sea dock's passage trembled as if there was an earthquake. Su Yan was lying on the ground. Because of such an earthquake, his internal organs felt as if they were about to explode. Poochie! Poochie! Su Yan felt uncomfortable and spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. The condensed light in his eyes had already disappeared. There was only astonishment left in his eyes. He looked sideways at the 3 sea beasts. The wild horse sea beast's body was faintly surging with a dazzling power. The hunting dog sea beast's body was glowing with a fiery red light. The giant bear sea beast didn't have anything on its body, but at a glance, it gave people a heavy feeling. Su Yan couldn't help but be surprised when he saw this. He suddenly remembered a legend he had read in the Hidden Sword Tomb's Immortal Sword Peak. Su Yan's heart couldn't help but tremble as he imagined the description in the book and the power of the 3 sea beasts just now. Wind, fire, and 3 sea beasts. Su Yan's heart trembled as he thought about it. He looked at the 3 sea beasts, and there was unprecedented fear and surprise in his eyes. There had always been very little information about sea beasts. Before coming here, Su Yan had also never seen a sea beast before. However, Su Yan clearly saw the records of the legendary beasts in the Hidden Sword Tomb's Immortal Sword Peak's Immortal Sword Peak's Immortal Sword Peak. Although there was no description of the appearance of the wind, fire, and 3 sea beasts in the records. However, there was a description of the characteristics of the wind, fire, and 3 sea beasts. Wind, just like the wild horse sea beast just now, was as fast as the wind, and couldn't be captured at all. Fire, in the attack, had the fire attribute, which could make people's internal organs burn because of it. Strength was infinite strength. The power contained in it was not clearly recorded in the book, but it was written that if the sea beasts were to show their power, they could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. They could overturn the East Sea and cause tsunamis. A sea beast could set off the sea and cause tsunamis. How much power did it have? Su Yan didn't dare to imagine. And now, looking at the characteristics of the 3 sea beasts, they were the legendary beasts of the wind, fire, and 3 sea beasts. Especially when Su Yan's sword pierced through the wild horse sea beast just now, the wild horse sea beast was able to recover quickly. This made Su Yan even more convinced that these were the legendary wind, fire, and 3 sea beasts. Su Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly as he thought, I didn't expect that I would be so unlucky as to encounter the legendary wind, fire, and 3 sea beasts. Before Su Yan knew about these 3 sea beasts, he still wanted to try his best to kill his way out. But if these 3 were really the legendary wind, fire, and 3 sea beasts, then there would be no chance at all. Although Su Yan was arrogant, it didn't mean that he didn't know his own limits. Even if a spiritual sea or square circle realm expert came here, they wouldn't be able to escape from the hands of the wind, fire, and 3 sea beasts. Su Yan was only a saint with 3 meridians. In addition, he lacked spiritual energy in his body. It was simply impossible for him to escape from the hands of the wind, fire, and other sea beasts. Looking at the light surging in the red eyes of the 3 sea beasts and their playful expressions, Su Yan was even more certain that they were the wind, fire, and other sea beasts. It seems that I'm going to fail miserably here today. Su Yan looked at the 3 sea beasts and smiled bitterly. The light condensed in his eyes just now also dimmed. After all, the wind, fire, and other sea beasts were legendary existences. Since he had encountered them today, it would be a blessing to die in their hands. Su Yan smiled bitterly. Although he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. Sigh. Su Yan sighed. The fear he had when he first learned that the three sea beasts were the wind, fire, and other sea beasts was gone. There was only unwillingness. He was unwilling to lose his life like this. I'm not willing. Su Yan held his breath and raised his head to shout. Looking at the three sea beasts that were glaring at him, his eyes suddenly lit up. If these three sea beasts are really the wind, fire, and other sea beasts, then wouldn't it be as recorded in the book? These three sea beasts are playful by nature, not bloodthirsty, and have no enmity towards humans. They would even promote some experts that they like. Su Yan's eyes lit up as he thought about it. Although he didn't know the personalities of the three sea beasts, Su Yan already had an idea in his mind. I'll give it a try today. Su Yan gritted his teeth and quickly circulated the Virocana-colored glazed sword in his body. Of course, he didn't attack the three sea beasts, but quickly absorbed the ghostly aura around him. Not only did he absorb the ghostly aura around him, but Su Yan also took out the red parting sword case. The Virocana-colored glazed sword quickly circulated, healing his injuries and condensing his fourth Saint Meridian. Su Yan was betting that these three sea beasts were the legendary wind, fire, and other sea beasts. He was also betting that these three sea beasts would spare him after seeing his performance. Su Yan was very clear that with his current strength, it was impossible for him to escape from the three sea beasts. Therefore, Su Yan could only gamble. Ao. As Su Yan sat down cross-legged and absorbed the ghostly aura around him to condense his fourth Saint Meridian, the three sea beasts looked at each other as if they were discussing something. Su Yan couldn't help but be overjoyed. He hurriedly closed his eyes and ignored the three sea beasts. He focused on absorbing the spiritual and ghostly aura around him to recover his strength and condense his fourth Saint Meridian. Ao. Seeing Su Yan like this, the three sea beasts kept growling as if they were discussing something. Suddenly, the giant bear sea beast turned abruptly. Pang! Another giant palm slammed on the ground, causing the ground to tremble as if there was an earthquake. Su Yan sat on top of it and felt all the meridians in his body explode. Puchi. Chapter 183. Puchi. Su Yan spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. The blood and qi in his body tumbled. His entire body felt like it was about to explode. The stinging pain was like being bitten by thousands of ants. The pain exceeded any pain Su Yan had ever endured. Every meridian, every inch of skin, every piece of flesh felt like it was about to be torn apart at this moment. Su Yan couldn't help but let out a low roar. His eyes suddenly opened, but his gaze was like a torch. Because Su Yan knew that if he admitted defeat like this, he would really lose today. Then, he would become a trace of ghost energy in the dense ghost energy here. Master 3 Cs, Su, came here today to absorb the ghost energy here. I hope you can help me. Su Yan said to the three sea beasts with difficulty. Then, he closed his eyes again and quickly absorbed the surrounding spirit energy and ghost energy. He endured the great pleasure and kept absorbing the ghost energy. The converted spirit energy passed through the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture to all parts of his body. Slowly, a stream of spirit energy surged. However, when the three sea beasts saw it, they were obviously stunned. They looked at each other and kept roaring. But this time, they didn't disturb Su Yan anymore. Instead, they looked at Su Yan with interest and watched quietly from the side. After about half an hour, it seemed as if the three sea beasts had sensed something. Suddenly, the giant bear slapped the ground again. And the earth started to shake violently once again. The spirit energy that Su Yan had just absorbed dissipated again in this earthquake. Puchi, at the same time, Su Yan spat out a mouthful of blood. His whole body seemed to be torn apart again. Su Yan roared and gritted his teeth. He endured the great pain in his body and urged the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture to absorb the ghost energy and spirit energy around him. At this moment, bang! 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 The giant bear sea beast showed its power again and shook the ground a few times. The constant tremors caused Su Yan to feel dizzy. He felt like his entire body was about to explode. However, Su Yan's eyes were still as bright as a torch. He didn't ask, nor did he say another word. The spirit chi in his body was scattered, but it condensed once again. Once, twice, countless times, Su Yan's entire body was close to numbness, but his eyes were still like torches. He did not show any signs of wavering as he continued to absorb the surrounding ghost chi. Unfortunately, the three sea beasts did not let Su Yan go. While the giant bear was constantly harassing Su Yan, the other two sea beasts were simultaneously attacking Su Yan. In this endless torment, Su Yan's entire body was about to explode. Finally, he couldn't hold on any longer. I refuse to accept this. Su Yan let out a low roar as he fell to the ground and fainted. Looking at the three sea beasts, his eyes were filled with unwillingness. The Monster Palace was one of the three major sects in the 5 counties. Because of the Monster Palace's special reasons, the Monster Palace lived on the outskirts of the East Sea of the Monster Palace all year round. On the Great Monster Island, other than managing the matters of the Hidden Demon region, it could be said that they did not care about anything in the world. This also caused the Monster Palace to have many civil wars. After all, every cultivator had the blood of battle flowing in their veins. In addition, the Monster Palace had 4 major palaces. This made the Monster Palace's civil war atmosphere more serious than any other sect in the world. It could even be said that although the Monster Palace was only a sect, it was also one of the 4 major sections. It was divided into 4 major palaces: East, West, North, and South. Each palace master was a sect master. It was precisely because of such an existence that the civil war in the Monster Palace became more and more serious. The Monster Palace would often reveal which palace's disciples were beaten by which palace's disciples. On this day, the East Palace revealed that an East Palace disciple was killed by a Nangong disciple. That's right, he was not beaten, but killed. Although fights between palaces were a common occurrence here, the palaces fought against each other. After all, they all belonged to the same sect, so it was relatively rare for them to be killed. The East Palace disciple was killed by a Nangong disciple, which immediately caused a huge uproar in the East Palace. All the disciples of the East Palace were gathered in the East Palace main hall. The Princess of Chu sat on the throne in the center. There was no trace of expression on her peerless face. Only her eyes emitted a cold gaze, which was enough to see the anger in her heart. All the disciples of the Monster Palace were not as strict as other sects, nor were there other sects where the disciples on each level had different uniforms. In the Monster Palace, there was no exclusive uniform. Even so, it could not be said that the Monster Palace did not have any level rules. At this moment, all the disciples and elders of the East Palace were gathered in the East Palace main hall. From the position they were standing, it was enough to see that the Monster Palace was also a dignified sect. First, the elders of the East Palace stood at the front, followed by the senior brothers of the East Palace. At this time, they were gathered together, all of them had their heads lowered, and did not dare to breathe loudly. They quietly waited for the Princess of Chu to speak. The Princess of Chu looked at the crowd, swept a circle, and slowly said, "This time, the Nangong Palace disciple killed my East Palace disciple. Who can explain to me clearly?" Although the Princess of Chu's voice was not loud, it projected an irresistible majesty. Just as she finished speaking, a voice rang out. In the crowd, suddenly, a trembling person knelt on the ground and said in a trembling voice, reporting to the palace master, "This matter was provoked by the people of the Nangong Palace. This disciple attacked first." The people of the Nangong Palace attacked. The Princess of Chu still said coldly, but the aura emitted from her face made people feel a deep sense of fear. When the person heard the Princess of Chu's words, he suddenly trembled again and hurriedly kowtowed, "Palace Master, spare me, spare me." This disciple provoked first, but it was the people of the Nangong Palace who said that there was no one in the East Palace, so this disciple attacked. When the Princess of Chu heard this person's words, she was still expressionless, but the light emitted from her eyes became colder and colder. After a while, suddenly, a snort came out from her nose. "You were not wrong to attack, but I heard that there were only 2 people on the Nangong Palace side. Could it be, Palace Master, spare me, spare me?" The person did not wait for the Princess of Chu to finish speaking, and his whole body trembled as he begged for mercy. The Princess of Chu could not help but frown. Originally, she wanted to interrogate this matter, but now, it seemed that the Princess of Chu already knew, so there was no need to interrogate this matter. Especially when she saw the person begging for mercy, she could not help but sigh in her heart. Although the East Palace is the ruler of the Monster Palace, the disciples of the East Palace are not comparable to the North, South, and West Palaces. They have tarnished the prestige of the East Palace. If this continues, the East Palace will be suppressed sooner or later. Sigh. When the Princess of Chu thought about the disciples of the East Palace, she could only sigh and sigh. Especially when she thought about the competition between the disciples of the 4 great palaces, she felt even more melancholy. Is there really no one in the East Palace? As the Princess of Chu lamented in her heart, she suddenly thought of a person, Su Yan. As the Princess of Chu thought about it, she looked down and did not see Su Yan's figure. She frowned and coldly shouted, "Su Yan, where are you?" "Palace Master, Su Yan went to the sea dock this morning." Someone who knew where Su Yan went came forward and reported. The sea dock. When the Princess of Chu heard this, she could not help but frown. Her heart was even more startled. She did not ask about the matter of the disciple being killed, and waved her hand to leave the main hall, leaving behind a group of astonished East Palace disciples. After the Princess of Chu left the main hall, she went to her own place of seclusion. She walked straight to a desk and looked at a crystal bead on the desk. With a wave of her hand, an image appeared on the crystal bead. The figure that appeared in the image was Su Yan. When the Princess of Chu saw Su Yan lying motionless on the ground, she frowned again. At the same time, she could not help but feel a surge of anger. This boy really overestimated himself. How dare he barge into the sea dock with the strength of a mere saint of 3 bloodlines? The Princess of Chu was furious and was about to go out. However, on second thought, she turned back. This boy is courting death. Why should I save him? Anyway, his origin is unknown and there are many secrets hidden in his body. It's better to let him stay in the sea dock. The Princess of Chu muttered to herself and did not intend to save Su Yan. She just glanced at the image on the crystal bead and was about to turn it off. But just as she was about to turn it off, the Princess of Chu suddenly saw Su Yan move in the image. She could not help but be stunned. When she looked again, she saw Su Yan slowly getting up from the ground. The Princess of Chu could not help but smile. This boy is strong. Looking at the fierce battle in the image, coupled with the blood on the ground, it's obvious that he's heavily injured. I can't believe he's still alive. The Princess of Chu muttered to herself and did not turn off the image. Instead, she watched with interest. In the sea dock, Su Yan naturally did not know that the Princess of Chu was watching him. He slowly got up from the ground and touched his body with a look of horror on his face. I'm actually not dead. Su Yan was surprised. Suddenly, he thought of something and hurriedly operated his cultivation method. An excited smile immediately appeared on his face. For bloodlines, Ghost Chi Saint bloodline. I've condensed the Ghost Chi Saint bloodline. Ha ha ha, Su Yan could not help but laugh. While feeling happy, Su Yan could not help but feel puzzled at the same time. I clearly felt that I was killed by the three sea beasts. What's going on? Just as Su Yan was puzzled, a divine thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Boy, your perseverance has affected the three venerables. Today, I'll spare your life. I'll also bestow upon you a special ability of the three venerables, the illusion technique. When Su Yan heard this voice, he suddenly trembled. At the same time, he immediately felt a memory flowing into his mind. It was the illusion technique. This illusion technique was a kind of secret technique. Through the bloodline, one could temporarily enter the illusion and transform into various forms. Of course, the form of this transformation was determined by one's cultivation. The form that one transformed into for the first time would be that form. Chapter 184. Illusionary Skill. Su Yan could not help but lick his lips as he combed through the memories left behind by the sea beasts. His eyes shone brightly, and the excitement on his face could not be concealed. Su Yan had never expected that his efforts would not only not cause him to die in the hands of the wind, fire, and fire beasts, but also bring him such benefits. Furthermore, he had successfully condensed his fourth Saint Meridian. How could Su Yan not be happy and excited? Anyone would be happy and excited. After all, it was already a blessing to be able to survive. Furthermore, he had obtained a secret skill that was definitely above the Xian level. Could this be the legendary saying that one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune in the future? Su Yan grinned. Thinking about it, even someone as strict as him couldn't help but mock himself. Right at this moment, another memory appeared in his mind. Lad, of course, the illusionary skill that you obtained was not given to you for free. After 10 years, you must return to this sea dock and accept my orders. What? Hearing the memories of the three seas giant beast, Su Yan could not help but be startled. That aura from just now was also covered up. Su Yan was truly grateful to the three seas giant beast for this matter. After all, if the three sea beasts had not shown mercy, Su Yan would have definitely died here and turned into a wisp of ghostly aura. Not to mention, the three sea beasts had given him the illusionary skill. One must know that the illusionary skill was something that Su Yan had only heard of in legends. Although Su Yan had not verified the strength of the illusionary skill, he knew that it was definitely not an ordinary skill based on the complexity of the cultivation of the illusionary skill. However, no matter what, if it was a gift from the three seas giant beast, Su Yan would definitely accept this favor. However, if Su Yan were to return to the sea dock and accept the orders of the three seas giant beast after 10 years, Su Yan could never agree to this. It was not that Su Yan looked down on the three seas giant beast. As the saying goes, the strong are respected. The fact that the three seas giant beast was able to leave behind memories in his mind meant that it had gained sentience and was no different from a human. Instead, it was the unique arrogance that belonged to Su Yan. That was the arrogance of a man. Therefore, Su Yan definitely could not obey the three seas giant beast's orders. Not to mention Su Yan's current identity as the sect leader of the Buddha Sword sect. Even if Su Yan was just a man, Su Yan would definitely not listen to the orders of others. I, Su Yan, have always been a lone wolf. I have never been tied down by anything. How can I be ordered around by others? Su Yan gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with unswerving determination. He wanted to refuse. Unfortunately, there was no sign of the three seas giant beast in the vicinity. Su Yan did not even have the chance to refuse. 10 years. Su Yan gritted his teeth. It was not that he did not think about not coming back after 10 years. However, Su Yan knew that the three seas giant beast was not afraid that he would not come back after 10 years. Su Yan even suspected that the three seas giant beast had placed some kind of seal in his body. Unfortunately, Su Yan did not find any seal in his body after checking his body several times. However, Su Yan's actions stunned the Princess of Chu, who was observing him in the East Palace. Did he find out that I planted a seal in his body? The Princess of Chu thought about it but quickly shook her head and rejected this idea. If Su Yan had reached her level, the Princess of Chu would believe it. However, Su Yan was only a 3-bloodline saint. The Princess of Chu did not believe that Su Yan could find out that she had planted a seal in his body. Of course, Su Yan really did not find out. After checking his body, Su Yan did not find anything strange, so he could only give up. Of course, not finding anything did not mean that Su Yan believed that the 3 Seas giant beast had not planted any seal in his body. After all, Su Yan knew himself very well. Su Yan knew that he was only a newborn calf in the eyes of many experts with his current strength. 10 years, 10 years, Su Yan murmured a few more times before finally thinking of something. His eyes immediately shone with resplendent light as he raised his head and said loudly, "Sovereign of the 3 Seas, Su Yan, am indebted to you today. I, Su Yan, will definitely repay you in the future. However, I, Su Yan, have always been a lone wolf. If you want me to return 10 years later and listen to your orders, Su Yan will definitely not agree to it. Right now, regardless of whether the 3 of you can hear me or not, Su Yan will definitely return to this place after 10 years and settle this matter today." After Su Yan finished speaking, he bowed to the air and stood up. His eyes shone with a never-before-seen determination. He thought to himself, regardless of whether there is a seal in my body or not, I will return to this place in 10 years. It wasn't that Su Yan wanted to come back and listen to the 3 Seas giant beast's orders. It was just that Su Yan was a person who valued friendship. He wanted to return this favor. Of course, these were all matters for the future. Su Yan did not dwell on it. After all, 10 years was still a long time. Right now, Su Yan was more concerned about the illusion technique. After reading the illusion technique again, Su Yan could not wait to sit down cross-legged and begin to cultivate. Although this transmogrification secret technique did not have a clear classification, Su Yan knew that if he cultivated this transmogrification secret technique, it would definitely become a great trump card for him in the future. The cultivation method in his body circulated, leading to the major meridians and condensing, constantly spreading to all parts of his body. According to the cultivation method of this illusion technique, it stimulated all of his skin. However, after just the first time, Su Yan felt that the spirit in his body was lacking. He had to stop, and a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This illusion technique is really mysterious, Su Yan said with a smile, no longer in a hurry to cultivate. After just cultivating, Su Yan knew that it was definitely not a day's work to successfully cultivate this illusion technique. At this moment, he was still in the sea dock. There were hidden dangers everywhere, so it was obviously not suitable for cultivation. After stopping his cultivation, Su Yan stood up and looked into the depths of the sea dock. He could not help but frown. I came here today for the ghost chi. Now that the 4th Saint Meridian has been condensed, this sea dock. Su Yan looked in front of him in a daze. Su Yan had seen how dangerous this sea dock was. However, looking into the depths, Su Yan felt that he would definitely regret it if he left today. This was an indescribable and mysterious feeling. Su Yan also did not know what was going on. Just by looking at each other, he felt that if he left today, he would definitely regret it in the future. Su Yan stood there and looked at each other for a while. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and a sharp light shot out. I, Su Yan, have never done anything that I regret. Since I have this feeling today, even if it is a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, I will take a look. After saying that, Su Yan did not hesitate in the slightest and resolutely stepped forward. In the Eastern Palace, Empress Chu, who was standing in front of the crystal ball, flew into a rage. You overconfident brat. You're already lucky to be able to come this far without dying. Yet you still have the guts to continue forward. You really don't know your place. In her anger, the Princess of Chu wanted to summon Su Yan to return. However, just as she turned around, she thought, this person has just entered the monster palace. I don't know anything about him. Why should I care so much about him? In fact, the Princess of Chu had been paying attention to Su Yan since the first time she saw the secrets hidden in Su Yan's body. Now that Su Yan had entered the sea dock, it naturally attracted the Princess of Chu's attention. This was because the Princess of Chu had gone deep into the sea dock before. At that time, the Princess of Chu was already a spirit sea knight. At that time, the Princess of Chu had not encountered the wind, fire, or the 3 sea beasts. She had almost died in the sea dock, so the Princess of Chu was very clear about the dangers of the sea dock. As for how Su Yan was able to reach this place, he was well aware of it. It was already a miracle that Su Yan could reach this place with his strength. However, Su Yan still wanted to go forward. How could the Princess of Chu not be angry? However, when she thought about how Su Yan had chosen this path, the anger in the Princess of Chu's heart lessened a lot. She did not leave, but quietly observed Su Yan in the crystal. Boy, since you want to go forward, it's good. Let me see how good you are. Let me see how good you are for Linger to think so highly of you. The Princess of Chu had erased Chu Linger's memories of the 10,000 Ghost Cave. However, the Princess of Chu did not erase Chu Linger's memories of Su Yan. In the past few days, Chu Linger's evaluation of Su Yan had become higher and higher. Moreover, when the Princess of Chu had checked Su Yan's body that day, the Princess of Chu had unknowingly become more and more interested in Su Yan. Of course, Su Yan did not know that the Princess of Chu was still looking at him in the Eastern Palace. If he knew, Su Yan would not go forward. After all, he had too many secrets. Su Yan knew that he did not have the strength to protect them, so Su Yan did not want to expose them to others. Unfortunately, Su Yan did not know that a pair of eyes were staring at him, and he walked forward resolutely. The moment he walked forward, the pulling force from before became stronger. Su Yan could not help but frown. What is in this dock? Why is there a force pulling me? Su Yan frowned, and his footsteps quickened. Of course, his whole body was in a state of alert. Su Yan did not dare to underestimate the dangers of the dock. After all, there could be sea beasts that were difficult to deal with here at any time. However, the more Su Yan was on guard against the appearance of sea beasts, the more he did not encounter any. Based on his previous experience, he was certain that there would be sea beasts within half a kilometer of the dock. However, Su Yan had already walked for half an hour, and he still did not see a single sea beast. This made Su Yan puzzled. What is going on? Could it be that there are no more sea beasts along the way? Hoo. Just as Su Yan was thinking, a whistling sound suddenly came, accompanied by a strong hurricane. Chapter 185. Rumble. Although the hurricane was not strong, the entire dock shook like an earthquake after a while. A loud noise followed, and as it got closer, one could vaguely feel the smell of the sea in the hurricane. Su Yan could not help but frown. This is, not only Su Yan, but Princess Chu, who had been using the crystal bead to observe in the East Palace, also frowned when she felt the tremors in the dock. However, as the tremors in the dock became more and more intense, Su Yan and Princess Chu seemed to have thought of something, and both of them could not help but tremble. Hurricane and tsunami. Princess Chu could not help but exclaim in her practice room, her beautiful face full of shock. Su Yan, on the other hand, let out a low growl from within the dock. On this handsome face, in addition to shock, there was more fear. Tsunami. Although Su Yan had never seen one before, he had read about tsunamis in a book. Tsunamis were the wrath of the Bohai Sea. This dock was located in the East Sea, and the eruption of hurricanes and tsunamis was the wrath of the East Sea. Not to mention the strong hurricane, the waves that were accompanied by were enough to shatter all living things, which was the most terrifying. It was said that even if the Supreme Spirit Sea encountered a tsunami, there was only one choice, and that was to run. And Su Yan was only a Formeridian saint. Then, rumble, at the moment when the powerful noise came again, Su Yan did not hesitate at all. The solar-colored glazed sword scripture in his body quickly operated, and he stepped on the sword dragon and rushed out. As for the force just now, Su Yan had long forgotten about it. Because Su Yan knew very well that no matter what kind of force was pulling him, he had to save his life. Su Yan rushed forward with all his strength, and his speed was like a bolt of lightning, and he was suddenly 100 meters away. Unfortunately, the loud noise behind him was getting louder and louder. Even though Su Yan was extremely fast, he still couldn't escape. The moment Su Yan turned his head around, a wave rolled over. As it rolled, the trees and rocks around the dock were instantly destroyed. Suddenly, the entire dock looked like it was doomsday. Su Yan stared blankly at the powerful explosive force of the hurricane and tsunami. However, while he was in a daze, the waves had already surged over, accompanied by a hurricane. This time, the hurricanes were no longer as weak as before. Every time a hurricane passed by, it would instantly cause a series of explosions. They were like sharp blades that directly cut through the skin. Pfft! In just a moment, Su Yan felt as though his entire body was being torn apart by the powerful hurricane. His body could not help but churn and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Yan was shocked. What a strong wind! Su Yan was shocked, but his reaction was also very fast. He hurriedly operated his cultivation method, and the powerful spiritual energy in his body quickly surged out to protect his body. Unfortunately, even so, Su Yan still felt as though his entire body was being cut by countless sharp blades. And this was only a hurricane, and there were no waves. The speed of the stormy waves was also astonishing. In an instant, they had already arrived in front of Su Yan. Su Yan wanted to escape, but unfortunately, he could not keep up with the speed. Fight! Seeing that there was no way to escape, Su Yan gritted his teeth and quickly operated the great sun-colored glazed sword manual in his body. The powerful spiritual energy suddenly burst out, and a bright golden light was emitted from Su Yan's body. Invincible golden body. That's right, Su Yan was using the invincible golden body. Bang! Just as Su Yan used the invincible golden body, the stormy waves suddenly hit Su Yan's body, setting off a huge wave. All the surrounding vegetation and rocks were destroyed, and Su Yan was also enduring the attack of the stormy waves. That powerful force, even with the support of the invincible golden body, still caused Su Yan to feel as though countless sharp blades were cutting his body, and he felt a great pain. Bang! 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 The stormy waves hit Su Yan's body one after another. Su Yan's eyes were like torches, and there was no trace of struggle. Su Yan knew that only by persevering through these stormy waves could he survive. While Su Yan was enduring the onslaught of the stormy waves, the Princess of Chu, who was in the Eastern Palace, could see everything clearly. Seeing the countless stormy waves hitting Su Yan's body, the Princess of Chu felt that Su Yan would not be able to withstand it, but Su Yan was still able to withstand it. This boy really has some ability. Although her daughter kept talking about Su Yan's merits in her ears, the Princess of Chu still did not believe that Su Yan was outstanding. Now that she saw Su Yan being washed by the stormy waves, the Princess of Chu finally had a whole new level of respect for Su Yan. This new level of respect was not only because of the secret Su Yan had, but also because of the recognition of Su Yan's strength. The Princess of Chu watched as Su Yan, who was inside the crystal ball, became more and more difficult to withstand. The Princess of Chu could not help but feel compassion for him. There were thousands of disciples in the Eastern Palace. Even if it was the eldest disciple of the Eastern Palace, the Princess of Chu still did not put them in her eyes. She treated them equally. But for some reason, when she found out about Su Yan's secrets, the Princess of Chu felt that Su Yan was not simple. Now that she saw Su Yan in the sea dock, she felt that Su Yan was not a simple person. His admiration for Su Yan deepened. At the same time, he had a vague feeling that Su Yan would become a dazzling new star in the Eastern Palace. Looking at Su Yan's expression that was becoming more and more difficult to hold on, Chu Wangfei's heart was moved and she wanted to save him. But in the end, she steeled her heart and said, "Su Yan, if you really have the ability, come out of the sea dock. When you come out, you will become the prince consort of the Eastern Palace." Although the Princess of Chu said this to Su Yan, in fact, it was also said to herself. The so-called pitiful hearts of parents in the world. No matter how high the Princess of Chu stood, she was just an ordinary mother in front of Chu Linger. The Princess of Chu knew very well that although the Monster Palace had not been involved in the affairs of the world for so long, because of the Monster Palace, one day it would go to the point where the world would kill it. She, the Princess of Chu, was not afraid. But she was not afraid. She was afraid. She was worried about her daughter. Although her daughter was talented and intelligent, she did not know the dangers of the world. A long time ago, the Princess of Chu wanted to find a good husband for Chu Linger. Unfortunately, there were many capable people in the Eastern Palace. There was still no one who could catch the eye of the Princess of Chu. It was not until Su Yan's appearance that the plan that Chu Wangfei had been plotting for a long time was born again. "Su Yan, I hope you can come out of here." The Princess of Chu looked at Su Yan's ugly expression in the crystal bead. She gritted her teeth and did not choose to go to the sea dock to help Su Yan. Instead, she stared straight at the crystal bead. She wanted to see if Su Yan was qualified to be the prince consort of the Eastern Palace. Of course, Su Yan did not know what the Princess of Chu was thinking in her heart. He did not even know that the Princess of Chu was looking at him. Facing these huge waves, Su Yan only had one thought, and that was to survive. Under the attack of the huge waves, Su Yan's clothes had long been tattered, and his body was also covered with wounds. The spiritual energy in his body was almost exhausted under the attack of the waves. However, the stormy waves did not stop because of this. "I have already used the invincible golden body twice, and now I am completely relying on the last trace of spiritual energy to support myself. If this spiritual energy is exhausted, Su will definitely die in these waves." Su Yan gritted his teeth and endured the attack of the stormy waves. At the same time, he was thinking of a way to deal with it. "Even if I can withstand the attack of these waves, the entire sea dock will be submerged. I can't breathe, and I can't escape the fate of death." Su Yan frowned, and his mind was constantly thinking of a way. Su Yan was very clear that even if he could barely withstand the attack of the stormy waves, he would not be able to withstand it. However, even if he could withstand such a powerful hurricane and tsunami attack, the entire dock would be submerged. At that time, even if Su Yan could withstand it, he would not be able to breathe and would still die here. "What should I do? What should I do?" Su Yan growled. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "The illusion skill, yes, if I can master the illusion skill now and turn into a dragon, can't I get out of here?" Su Yan thought, and a bright light suddenly gushed out of his eyes. When the last wave attacked, Su Yan held his breath, and the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body quickly operated. At the same time, he silently recited the illusion skills formula. His whole body quickly began to cultivate according to the transformation method in the illusion skill. Because the entire sea dock was submerged by the sea. At this moment, Su Yan's whole body was immersed in the water, and he could not breathe at all. No matter how strong a warrior was, if he lost air and breath, it meant that only death was left. Gulp. Gulp. Moreover, Su Yan's spiritual energy was scarce at this moment. In just a few breaths, Su Yan felt a surge in his body. He could not help but open his mouth, spitting out countless bubbles and swallowing a few mouthfuls of seawater. This made Su Yan, who was already uncomfortable, even more uncomfortable. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, a whistling sound suddenly came from the seawater. Su Yan's mind shook. Looking at the submerged sea dock, he saw a few sea beasts approaching him. Damn it! Su Yan, who was already uncomfortable, could not help but curse when he saw these sea beasts coming in. He watched as these sea beasts slowly approached him. Su Yan wanted to resist them, but unfortunately, he did not have the strength to do so. At this moment, Su Yan, who was lacking spiritual energy in his body, was submerged in the sea water. He could not use any strength at all. He could only watch as these sea beasts approached him. If I don't transform today, I will definitely die. Su Yan knew that with his current strength, he could not stop these sea beasts. The only way now was to successfully transform. If he succeeded in transforming into a dragon, Su Yan would have a chance. Chapter 186. Illusion Technique. When Su Yan had just obtained this technique, he had already determined the form he wanted to transform into. That was the world's greatest divine beast, the dragon. In his previous life, Su Yan was a descendant of the dragon. In this life, Su Yan was even more deeply indebted to the dragon. The blood dragon pupil had 2 dragons in it, which was why it had such a miraculous effect. And Su Yan's body had also been forged by the bone dragon. If Su Yan's body had not been modified by the bone dragon, Su Yan's body would have been destroyed by the powerful attack, even if he had an invincible golden body. Therefore, it could be said that Su Yan was deeply indebted to the dragon. In the first moment, the form Su Yan chose to transform into was already confirmed to be a dragon. However, the illusion technique was actually so easy to cultivate. This was a secret technique. Regardless of a warrior's knowledge of secret techniques, it was also a test of a warrior's talent in secret techniques. Su Yan had already cultivated it once just now, and knew that this secret technique could not be cultivated in a day or two. Su Yan chose to give up. However, Su Yan had no choice now. At this moment, Su Yan's body was lacking in spirit qi, and only by completing the illusion could he survive. This was the only way. Although Su Yan was seriously injured at this moment, his eyes were like torches. He knew very well that completing the illusion was his last chance. Submerged in the sea, Su Yan endured the immense pain of not being able to breathe. However, Su Yan's face did not have a trace of emotion, and the great sun-colored glazed sword manual in his body quickly circulated. In his mind, he constantly recited the incantation of the illusion technique. Perhaps Su Yan still had some understanding of the illusion technique the first time, but this was the second time, and Su Yan had confirmed the form he wanted to transform into, and Su Yan himself had the bone dragon to refine his body. Coupled with the 2 dragons in his eyes, it was naturally much easier for him to cultivate the illusion technique compared to ordinary people. As he recited the chant, Su Yan's body slowly began to change. Su Yan could not help but feel overjoyed. Is it going to transform? The corners of Su Yan's mouth curled up into a faint smile. He was about to complete his transformation, but unfortunately, at the last moment. Pfft! Su Yan couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The blood scattered in the sea like a bloody mist. What's going on? Su Yan was shocked and quickly realized the crux of the problem, because the illusion technique also required the support of spiritual energy. Su Yan's spirit qi had long been depleted while he was enduring those terrifying waves. Now that he had to resist the invasion of the seawater, the spirit qi in his body was depleted. How could he withstand the transformation? Illusion technique, dragon form, activate. Su Yan let out an unwilling roar and once again attacked the blood vessels in his body. Unfortunately, due to the lack of spiritual energy, not only did the attack fail to complete the transformation, it was instead attacked by a devouring force. Pfft! Su Yan could not help but spit out another mouthful of blood. Cough, cough, cough. Su Yan coughed a few times and swallowed a few mouthfuls of seawater, causing his already uncomfortable body to fall into a state of near death. However, Su Yan did not think about this. No matter how uncomfortable his body was, Su Yan could hold on. What Su Yan cared about now was how to get out of here and how to resist the incoming sea beasts. Could it be that I can't escape the fate of death today? Su Yan recalled that when he entered the sea dock today, he had been on the brink of death several times. At this moment, as he looked at the sea monster that was continuously approaching him, and his chest that was becoming more and more uncomfortable, Su Yan could not help but reveal a bitter smile. At the same time, a look of unwillingness appeared in his eyes. In the East Palace, the Princess of Chu looked at this scene and frowned slightly, but her face was still as cold as ice. She had no intention of rescuing him. She just looked at the sea beasts that were about to pounce on Su Yan and said to herself regretfully, "Su Yan, I have to admit that you are tenacious and indomitable. Unfortunately, you were too arrogant. You can only blame yourself for dying in this tsunami today." As the Princess of Chu spoke, she closed her eyes. There was regret and compassion in her eyes. Of course, her compassion was not for Su Yan's imminent death, but for her daughter. Su Yan was the only son-in-law that the Princess of Chu liked, but at this moment, everything was about to come to an end. "Su Yan, your origin is unknown. If you die in the dock today, I won't have to worry about you," the Princess of Chu muttered to herself. As she spoke, she waved her hand to close the image of the crystal bead. Because she had already seen the several sea beasts wandering in the sea have already pounced on Su Yan. In this situation, even if the Princess of Chu wanted to save Su Yan still could not escape death. For someone who was already dead, the Princess of Chu did not have the mood to pay attention to him. Bang! The moment the Princess of Chu waved her hand, the Princess of Chu was stunned. What is this? The Princess of Chu looked at the image in the crystal bead in astonishment. Her face was full of surprise and disbelief. How is this possible? How is this possible? The Princess of Chu's face was full of disbelief, but the image transmitted from the crystal bead was real. She saw that Su Yan, who was about to fall into the sea beasts' mouths, suddenly surged with golden light and burst out with a powerful force. Su Yan's entire body exploded and turned into a giant dragon. Transformation technique, this, how can this Su Yan know the long-lost secret technique of my monster palace? How is this possible? When the Princess of Chu saw Su Yan transform into a dragon, her entire face was distorted. Her entire head was about to stick to the crystal bead. Her eyes were full of surprise. Could it be that this Su Yan stole the Monster Palace's transformation technique? As the Princess of Chu thought, she immediately shook her head and rejected the idea. The transformation technique had been lost for hundreds of years, and Su Yan was only in his early 20s. How could Su Yan have stolen the Monster Palace's transformation technique? Could it be that Su Yan encountered a fortuitous encounter? As the Princess of Chu thought, she was even more certain of this idea. Her eyes flashed, and she looked at Su Yan's eyes with a hint of charm, as if she had made up her mind. Naturally, Su Yan didn't know that he was being watched. At the last moment when the sea beasts rushed over, Su Yan continuously completed the transformation. Unfortunately, the spiritual energy in his body was insufficient. Even if Su Yan had mastered the essentials of transformation, he still couldn't complete it. He watched the sea beasts open their bloody mouths to swallow him. Su Yan almost fell into despair. And it was in this despair that Su Yan suddenly felt a warmth in his dantian, and a wisp of spiritual energy surged up. Although this wisp of spiritual energy wasn't much, it was Su Yan's last ray of hope. Su Yan didn't have time to be surprised. Why did this spiritual energy suddenly appear in his dantian? He rushed up and completed the first transformation. Su Yan ignored the great pain in his body that felt like it was being torn apart, and ignored the fact that his whole body was about to explode. Only a burst of light surged in his red eyes, a burst of light of excitement. Under this light, all the pain seemed so insignificant. This was because Su Yan knew that he was about to complete the transformation. He was going to leave this place, and he didn't have to die here today. Roar, golden light flickered, and a tremendous force spread out like a tidal wave. The entire submerged dock was immediately shaken by Su Yan's low roar. The sea beasts that were swarming over were forced to retreat one after another under the pressure of this tremendous force. Want to leave? It's not that easy. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Su Yan's mouth. He let out another low roar and his dragon body, which had already completely transformed, swiftly moved out. Dragon, it was the ruler of all things. It could adapt to the sky, the earth, and the sea. At this moment, Su Yan, who had transformed into his dragon form, was like a fish in water within the sea. His speed had also increased by dozens of times. As he swam forward, his enormous front claws opened and directly tore two sea beasts into pieces. In the blink of an eye, the sea beasts that were chasing after Su Yan fled. However, Su Yan didn't intend to let them go. He swam, his speed was like lightning, and those sea beasts couldn't escape at all. In a few breaths, they were all torn into pieces. The transformation technique is indeed powerful. After tearing all the sea beasts into pieces, Su Yan couldn't help but reveal a devilish smile. Of course, this smile didn't blossom on his face at this moment, because Su Yan was no longer in human form. Instead, he was in dragon form. The huge dragon head cracked a smile, and only a roar could be heard. I don't know how long this transformation technique can last. It's better for me to go out first. After Su Yan dealt with the sea beasts, he also knew that the transmogrification technique would definitely have a time limit. Once it disappeared, it would be troublesome if he wanted to go out again. He didn't care too much and swam towards the dock's exit. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly felt a pulling force surging towards him. Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud sound, and a ray of light burst out from his storage bag. The powerful sword essence surged out, and the sound of the sword was loud. The heaven-destroying sword, actually came out by itself. Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. After obtaining the heaven-destroying sword in the sword collection tomb, Su Yan had never used the heaven-destroying sword. It wasn't just because the heaven-destroying sword had lost its sword spirit, blade, and sword tassel. It was because Su Yan knew that with his current strength, he still couldn't control the heaven-destroying sword. After all, the heaven-destroying sword was a divine weapon. Now that he wasn't powerful enough, and the heaven-destroying sword was a divine weapon, it would attract too much attention and attract unnecessary trouble. Therefore, when Su Yan obtained the heaven-destroying sword, he had never used it. Now that he saw the heaven-destroying sword surging out by itself, how could Su Yan not be surprised? Why did the heaven-destroying sword come out by itself? Su Yan frowned. Suddenly, he thought of something, and his eyes lit up. Could it be? At this moment, Su Yan saw a ray of light in the sea. The heaven-destroying sword swam up by itself, and directly merged with the ray of light. As it merged, a powerful ray of light burst out. The ray of light overflowed, and countless sword essences surged out. Chapter 187. Roar. In the face of such a powerful sword essence attack, Su Yan still felt a tremor in his body even though he had the sword essence Holy Meridian. He couldn't help but let out a low roar. The roar spread out in the sea. It immediately formed a huge wave that attacked the surroundings. However, the moment it got close to the Zhu Tian sword, it was absorbed and exploded. Countless waves surged. Even though Su Yan was in a transformed state, the moment the waves surged, the huge power still made Su Yan feel that his whole body was about to be unstable. He kept retreating. What a powerful power! Su Yan was dumbfounded. In the East Palace of the Monster Palace, there was a person who had the same expression as Su Yan. Godly sword weapon. The Princess of Chu looked at the Zhutian sword with a surprised expression. Of course, while she was surprised by the Zhutian sword, the Princess of Chu was more surprised by Su Yan. Su Yan was highly praised by her daughter. Let's not talk about this for now. Su Yan's secrets were enough to make the Princess of Chu worried. In addition, Su Yan had entered the sea dock. Not only could he reach the sea dock, but he could also survive the hurricane and tsunami. This was already a miracle. Not only that, but Su Yan also mastered the Monster Palace's lost transmogrification secret skill. If the Princess of Chu hadn't been so smart, it would have been difficult for her to accept. Now, Su Yan had taken out another godly weapon. How could Chu Wangfei believe it? But between disbelief and disbelief, she had no choice but to believe it, because the scene in the Crystal Pearl was real. Who is this Su Yan? Originally, the Princess of Chu had a look of approval for Su Yan. After all these years, she had never looked at the younger generation in a different light. Now, she saw Su Yan in a new light. This was also the reason why the Princess of Chu had made Su Yan the Prince Consort of the Monster Palace. At that time, although the Princess of Chu had doubts about Su Yan's identity, the Princess of Chu was confident that she had placed a seal on Su Yan's body. No matter what Su Yan did in the future, it would be difficult for him to escape. However, the moment she saw the heaven-destroying sword, the Princess of Chu could not help but doubt. Would her prohibition really work on her? Thinking of this, the Princess of Chu became even more wary of Su Yan. Of course, Su Yan was still unaware of this matter. He just stared blankly at the heaven-destroying sword. After 10 breaths, Su Yan felt a wave of spiritual energy leaving his body. Is this a sign that the illusion technique is about to disappear? Su Yan frowned slightly. If the illusion technique disappeared, Su Yan would definitely not be able to get out. Why did the heaven-destroying sword suddenly release such a strange phenomenon? How long will this phenomenon last? Su Yan muttered to himself as he looked at the heaven-destroying sword. The loss of spiritual energy in his body became more and more obvious. The heaven-destroying sword did not have any intention of stopping. It continued to spin in the water, releasing a strong force that prevented Su Yan from getting close. No, I have to get out. If I don't, I won't have another chance. Su Yan felt the rapid loss of spiritual energy in his body. He knew that this was a sign that the illusion technique was about to disappear. Looking at the heaven-destroying sword that was continuously releasing a strong force, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Roar! With a low roar, it opened its huge claws and grabbed at the heaven-destroying sword. At the moment when the claws grabbed at the sword, a strong force suddenly surged. Su Yan felt as if his hands were being burned by a raging fire. That strong force was very intimidating. It caused the blood in Su Yan's body to circulate in reverse. The heaven-destroying sword seemed to want to break free from Su Yan's hands. Countless waves of force were spreading and destroying Su Yan's claws. Is the heaven-destroying sword trying to break free? Su Yan frowned. Ah! With a low roar, he grabbed the heaven-destroying sword with more force. The moment the force increased, the pain in his claws became more and more intense. However, Su Yan's eyes were still like torches and his face was expressionless. Let's go. Su Yan gritted his teeth and grabbed the heaven-destroying sword and stuffed it into his storage bag. Only then did the strong force stop. At the same time, Su Yan also felt that the spiritual energy in his body was being drained more and more rapidly. His entire body could not support it anymore. I have to get out quickly. Su Yan was very clear that this was an illusion technique and was about to disappear. He did not dare to stay any longer and hurriedly swam out. His speed was as fast as lightning and he was already a few hundred meters away in an instant. However, because Su Yan walked too far in, even if Su Yan was moving at a very fast speed, he still could not catch up with the loss of spiritual energy in his body. Bang! With the sound of water splashing, Su Yan immediately returned to his original state. The feeling of chest tightness came again, and at the same time, Su Yan felt weak all over his body. Countless waves were like invisible pressure that directly pressed down on him. Su Yan suddenly felt dizzy. No. No, I have to get out. Su Yan almost fainted. At the last moment, Su Yan exploded with a loud sound. Ah! Su Yan let out a low roar as he used the last bit of strength he had to swim out. Bang! His whole body directly hit out and flew out of the dock and finally reached the ground. At the same time, Su Yan also fainted. It was not until half an hour later that Su Yan slowly opened his eyes. Because this was the entrance to the dock and the dock was recognized as a dangerous place in the Monster Palace, there were very few people coming and going here. Su Yan fainted again for half an hour and no one disturbed him. Su Yan opened his eyes and wanted to stand up, but he felt that his limbs were weak. Just as he stood up, he fell to the ground again. It seems that this illusion technique is not without side effects. Su Yan quickly understood that this was the side effect of using the illusion technique. At that time, Su Yan originally thought that the illusion technique he learned would become a weapon for his attack in the future. But now it seemed that the illusion technique could only be used as his last trump card. Even so, Su Yan was still very happy. Especially lying on the ground and looking at the white clouds in the blue sky, Su Yan could not help but smile. It's good to be alive. In this enlightenment, Su Yan also learned about the dangers of the dock. If there is nothing in the future, I really should not go to dangerous places. This time, if it was not for a coincidence, I really would not have been able to come out. Su Yan looked at the dock and sighed. Then, he thought of the sky-destroying sword. He patted his storage bag and the sky-destroying sword suddenly appeared. When it appeared, countless rays of light jumped up and a strong sword cry burst out. It was very different from before. Su Yan looked carefully and saw that there was an additional sword tassel on the hilt of the sky-destroying sword. Su Yan could not help but laugh. Ha! I did not expect the sword tassel of the sky-destroying sword to be in the dock. Ha ha ha! It was really easy to get it. When Su Yan obtained the sky-destroying sword, he already knew that the sky-destroying sword was missing a sword tassel, a sword blade, and a sword spirit. At that time, Su Yan was still thinking about where to find these three things. He did not expect to find the sword tassel when he came to the dock. Su Yan was wild with joy. He kept fiddling with the sky-destroying sword for a while before putting it back into the storage bag. After all, the sky-destroying sword was too eye-catching. But the moment the sky-destroying sword came out of the storage bag, there was already a strange movement. The sword light flashed and attracted the attention of the disciples of the West Palace of the Monster Palace. There were disciples rushing over. Of course, Su Yan did not know. At that moment, Su Yan was still immersed in the excitement of obtaining the sky-destroying sword tassel, leaping into the fourth line of saints, and obtaining the illusion technique. After being excited for a full hour, Su Yan finally calmed down the excitement in his heart. When I return to the East Palace, I have to enter the West Palace boundary. I have to quickly recover my spiritual power. As Su Yan muttered to himself, he immediately sat down cross-legged and began to use the Virocana-colored glazed sword manual to recover the spiritual power in his body. The moment Su Yan recovered his strength, he did not notice that not far away, there were a few eyes staring at him. The disciple of the West Palace, Wu Yang, was one of the recognized geniuses of the West Palace. At the age of 15, he was already a 7-line saint. Such a terrifying cultivation speed was difficult to find in the entire monster palace. Wu Yang was a suspicious person and never did anything he was not sure of. Looking at Su Yan sitting cross-legged, Wu Yang did not rush forward. Instead, he watched carefully. Beside him, a disciple of the West Palace, Zhou Chen, a five-line saint, saw Wu Yang hesitate and reminded him in a low voice, "Senior brother Wu, look at this kid's spiritual power fluctuations. He is only a four-line saint. What is there to be afraid of?" A disciple of the Western Palace who was also a saint of the five bloodlines also chimed in, "That's right, Senior brother Wu. The phenomenon just now clearly came from here. It must be from this person. Senior brother Wu, let's go. What do you two know? Didn't you see the speed at which this kid is absorbing spiritual power?" Wu Yang heard their words and reprimanded them in a low voice. Only then did Zhou Chen and Zhou Chen notice the speed at which Su Yan was absorbing spiritual power. Spiritual power was originally an invisible thing. However, at this moment, they watched as Su Yan absorbed the surrounding spiritual power like a whirlpool, constantly surging into Su Yan's body. Zhou Chen and Lei Jun were shocked. Their jaws dropped, not daring to utter a single word as they waited for Wu Yang to speak. This person's cultivation speed is so shocking, but why is he only a four-line saint? Wu Yang looked at Su Yan and could not help but frown. He naturally did not know that Su Yan had stepped into the legendary realm, and the difficulty of cultivation was dozens of times more difficult than ordinary people. It was not strange that he was only a four-line saint. This person looks unfamiliar. He is obviously not from the West Palace. Wu Yang muttered in a low voice. After observing for a while and confirming that Su Yan was only a four-line saint, he thought of the vision that had just happened here and stepped forward. Su Yan was recovering the spiritual power in his body. With the sword will in the red parting sword case and the rich spiritual power around him, he recovered quickly. In just a short while, he had recovered most of his spiritual power. Chapter 188. Who are you? Tell me your name. Wu Yang, who was dressed in white, asked as he looked at Su Yan with a cold expression. There was disdain in his eyes when he looked at Su Yan. This was the arrogance that belonged to a genius. Especially when he saw Su Yan's age, his disdain was even stronger. This was because to him, he was a genius, and Su Yan was just an ant. Not only him, but even the ordinary Zhou Chen and the graduate beside him looked at Su Yan with disdain because they were beside Wu Yang. "I am Su Yan, a disciple of the East Palace of Monster Palace." Su Yan did not care much about Wu Yang's attitude. Instead, he cupped his hands respectfully. "A disciple of the East Palace." When Wu Yang heard Su Yan say his name, his eyes darkened as if he thought of something. His eyes moved again as he looked at Su Yan. He could not help but sneer. "Disciple of the East Palace, Su Yan. You and I, the East and West Palaces, have never been on good terms. Why are you here?" "I'm just passing by." Although Su Yan's face was humble, his words were extremely casual. Wu Yang had his pride, and so did Su Yan. When Wu Yang and the other two came over, Su Yan had already seen their strength clearly. A 7 bloodline saint and 2 5 bloodline saints. Obviously, Su Yan's strength was pressuring him to face the three of them. However, Su Yan was not afraid at all. Instead, the bloodthirsty blood in his heart was boiling. If it were not for the fact that Wu Yang was still young, Su Yan would not be so polite to him. Of course, being polite was just being polite. Su Yan would not let him off easily. Moreover, he was a 7 bloodline saint. This was a very rare opponent. At least for Su Yan's current strength, Su Yan really longed for an opponent who could match him, who could make his blood boil, who could let him fight to his heart's content. Therefore, Su Yan's attitude towards him was also filled with his own arrogance. If Wu Yang did not look for trouble, then he would let it go. If he wanted to make things difficult for himself, then Su Yan would not condone it. It was obvious that Wu Yang, who had always been a genius, had always thought highly of himself. Hearing Su Yan's tone, he immediately snorted and shouted, "How dare you be so arrogant when you set foot in my West Palace?" When Su Yan heard Wu Yang's words, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Why do arrogant people always say that others are arrogant? Of course, Su Yan didn't say this to Wu Yang. He just smiled and said, "Senior brother, I'm really just passing by. How can I be so arrogant? Who's your senior brother?" Without waiting for Wu Yang to speak, Zhou Chen and Graduate, who had been eyeing Su Yan covetously for a long time, shouted. "Aren't you?" Su Yan was not angry at their words. However, Su Yan knew that today's matter would not be settled peacefully. Originally, Su Yan did not want to cause a commotion in the West Palace. After all, this was the West Palace's territory. If he fought here, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. Su Yan longed for a strong opponent, but Su Yan did not have the tendency to torture himself. At the moment, as a four-bloodline saint, Su Yan was confident that he could fight Wu Yang, who was a seven-bloodline saint. However, there were some experts of a higher level. That would be another matter. After all, the difference in strength was too great. If he encountered them, he would be courting death. "Since you're not my senior brother, how should I address the three of you?" Su Yan still maintained his indifferent expression. "Cut the crap. Su Yan, hand over the treasure just now and we'll spare your life today." Zhou Chen was obviously impatient. He did not continue to deal with Su Yan, but directly stated his intention of coming here. "Treasure." Su Yan frowned slightly. Then, he recalled the light that the sky-crushing sword had burst out again and understood in his heart. Originally, Su Yan thought that this was the West Palace's territory and that the three of them had come here unintentionally to meet him. Since this was the West Palace's territory, Su Yan did not want to cause too much trouble. However, Su Yan now knew that if he could not take out a treasure that the three of them were interested in today, it would be difficult for him to avoid a fight. A fight that would be difficult to avoid. Thinking of this, Su Yan could not help but lick his lips. He did not waste any more time talking nonsense. Instead, he channeled the Virocana-colored glaze swordplay in his body and absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to return to his peak state. When Zhou Chen and Graduate saw Su Yan's behavior, they were instantly enraged. However, the two of them knew that Wu Yang was their boss. They turned around and pointed at Su Yan and said to Wu Yang, "Senior brother Wu, this guy is extremely arrogant. You see?" "Yes." Graduate also glared at Su Yan angrily and shouted, "Senior brother Wu, this guy is so arrogant." You see, compared to the two of them, Wu Yang's face still maintained the same indifferent expression. However, the moment his eyes moved, there was a surge of murderous intent. He looked at Su Yan and said coldly, "Su Yan, I don't know what treasure you took from the West Palace, but I advise you to hand it over obediently." "I took a treasure from the West Palace." Su Yan could not stop himself from bursting into laughter. However, he did not explain himself. He knew that no matter how much he tried to explain himself, it would be pointless. Rather than wasting his breath, he might as well use this time to recover some of his strength. A 7-meridian saint was definitely a strong opponent. Although Su Yan was confident that he was invincible, he did not dare to underestimate him. After all, this was a 7-meridian saint, which was 3 levels higher than him. Moreover, there were 2 5-meridian saints standing beside him. "Su Yan, what are you trying to do?" When Wu Yang saw that Su Yan actually ignored him, a fierce glint finally appeared on his calm face. "Nothing." Su Yan smiled faintly. He narrowed his eyes and sized up the 3 of them. "Senior brothers, I, Su Yan, have already said that I am merely passing by this place. If you insist that I am here to take the Western Palace's treasure, what else can I do? Su Yan, stop pretending. We clearly saw the light of the treasure just now. How dare you deny it? Zhou Chen pointed at Su Yan and shouted. Su Yan could not be bothered to explain. He shook his head and sighed, what a joke. What a joke. Zhou Chen became even more furious when he saw Su Yan's attitude. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted, Su Yan, you, a disciple of the East Palace, trespassed on the territory of the West Palace and took our treasure. How dare you be so arrogant? You really don't know what's good for you. Zhou Chen said and looked back at Wu Yang. Wu Yang nodded. Zhou Chen's lips curled into an evil smile. He waved his hand and a powerful wave of spiritual energy suddenly appeared. Su Yan, we originally wanted to let you go after you hand over the treasure because we are all disciples of the Monster Palace. However, since you're courting death, don't blame me for what happens next. As he spoke, the spiritual energy emitted from Zhou Chen's body suddenly became like a straight line and quickly attacked Su Yan. Seeing this, Su Yan smiled slightly. At the same time, the sun-colored glazed sword manual in his body was activated. With a wave of his hand, the saint veins in his body were activated and a powerful force surged out. Bang! It collided with the spiritual energy emitted by Zhou Chen and a loud explosion sounded in the void. What? Wu Yang, Zhou Chen, and Lei Jun were stunned by this simple clash of spiritual energy. In particular, Zhou Chen's face was full of surprise. This kid is only a saint with 4 veins. How can his spiritual energy be denser than mine? Senior brothers, I'm really just passing by. Su Yan looked at the surprised expressions of the 3 and smiled slightly. You are courting death. Zhou Chen's attack had failed, and he had even failed at the hands of someone lower than him. This was already a great humiliation, and when he heard Su Yan's words, he felt like Su Yan was mocking him. He was enraged. He slapped his bag of holding and took out his magic treasure. It was an iron chain. It was completely black, and every section of the iron chain faintly emitted a deep aura. Clearly, it was an extraordinary item. Su Yan could not help but be stunned when he saw this. Although he was a sword cultivator, he was also clear about the quality of magic treasures. When Zhou Chen saw Su Yan's expression, the confident smile immediately returned to his face. Su Yan, this magic treasure of mine is called the Heaven Shackling Chain. Even a saint with 5 veins would find it difficult to resist. If you are afraid, kneel in front of me and beg for mercy. Then, hand over the treasures you obtained in the Western Palace and I may spare your life. Su Yan was stunned when he heard Zhou Chen's words. He then shook his head and smiled. How ridiculous. I already said that I was just passing by. Why don't you believe me? Good, good. Zhou Chen nodded at Su Yan's words. He looked at Su Yan and sneered. Su Yan, since you're courting death, don't blame me. As he spoke, Zhou Chen waved the Heaven Shackling Chain in his hand. The Heaven Shackling Chain was an extraordinary item. In addition, Zhou Chen was a saint with 5 veins. If he was in other sects, he would be considered a genius of the generation. The moment the Heaven Shackling Chain was waved, there was a loud explosion in the void. It was so fast that it was faintly discernible. It attacked Su Yan directly like a long snake. Not bad, not bad. When Su Yan saw Zhou Chen's move, he couldn't help but praise him. You know it's not bad. Hurry up and die. When Zhou Chen saw Su Yan's expression, he thought that Su Yan was afraid. A complacent smile immediately appeared on his face. Unfortunately, before he could fully smile, he heard Su Yan say, not bad, but it's a pity that your speed is a bit slow. What? When Zhou Chen heard Su Yan's words, he was stunned. Suddenly, He felt as if his chest was about to explode. An intense rage surged within him. He waved the heaven-binding chain and shouted, "Su Yan, go to hell. I already said that it's too slow." Su Yan looked at Zhou Chen's heaven-shackling chain and did not panic. His eyes narrowed as he jumped up and dodged Zhou Chen's attack. Plop! Zhou Chen's heaven-shackling chain missed and exploded on the ground with a loud explosion. Ah! Chapter 189. Speed and strength were relative. The stronger one was, the faster one's speed would be. However, every single one of Zhou Chen's attacks was dodged by Su Yan. Zhou Chen's attacks missed several times. If his opponent was stronger than him, he would have given up. However, his strength was clearly higher than Su Yan's by one level, but Su Yan dodged his attacks every time. This was definitely the greatest humiliation in his life. Zhou Chen's entire chest was about to explode. "Su Yan, I must kill you today." Zhou Chen growled and suddenly jumped up. His hands moved, and at the same time, a powerful spiritual energy suddenly erupted from the heaven-shackling chain. The moment the spiritual energy fluctuated, it faintly emitted gusts of cold wind. Su Yan frowned slightly, and the corner of his mouth revealed a devilish smile. "Are you going to fight for real?" Zhou Chen's hands moved, and the heaven-shackling chain in his hands suddenly spun rapidly under the circulation of his spiritual energy. It formed a powerful hurricane that rushed towards Su Yan. Heaven-shackling chain, everlasting storm. Zhou Chen shouted out loudly. His entire body immediately emitted a powerful radiance. The heaven-shackling chain started to revolve, forming a hurricane. In an instant, it erupted like a mountain flood and rapidly surged towards Su Yan. Its speed was simply not something that Zhou Chen's previous ordinary attack could compare with. "Ha ha ha, Su Yan, die." After exploding with his proud move, Zhou Chen immediately revealed a sinister smile. However, Su Yan looked at the everlasting storm without any change in his expression. If there was anything, it was only the red light that was emitted from his eyes. Everlasting storm is indeed powerful, but it's still useless against me. Su Yan sneered, and his body suddenly exploded. At the same time, the Ghost Howl sword appeared in Su Yan's hand. In an instant, Su Yan waved the Ghost Howl sword in his hand. It spun like a whirlwind in Su Yan's hand, emitting a mournful ghost howl. The black sword light emitted under the scorching sun. Bang! With a loud bang, the boundless storm collided and was actually blocked by Su Yan's ghost howl. What? Zhou Chen was stunned. His proud move was blocked by Su Yan just like that. This. How is this possible? How did he block it? He wasn't the only one who was surprised. Graduate, who was beside him, was also surprised. Only Wu Yang was stunned for a moment when he saw Su Yan block Zhou Chen's attack, but he quickly regained his composure. What other moves do you have? Su Yan actually managed to block the everlasting storm that Zhou Chen had unleashed. He asked with a devilish smile. Zhou Chen was almost driven crazy by Su Yan. This Su Yan was clearly weaker than him. However, why was it that Su Yan was able to dodge all of his attacks? Zhou Chen was confident that even those at the same level as him would not be able to take the everlasting storm head-on. How could Su Yan possibly do that? Arrogant fool, have a taste of my phantom gold lock. After hearing Zhou Chen's angry roar, Graduate instantly came to his senses. With a roar, he took out his magic treasure and attacked Su Yan. Obviously, Graduate was slightly stronger than Zhou Chen. The phantom gold lock was a huge golden lock. The moment it was taken out, it exploded with a dazzling light. Not only that, but Graduate was also much faster than Zhou Chen. With a leap, the spirit energy in his body surged. In an instant, he was in front of Su Yan. The phantom gold lock in his hand slammed down, directly smashing down on Su Yan's head. Die. Graduate had already recognized Su Yan's terrifying speed when he watched the battle between Su Yan and Zhou Qin. Originally, he didn't plan to hit Su Yan with this move. However, when he saw that Su Yan did not dodge, he sneered. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. For cultivators of Dharma treasures, every Dharma treasure had its own characteristics. The sky's shackling chain could bind people. Graduate's phantom gold lock was above strength. When it smashed down, it would be as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Even if Su Yan were to receive his phantasmal golden lock head-on, he was confident that he would be able to teach him a lesson. Just now, he was still worried that Su Yan would dodge with his terrifying speed. Now that he saw that Su Yan did not dodge, he was naturally happy. Seeing that the phantom gold lock was about to hit Su Yan, a sinister smile appeared at the corner of Graduate's mouth. Bang! However, at this moment, Su Yan slowly raised his hand. The ghost howl sword in his hand blocked the phantom gold lock. The collision of the phantom gold lock and the ghost howl sword caused a huge energy fluctuation. How is this possible? Graduate was stunned when he saw that Su Yan had blocked his phantom gold lock attack. However, he quickly reacted. The spirit energy in his body surged, and the phantom gold lock suddenly flowed out. It suppressed Su Yan. Unfortunately, Su Yan did not move at all. With a faint smile on his face, he raised his hand and waved. Bang! Suddenly, a powerful spirit energy burst out. Graduate had always been proud of the power of the phantom gold lock. However, under Su Yan's majestic spirit energy, he suddenly felt a huge pain in his arm. Bang! With another loud sound, his entire body suddenly flew backward. He staggered a few steps on the ground before coming to a stop. How is this possible? How is your strength greater than mine? Graduate looked at Su Yan with shock in his eyes. Whoosh! At this moment, Zhou Chen's figure suddenly rushed out. He waved the heavenly chain in his hand and pounced on Su Yan. The heavenly chain exuded an awe-inspiring aura. In a short period of time, it wrapped around Su Yan like a snake. Graduate, let's attack together. If we don't kill this kid today, we won't be able to resolve the hatred in our hearts. Zhou Chen seemed to have admitted that he was not a match for Su Yan. The moment he attacked Su Yan, he shouted to Graduate. When Graduate heard Zhou Chen's words, he suddenly understood. He was not a match for Su Yan alone. If the two of them joined forces, let's see if Su Yan still dared to be so arrogant. Su Yan, if I don't kill you today, I won't be able to resolve the hatred in my heart. Graduate growled. Suddenly, he waved the phantom gold lock and pounced on Su Yan. The two of them attacked together. Their attacks were much stronger than before. Moreover, it was obviously not the first time that the two of them worked together. One retreated while the other advanced, there were no flaws. The heavenly chain wrapped around Su Yan, and the phantom gold lock followed closely behind. Die, Su Yan! Zhou Chen and Graduate shouted at the same time. Su Yan looked at their ferocious expressions and smiled. He clenched the ghost howl sword in his hand. Suddenly, a powerful spirit energy surged out. The ghost howl sword immediately emitted a roar. At the same time, a black gas condensed from the ghost howl sword. Seeing Zhou Chen and Graduate approaching, Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. He quickly waved the ghost howl sword in his hand. Rumble! A powerful explosion burst out. Ghost howl sword, wailing of 10,000 ghosts. Su Yan shouted and immediately slashed the ghost howl sword in his hand. Suddenly, the ghost howl sounded again and again. Black gas filled the air. In an instant, it condensed into a huge ghost head. Roar! With a low roar, the huge ghost head attacked Zhou Chen and Graduate. Not good. When Zhou Qin and Li Jun saw such a powerful move, they were shocked and wanted to dodge. Unfortunately, the ghost head was too fast. It was like a bolt of lightning. The two of them could not dodge at all. The two of them could only hurriedly withdraw their magic treasures to protect their bodies. Bang! The huge ghost head suddenly collided with the two of them. Ah! The two of them howled at the same time. Their bodies flew backward at the same time and fell to the ground with a bang. Although this move caused them to be seriously injured, it made them extremely embarrassed. Their faces were covered in dust and their clothes were tattered. Su Yan. The two of them looked at each other with anger in their eyes. They raised their magic treasures and were about to attack Su Yan again. At this moment, Wu Yang, who had been standing on the side and had not made a move or said anything, suddenly flashed and blocked in front of the two of them. Senior brother Wu. The two of them could not help but be stunned when they saw Wu Yang blocking in front of them. Don't you think it's embarrassing enough? Two saints of the 5 bloodlines were forced to this point by a saint of the 4 bloodlines. How can you still have the face to fight? Wu Yang raised his eyebrows and said coldly without even looking at the two of them. When the two of them heard Wu Yang's words, they immediately blushed and lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Wu Yang did not pay attention to the two of them. Instead, he turned to look at Su Yan and smiled. Su Yan, I have to admire you. As a saint of the 4 bloodlines, you actually forced Zhou Qin and Wen Li to this point. It's finally the real thing. Su Yan smiled but did not say anything. He only looked at the dazzling light condensing in Wu Yang's eyes and thought to himself. Wu Yang did not get angry when he saw that Su Yan did not pay attention to him. Instead, he continued, Su Yan, you are very strong. Unfortunately, you are only a saint of the 4 bloodlines. No matter how strong you are, it's useless. As he spoke, a burst of powerful spirit chi suddenly surged from Wu Yang's body, emitting a dazzling light. The moment the spirit chi surged, it quickly revolved around Wu Yang's body and headed straight for Su Yan. Su Yan could not help but frown slightly. Wu Yang's spirit chi was much stronger than Zhou Qin and Wen Li's spirit chi. It must be known that in the Saint bloodline realm, the difference between each bloodline was a chasm that was difficult to cross. Wu Yang's spiritual energy was at least dozens of times greater than Zhou Chen's and Li Jun's. Under the pressure of the powerful spiritual energy, Wu Yang couldn't help but take a few steps back. He quickly circulated his cultivation method, and his spiritual energy erupted. Only then was he able to stabilize himself. A saint of the 7 bloodlines is indeed not something a saint of the 5 bloodlines can compare to. Su Yan looked at Wu Yang and licked his lips. Feeling the powerful force, he was not afraid at all. Instead, the blood in his heart began to boil. Su Yan, I admire you. It's because I admire you that you must die today. Chapter 190. Su Yan, it's time for you to die. Wu Yang bellowed coldly. Suddenly, his figure surged forward at a speed far faster than both Zhou Qin and Li Jun. Like a bolt of lightning, he slapped his palm towards Su Yan. Su Yan could not help but be slightly careless. After all, Wu Yang was a 7 meridian saint, a full 3 meridian more than Su Yan. Whether it was in terms of speed, density of spirit chi, or strength, Wu Yang far surpassed Su Yan. When Su Yan saw Wu Yang's attack coming, his blood dragon pupils suddenly shrank, and Wu Yang's speed immediately slowed down. Taking advantage of this slow speed, Su Yan hurriedly controlled the sword dragon and quickly swept backwards, avoiding Wu Yang's attack. Not bad. Having seen Su Yan's speed that did not match his strength, Wu Yang was not surprised that Su Yan could avoid this move. He only smiled coldly and moved his body in mid-air, slapping his palm towards Su Yan's chest. Su Yan saw that the blood dragon pupil shrank and his figure rapidly swept backwards. Xiao, Wu Yang's palm swept past Su Yan's side. Su Yan was secretly shocked. This 7 Meridian Saint is really strong. If I only rely on the Blood Dragon pupil to dodge, I will definitely not be his match. Su Yan was well aware of the strength of a 7 Meridian Saint. If he only relied on speed to dodge, he would definitely be at a disadvantage within 3 rounds. Of course, Su Yan was shocked, but there was not a trace of fear. Instead, his eyes were like torches. When Wu Yang attacked again, Su Yan's blood dragon pupil suddenly shrank and his figure rapidly swept backwards. At that moment, Xiao. Several flying swords suddenly surged out from Su Yan's body. The flying swords were like lightning. After attacking, they suddenly flashed and directly attacked Wu Yang. Wu Yang never expected that Su Yan would burst out with so many flying swords. He was shocked and hurriedly rushed back. Unfortunately, Su Yan's flying swords caught him off guard. Although Wu Yang's speed was amazing, he was still a bit slower. Whoosh! A flying sword directly cut through the clothes on Wu Yang's shoulder. Wu Yang looked at the torn pieces of his clothes, and killing intent surged in his eyes. What a Su Yan! What a Su Yan! Be careful! Just as Wu Yang was still angry about his clothes being torn, Zhou Qin and the other 2 hurriedly reminded him. Su Yan clenched the Ghost Hall sword tightly in his hand and leaped down from the sky. His body was like a great rock as the Ghost Hall sword in his hand emitted countless rumbling sounds and instantly pierced towards Wu Yang's head. Wu Yang was stunned for a moment, but he reacted quickly. He slapped his storage bag and hurriedly summoned his sword, waving it to block Su Yan's attack. Clang! The 2 swords collided, and suddenly there was a burst of energy fluctuation. Zhou Qin and the other 2 standing at the side couldn't help but retreat a little. The 2 collided and immediately separated. Wu Yang raised the sword in his hand and looked at Su Yan, his eyes becoming colder and colder. Su Yan, I didn't expect you to be able to force me to use the Spirit Crossing sword. Very good, very good. Obviously, Wu Yang was the same as Su Yan, a sword cultivator. Su Yan's face was expressionless. Only his eyes were still filled with a resplendent light. Die! Wu Yang roared, and the majestic spirit qi in his body surged. The next moment, he held the Spirit Crossing sword in his hand and attacked Su Yan. The speed of the 7 Meridian Saint was fully displayed here. The Spirit Crossing sword was like a long snake as it surged out. The surrounding air immediately filled with a series of rumbling sounds. Su Yan frowned, but his speed wasn't slow. The spirit qi in his body surged, and his body suddenly met Wu Yang's attack. At the same time, the Ghost Howl sword in his hand was waved out, and countless black sword shadows burst out. Bang! The 2 swords collided, and once again there was a terrifying explosion. Both of them were sword cultivators. Wu Yang relied on his strength, and the Spirit Crossing sword in his hand flashed out, as fast as lightning. Although Su Yan's strength was a little weaker than Wu Yang's, Su Yan relied on the special effect of the Blood Dragon pupil, and the speed that Su Yan was proud of, so he wasn't slower than Wu Yang. The Ghost Howl sword constantly blocked Wu Yang's attacks. After a few rounds, although Su Yan was at a disadvantage, he was still able to stand in an invincible position. Su Yan, you must die today. At this time, Wu Yang's attack had erupted to the extreme. The spirit qi in his body burst out, and swept up Su Yan. The powerful spirit qi pressure and the majestic spirit qi that was 3 meridians higher than Su Yan's instantly surged onto Su Yan's body. Under the powerful spirit qi pressure, Su Yan suddenly felt that his body was imprisoned, and Su Yan also slowed down a little. And it was because of this delay. Wu Yang's Spirit Crossing sword had already closed in, and directly stabbed towards Su Yan's chest. A 7 Meridian Saint is indeed powerful. Su Yan was shocked, and hurriedly withdrew the Ghost Howl sword to protect his chest. Bang! With a loud sound, Su Yan's body was suddenly sent flying several meters away. Not only that, Wu Yang's attack didn't stop. Wu Yang's body suddenly leaped up, waving the spirit-crossing sword in his hand. In an instant, there was a sound, and the surrounding air seemed to condense together. Die, Su Yan, Sword King Chop. Wu Yang roared, and the spirit-crossing sword in his hand instantly slashed horizontally. Rumble, at the moment when the spirit-crossing sword slashed horizontally, there was suddenly a burst of roars, and the whole sky seemed to have darkened. A powerful chi energy erupted from the spirit-crossing sword. It formed a huge wave of spirit chi that directly hit Su Yan. The speed was swift and violent, and was not the slightest bit weaker than the tsunami that Su Yan encountered in the dock. The moment the chi energy surged, there was suddenly a burst of sand and stones, like a tornado. Sword King Chop. Su Yan frowned slightly, and didn't have time to think, and quickly operated the great sun-colored glass sword manual. With a bang, a golden light flashed, and fell from head to toe, wrapping Su Yan in it. Bang! At the moment when Su Yan's invincible golden body leaped up, Wu Yang's attack had already exploded on Su Yan's body, and suddenly there was a surge of fog, wrapping Su Yan in it. Looking at the surging fog, the corners of Wu Yang's mouth rose slightly. You overestimate yourself, so what if you're strong? After all, you're a saint with 4 bloodlines. When Zhou Qin and Li Jun saw the mist, they laughed happily. Ha ha ha, brat, you're arrogant, you're arrogant. And just when they all thought that Su Yan would definitely be injured or killed by this move, a bright light flashed. Suddenly there was a burst of bright light in the fog, and suddenly a scarlet light surged out, attacking Wu Yang like a bolt of lightning. Wu Yang was shocked, and wanted to dodge, but the speed of the red light was too fast, and there was no way to avoid it. Bang! The red light directly exploded on Wu Yang's body. Although it didn't kill Wu Yang, it pierced a huge hole in Wu Yang's white clothes. The fog gradually fell, and Su Yan's figure slowly appeared. What? How is this possible? How is he not dead? When Zhou Chen and graduates saw Su Yan's figure, their eyes were filled with astonishment. Although Wu Yang's face didn't change, from the murderous intent surging in his eyes, he was obviously surprised that Su Yan could dodge his Sword King chop. Su Yan, you're really something. Wu Yang said coldly, and suddenly he raised the spirit-crossing sword in his hand to attack Su Yan. Su Yan, let's see how you dodge this. As he spoke, the sword flashed and arrived in front of Su Yan. Ghost Howl Sword, Wailing of 10,000 Ghosts. Seeing Wu Yang's attack, Su Yan's eyes turned, and he quickly circulated his cultivation method. Countless amounts of spirit power surged out and passed into the Ghost Howl Sword. Suddenly, Ghost Howl sounded, and a black fog surged, forming a huge ghost head that attacked Wu Yang. Su Yan, do you think this will work? Wu Yang had just seen Su Yan use the Wailing of 10,000 Ghosts sword technique, so he wasn't surprised at all. He didn't panic either, and he sneered and waved the spirit-crossing sword in his hand. His whole body rotated, forming a hurricane that directly hit the Wailing of 10,000 Ghosts. Su Yan was expressionless as he looked at Wu Yang. The blood dragon pupil rotated, and his body suddenly rushed out. The spirit power in his body suddenly surged out, and a green flame suddenly attacked and burned Wu Yang's body. Wu Yang didn't expect Su Yan to emit such a flame, and the high temperature immediately roasted Wu Yang. Fortunately, Wu Yang was a saint of the 7 bloodlines. When the flame burned on his body, Wu Yang instantly dispersed the spirit power in his body and extinguished the flame. However, his clothes were burned black and white, which made him look very ugly and extremely embarrassed. The scorching heat from earlier had caused Wu Yang to endure quite a bit of pain, causing Wu Yang's previously unmoving face to appear slightly exhausted. Su Yan, you actually have the heavenly fire. Wu Yang stared at Su Yan with murderous intent in his eyes. Su Yan didn't answer Wu Yang's words, but carefully observed Wu Yang. After using the sword technique twice and the invincible golden body once, the spirit power in Su Yan's body also fell into a state of exhaustion. This saint of the 7 bloodlines is really capable. If I continue like this, I will definitely lose. Su Yan thought to himself. Without waiting for Wu Yang to make the first move, he held the Ghost Hall sword in his hand and attacked Wu Yang first. Seeing this, Wu Yang shouted coldly, "You're courting death." He raised the spirit crossing sword in his hand and followed Su Yan. Suddenly, the sword light flashed in the void above. "Go to hell." Wu Yang swept his sword and slashed towards Su Yan. It was as fast as lightning. However, Su Yan wasn't slow either, and quickly raised his sword to block. Su Yan, you think this is it?" When Wu Yang saw Su Yan raise his sword to block, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a trace of a sneer. The spirit-crossing sword that was chopping down on Su Yan suddenly changed direction and swept towards the other side of Su Yan's body. Chapter 191. You want to compete with me in swordsmanship? You are courting death. Seeing that Su Yan was hit by his sword, Wu Yang smiled coldly and leaped forward at an even faster speed. Bang! He directly kicked Su Yan's shoulder. Su Yan, who was already injured, couldn't dodge in time and was hit by Wu Yang's kick. Immediately, a huge pain came from his shoulder. Under the pressure of the powerful spiritual power, the blood in his body surged. Puchi! He spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was also sent flying backwards. Die! Seeing this scene, Wu Yang coldly shouted. He didn't stop his attack and leaped towards Su Yan again. The spirit-crossing sword in his hand directly chopped towards Su Yan's head. Seeing this scene, Su Yan was suddenly shocked. The Virokana-colored sun swordsmanship in his body quickly circulated. He tightly grasped the Ghost Hall sword in his hand and swept it horizontally. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual power surged out. Ghost Hall sword, 10,000 ghosts out of the cage. Suddenly, a gust of wind and clouds filled the air, forming a huge black curtain in front of Su Yan. The black curtain directly rushed toward Wu Yang at a speed as fast as the tide of the East Sea. What? Seeing this move, Wu Yang was shocked. He quickly retreated and looked at Su Yan with a face full of surprise. You don't have enough spiritual power. How can you still burst out the sword skill? Su Yan didn't answer Wu Yang. Taking advantage of the second move of the Ghost Hall sword skill and the 10,000 ghosts out of the cage attack, the blood dragon pupil instantly rotated and the Virokana-colored sun swordsmanship in his body quickly circulated. Su Yan instantly stepped forward and rushed toward Wu Yang. As the Ghost Hall sword moved, the sword light flashed and the sound of the sword shook. The long sword rushed forward like an arrow leaving the bow, extremely fast and fierce. I only have this one chance, only one chance. Su Yan stared at Wu Yang with narrowed eyes. He knew that this was his only chance to attack. Su Yan had used the invincible golden body once, used the sword art twice, and fought against Wu Yang for a long time. The spirit chi in Su Yan's body had long been exhausted, so this move was Su Yan's last resort. One sword to decide the universe, Su Yan shouted. Suddenly, the surrounding air condensed, and the majestic spiritual energy erupted from the Ghost Hall sword. This sword technique was not a sword technique. It was merely a single move, but the explosive power of this move was extremely shocking. As the sword descended, a series of loud noises immediately erupted. What? What's going on? Wu Yang was stunned to see that Su Yan could unleash such a powerful attack with just one move of his swordsmanship. Then he reacted and smirked, "Humph, Su Yan, you're only a fourple saint, but you can unleash such a terrifying power. You've really impressed me. But do you think it's useful? Today, let me, Wu Yang, show you what absolute strength is." Wu Yang looked at Su Yan's sword and a murderous look immediately surged in his eyes. With a roar, he suddenly stepped forward and the spirit-crossing sword in his hand leaped out like a long dragon. For a moment, the sword radiance overflowed and the sword hummed. Its power was equally amazing. Zhou Qin and Li Jun were stunned to see this, but when they saw Su Yan, a wicked smile immediately appeared on their faces. Su Yan will definitely die today. Bang! As the two of them spoke, Wu Yang's and Su Yan's swords collided in midair. A strong spiritual energy fluctuation erupted and invaded the surroundings. The surrounding vegetation was destroyed in an instant. The muddy water on the ground also rose, and a burst of bright light burst out from both of them at the same time. Su Yan, you're very strong, but it's useless. Wu Yang looked at Su Yan's increasingly pale face and laughed. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual energy burst out from Wu Yang's body. Die! Wu Yang laughed ferociously. Bang! Su Yan's entire body was suddenly hit. Puchi! Another mouthful of blood spurted out from Su Yan's mouth. Su Yan, you're very strong, but it's a pity that you're too weak. Wu Yang looked at Su Yan and laughed. Suddenly, he saw that the pair of eyes on Su Yan's pale face no longer emitted a bright light, but a deep evil meaning. Wu Yang was stunned. Whoosh! A dazzling light spread out, and Wu Yang was suddenly startled. Unfortunately, it was too late. Pudong, with a loud sound, a flying sword cut through the void and directly pierced through Wu Yang's shoulder. The huge force attacked and Wu Yang's entire body was suddenly sent flying. Bang! Bang! Wu Yang and Su Yan fell to the ground almost at the same time, and there was a loud explosion. Senior brother Wu. Zhou Qin and the other two looked at each other and hurriedly came to their senses and ran in Wu Yang's direction. Puchi! Puchi! At the same time, Wu Yang and Su Yan spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. Senior brother Wu, how are you? Zhou Qin asked Wu Yang with concern. Get out of my way. Wu Yang waved away Zhou Qin's arm and slowly stood up. He looked at Su Yan with killing intent in his eyes and smiled ferociously. Su Yan, I didn't expect that I, a 7-meridian saint, would be injured by a 4-meridian saint like you. Su Yan, you must die today. Wu Yang roared and almost fainted. He was a proud son, and even the Emperor Tianxiang of the Western Palace dared not offend him easily. However, he had been defeated by Su Yan, a 4-meridian saint. Humiliation. To Wu Yang, this was the greatest humiliation of his life. Unfortunately, the sword had injured him quite badly. As he roared, Wu Yang suddenly felt his qi and blood surging in his body. Puchi! He spat out another mouthful of blood. He lost his balance and fell to the ground, unconscious. When Su Yan saw that Wu Yang had fainted, his qi and blood also surged in his body. Puchi! He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and felt dizzy. He was about to pass out. Fortunately, Su Yan's willpower was amazing. He forced himself not to pass out. This was because Su Yan knew that if he passed out, he would definitely die today. After all, this was the Western Palace's territory. When Zhou Qin and the graduate saw that Wu Yang had passed out, they were shocked. At the same time, a burst of anger surged in their chests. They waved the artifacts in their hands and pointed at Su Yan, shouting, Su Yan, how dare you injure our senior brother Wu? Let's see if I don't kill you today. Kill me. Su Yan couldn't help but laugh. The two of you have already lost to me. This time, you're only injured because of me. Don't tell me that the Western Palace has such scoundrels. Su Yan had always been unwilling to waste his breath with others. However, now that he was injured, Su Yan had to use words to stall for time. After all, if he were to fight Zhou Qin and the graduate now, he would definitely not be able to escape death. As expected, when Zhou Qin and the graduate heard Su Yan's words, their faces immediately flushed. They stood there, not knowing whether to move or not. Su Yan saw the two's attitude and smiled slightly. However, Su Yan knew that the two of them were definitely not chivalrous people if they could join forces to deal with him. His words were definitely useless against the two of them. He had to threaten them. As Su Yan thought about it, he suppressed the surging qi and blood in his body. He gripped the ghost hall sword in his hand and pointed at the two of them. Although I, Su Yan, am injured today, if the two of you want to die, Su, don't mind sending the two of you to heaven. Although Su Yan's voice was not loud, a domineering aura was faintly emitted from his eyes. The dragon might within his blood-red dragon eyes caused Zhou Qin and Wen Li to be involuntarily stunned. Originally, the two of them really wanted to disregard their status and directly kill Su Yan. However, now that they saw Su Yan like this, they were really afraid and did not dare to move. Although they did not dare to move, their mouths were unforgiving. They looked at Su Yan and roared angrily, "Su Yan, don't be so arrogant. Do you think there's no one in the Western Palace who can help you? So what if there's no one in the Western Palace?" Su Yan said contemptuously. He did not put Zhou Qin and the graduate in his eyes at all. Although Su Yan knew that he was not a match for the two of them due to his injuries, he was still arrogant. However, with Su Yan's arrogance, he definitely wouldn't submit to people like Zhou Qin and Wen Chun. This wasn't because he was struggling, but because he was Su Yan. Well, Su Yan. Zhou Qin looked at Su Yan. He was so angry that his whole chest was about to explode. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted, "Su Yan, since you think there's no one in the Western Palace who can help you today, I'll let you see the strength of the Western Palace disciples." As he spoke, Zhou Qin suddenly made a hand seal. The moment the spiritual qi surged, a red light suddenly spread out from his palm and spread in the sky. As the red light spread out, in less than a few breaths, there was a sudden noise in the surroundings. Dozens of Western Palace disciples gathered around. "Zhou Qin, why are you in such a hurry to use the Western Palace assembly token?" When dozens of Western Palace disciples gathered around, a young man in a black robe walked faintly. Obviously, he had reached the strength of an Emperor Tianxiang. He was also the leader of the group of disciples. He stepped forward and asked Zhou Qin. "Senior Guan, this boy is a disciple of the Eastern Palace. He stole the treasure of the Western Palace and injured Senior Wu." Zhou Qin first greeted Guan Xiaojie, then pointed at Su Yan and said angrily. When Guan Xiaojie heard Zhou Qin's words, he first checked on Wu Yang's injuries. When he saw that he was only injured, he turned to look at Su Yan. Originally, there was a surging murderous intent in his eyes. After all, the major sects in the Monster Palace had always been at odds with each other. Usually, there was a lot of open and covert fighting. The disciples of the major palaces usually saw each other as enemies. Moreover, now that he heard that the treasure of his palace had been stolen and that one of his disciples had been injured, he was furious. Chapter 192. It would have been fine if they were anywhere else, but they were still in the territory of the West Palace. Guan Xiaojie listened to Zhou Qin's words, and a murderous look appeared on his gentle face. At the same time, he looked at Su Yan with murderous intent. However, when the murderous intent fell on Su Yan, it immediately turned into astonishment. A saint of 4 bloodlines, how is this possible? Guan Xiaojie and Wu Yang were both disciples of the West Palace, and they were both well-known figures in the West Palace. Although they didn't have much of a relationship, they were no strangers to each other. Wu Yang was a saint of 7 bloodlines. Not only Wu Yang, but even Zhou Qin and the graduate were both saints of 5 bloodlines. Su Yan was only a saint of 4 bloodlines, so how could he hurt Wu Yang, Zhou Qin, and the graduate? Zhou Qin, do you think junior brother Wu was really hurt by this kid? Guan Xiaojie didn't believe that Su Yan, a saint of 4 bloodlines, could defeat Wu Yang, a saint of 7 bloodlines, not to mention that there were 2 other saints of 5 bloodlines present. When he looked at Zhou Qin and Graduate, his face couldn't help but be filled with anger. Zhou Qin and the Graduate trembled when they saw Guan Xiaojia's expression. They hurriedly said, "Senior Brother Guan, I'm telling the truth. Senior Brother Wu was really hurt by this kid." Yes, Senior Brother Guan, I don't know how this kid cultivates, but his speed is very fast. The Graduate also quickly chimed in, afraid that Guan Xiaojia wouldn't believe them. "I don't think you two would dare to lie to me." Guan Xiaojia looked at their cowardice and snorted. He immediately looked back at Su Yan and checked Su Yan again to confirm that Su Yan was only a saint of 4 bloodlines. He was even more surprised. How could a saint of 4 bloodlines defeat Wu Yang, a saint of 7 bloodlines? Of course, Guan Xiaojia knew that with Zhou Qin and the Graduate status in the West Palace, they wouldn't dare to lie to him. It was precisely because Guan Xiaojia knew that the 2 of them wouldn't dare to lie to him that he was even more surprised and puzzled. He originally thought that Su Yan knew some secret technique, but after looking at Su Yan and seeing that Su Yan didn't have any abnormalities, he dispelled the doubts in his heart. "Kid, you're only a 4 Meridian saint, but you can defeat a 7 Meridian saint. You're really something." Guan Xiaojia looked at Su Yan in disdain. He was very surprised that Su Yan, who was only a 4 Meridian saint, could defeat a 7 Meridian saint. However, he was the Emperor of Tianxiang. With the arrogance of an emperor, he looked at Su Yan with disdain. Su Yan looked at Guan Xiaojia's disdainful look and couldn't help but smile coldly. The Emperor of Tianxiang and so many saints. The West Palace is really full of talents. Guan Xiaojia didn't understand the meaning in Su Yan's words. Instead, he thought that Su Yan was afraid of him. He couldn't help but smile. Of course the West Palace is full of talents. You dare to come to the West Palace and make trouble. This time, I advise you to obediently surrender. Maybe I'll spare your life because we're both disciples of the Monster Palace. Surrender. Su Yan heard Guan Xiaojia's words and couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, what a joke. The Emperor of Tianxiang and so many saints are bullying me, and you still have the nerve to ask me to surrender. Is this the quality of a disciple of the West Palace? What? Guan Xiaojia heard Su Yan's words and suddenly became furious. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted, "Kid, you're about to die and you still dare to be stubborn." "I'm stubborn." Su Yan smiled coldly. "If I wasn't a disciple of the Monster Palace, then it wouldn't matter. Since I am a disciple of the Monster Palace, then all of you are also disciples of the Monster Palace. This time, you West Palace disciples are bullying the weak. I don't have many, but you're bullying me with numbers. You've really humiliated the Monster Palace. As a disciple of the Monster Palace, I feel ashamed for you." Su Yan's voice became louder and louder. He was not afraid of Guan Xiaojia and the other disciples of the West Palace at all. His tone was sonorous and powerful. Guan Xiaojia and the other disciples of the West Palace couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Guan Xiaojia was even more furious, but he had to admit that Su Yan's words made sense. Okay. Guan Xiaojia flew into a rage, but he couldn't do anything to Su Yan. He could only point at Su Yan and shout, "Kid, I can spare you today. As long as you leave behind the treasures of the Western Palace, you can leave on your own. Your treasure of the West Palace." Su Yan couldn't help but sneer. Su, have already said that I didn't take anything from the West Palace. How can I stay? You're lying. I clearly saw a bright light coming from here. It was bright and beautiful. It must be a treasure. Zhou Qin heard Su Yan's words and immediately shouted from the side. What a joke, what a joke. Su Yan heard Zhou Qin's words and didn't even bother to argue. He smiled coldly and said, Su, am here today. I'm alone. You people of the West Palace rely on your numbers. Naturally, you can say whatever you want. If that's the case, Su Yan, have nothing to say. Su is here today. You can do whatever you want to me. Su Yan said with an indifferent attitude. Not to mention that Su Yan hadn't recovered from the lack of spiritual qi in his body. Even in his subverted state, Su Yan knew that he still had no power to fight back against an Emperor Tianxiang. Since that was the case, Su Yan simply put on an indifferent attitude and let you do whatever you want to him. In any case, Su Yan relied on reason. Guan Xiaojie really didn't know what to do when he saw Su Yan like this. Not to mention that Su Yan was a disciple of the Monster Palace. Even if Su Yan wasn't a disciple of the Monster Palace, it was disgraceful for an Emperor Tianxiang to bully a saint. Zhou Chen had suffered unprecedented humiliation at the hands of Su Yan. He didn't care whether it was honorable or not. Seeing that Guan Xiaojie had no intention of attacking, Zhou Chen raised the magic weapon in his hand and pointed at Su Yan. He shouted, Su Yan, don't be so arrogant. You set foot in the West Palace today and took our treasure. You are a disciple of the West Palace, and everyone has the right to punish you. You say that the West Palace bullies you. Why don't you call your East Palace disciples over and let the disciples of the two palaces compete and see who's stronger? Even though Guan Xiaojie was the strongest among these disciples, he was still able to defeat the strongest of them all. However, he wasn't the smartest. He didn't know how to get out of this situation, but when he heard Zhou Chen's words, he immediately smiled. That's right. Su Yan, you say that the West Palace disciples bully you because they're stronger. Why don't you call your East Palace disciples over and compete with them? Otherwise, people will say that the West Palace is bullying you. Su Yan couldn't help but frown when he heard Guan Xiaojie's words. Su Yan had always been a loner and didn't have many friends. Even in the East Palace, Su Yan had only been here for a few days. Apart from Chu Linger and a few of his subordinates, he didn't know anyone else. Moreover, because of Chu Linger's matter, all the disciples of the East Palace viewed him as an enemy. It was obviously impossible for them to help him out. Moreover, Su Yan was in the West Palace's territory and didn't have the signal to contact the East Palace disciples. Even if he wanted to contact them, it was impossible. Seeing Su Yan's troubled expression, Guan Xiaojie immediately sneered. Su Yan, why can't you call your East Palace disciples over? Seeing that Su Yan didn't answer, Guan Xiaojie smiled even more happily. Su Yan, since you can't call your East Palace disciples over, don't blame the West Palace for bullying you. While speaking, Guan Xiaojie's spirit qi suddenly burst out. The majestic spirit qi of the Emperor Tianxiang immediately threatened Su Yan. Su Yan, who was already seriously injured, suddenly felt a strong sense of oppression invade him. His body turned over and over. Puchi, Su Yan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Guan Xiaojie was already ready to make a move. He really wanted to see how Su Yan, who was only a 4-meridian saint, could defeat a 7-meridian saint. However, because of Su Yan's words at that time, he felt that he was in the wrong and didn't make a move. Now that he had a reason to make a move, Guan Xiaojie naturally wouldn't be polite. With a wave of his hand, another burst of powerful spirit qi burst out. Su Yan's entire body suddenly shook and he flew out in an instant. He fell to the ground with a loud bang. A 4-meridian saint can defeat a 7-meridian saint. I think it's just a so-so. Guan Xiaojie couldn't help but sneer. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted, Boy, if you don't want to die, hand over the treasure of the West Palace obediently and apologize to the disciples of the West Palace. I'll spare your life. Spare my life. Su Yan slowly stood up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were like torches. There was no trace of fear in his eyes as he looked at Guan Xiaojie. Instead, there was a bright light. There was a burst of unswerving determination in that light. Guan Xiaojie, the West Palace, is it? I, Su, am here today. I'm not as strong as you, so I can accept this humiliation. But if you want me, Su Yan, to surrender, that's simply a fantasy. You're courting death. When Guan Xiaojie saw that Su Yan was still so stubborn even though he was about to die, a wave of anger immediately surged in his chest. With a cold shout, his body suddenly surged out violently. He was as fast as lightning. In an instant, he was in front of Su Yan. He waved one hand and his palm formed the shape of an eagle's claw. He went straight for Su Yan's throat. Boy, since you're so arrogant, don't blame me for being rude. You can only blame the people of the East Palace for not being able to save you. Die. As Guan Xiaojie spoke, a burst of powerful spirit qi burst out from his body. His palm also went directly for Su Yan's throat. Although Su Yan wanted to resist, he didn't have enough strength. The spirit qi in his body was deficient, and he was seriously injured. There was no way he could dodge Guan Xiaojie's attack. He could only watch helplessly as Guan Xiaojie closed in on his throat. What an arrogant disciple of the West Palace. Do you really think there's no one in the East Palace? Suddenly, a threatening voice came from the horizon. Chapter 193. Then, a beautiful figure descended from the sky. Her white robes fluttered in the wind like a fairy descending to the mortal world. All the disciples of the Western Palace were taken aback. Even Su Yan was stunned. Of course, Guan Xiaojie was no exception. Looking at the sudden appearance of the white-robed figure, he was also stunned. Ah! All of a sudden, he let out a blood-curdling scream, and his entire body immediately flew out. The person who came was none other than the Princess of Chu, the Palace Master of the East Palace, who had been observing Su Yan. What an arrogant West Palace disciple. Do you really think there's no one in the East Palace? In the dock, Su Yan had been in danger several times, but the Princess of Chu had not saved him. That was because the Princess of Chu thought that Su Yan asked for it. But now that Su Yan was being bullied by other disciples, it was not something that the Princess of Chu could tolerate. What's more, the Princess of Chu had just seen Su Yan use the strength of a saint of the 4 bloodlines to defeat the 2 saints of the 5 bloodlines, Zhou Qin and Li Feng. He even fought to a draw with the saint of the 7 bloodlines, Wu Yang. This made her, who already admired Su Yan, have a good impression of Su Yan. How could she allow Su Yan to die in the hands of a West Palace disciple? Palace Master. All the disciples of the West Palace were stunned when they saw the Princess of Chu. Then, all of them trembled and hurriedly knelt on the ground and shouted respectfully. Who dares to secretly hurt me? Although Guan Xiaojie saw the figure of the Princess of Chu fluttering in the wind, he did not see the face of the Princess of Chu. As one of the best disciples of the West Palace, he was humiliated. But before he could finish speaking, he saw Princess of Chu's frosty face. His entire body suddenly trembled, and with a bang, he immediately fell to his knees. Palace Master Chu. The Princess of Chu didn't even look at Guan Xiaojie. Instead, she looked into the distance and snorted coldly, Western Palace, what arrogance. My Eastern Palace's disciples were just passing by, but your Western Palace's disciples tried to kill them. Do you really think that my Western Palace doesn't have anyone capable? Ha ha ha. Just as the Princess of Chu finished speaking, a laugh sounded from the horizon. Then, a black figure appeared in front of everyone. This person's face was filled with wrinkles. Adding on his mottled white hair, it was obvious that he was old. His skinny body gave off the feeling that he would collapse at any moment. But it was this kind of old man. His eyes faintly emitted an oppressive aura, and there was an irresistible force between his brows. Palace Master Chu of the Eastern Palace has graced us with your presence. Forgive me for not coming out to meet you. The old man came out and said to the Princess of Chu. Although he was polite, his words were filled with disdain and mockery. Palace Master. When the disciples of the Western Palace saw the old man, the fear they felt in front of the Princess of Chu immediately lessened. They all greeted him with joyful smiles on their faces. That's right. This person was none other than the Palace Master of the Western Palace of the Monster Palace, the Celestial Pig Monster King. The Celestial Pig Monster King nodded slightly in response to the greetings of the disciples of the Western Palace. His eyes focused on the Princess of Chu again. He maintained his mysterious smile and said, Palace Master Chu, it's normal for disciples to fight. There's no need to be so calculative. The Princess of Chu looked at the Celestial Pig Monster King. Her expression became colder, and her eyes were filled with disdain. She said coldly, Celestial Pig, if there was only one disciple of the Western Palace, I wouldn't care about a fight between disciples of the same level. But you have so many disciples of the Western Palace, including Emperor Tian Xiang, bullying a saint disciple of the Eastern Palace. Isn't this bullying? Ha! The Celestial Pig Monster King chuckled again and said slowly, Palace Master Chu, you're wrong. Your disciples of the Eastern Palace trespassed into the territory of the Western Palace and took our treasures. Of course, our disciples of the Western Palace had to stop them. Moreover, Guan Xiaojie, a disciple of the Western Palace, gave your disciples a chance to ask your disciples to come. It was your disciples who didn't come. The Celestial Pig Monster King smiled mysteriously again. Palace Master Chu, if you really think that my disciples of the Western Palace are bullying your disciples of the Eastern Palace, our two palaces can hold a competition. What do you think? The Princess of Chu couldn't help but feel angry when she heard the Celestial Pig Monster King's words. She yelled, Celestial Pig, don't think that you can talk to me like this just because you have a few talented disciples in the Western Palace. The Celestial Pig Monster King saw the Princess of Chu's anger and smiled proudly. Ha, Palace Master Chu, you're wrong. We both belong to the Monster Palace. Isn't it a blessing for the Monster Palace that we have such talented disciples? Humph. The Princess of Chu snorted and didn't answer the Celestial Pig Monster King. After all, although the Eastern Palace was the leader of the four major palaces in the Monster Palace, the disciples of the Eastern Palace were the weakest. This had always been a sore point for the Princess of Chu. However, this was an indisputable fact. The Princess of Chu didn't know how to respond to the Celestial Pig Monster King's words. The Celestial Pig Monster King was even more proud when he saw the Princess of Chu's deflated expression. He said, Palace Master Chu, it just so happens that the Eastern and Western Palaces don't have any major events. Why don't we hold a competition between the disciples? What do you think? The Celestial Pig Monster King knew that the disciples of the Eastern Palace were weaker than the disciples of the Western Palace. That was why he said this to the Princess of Chu. He wanted to make fun of the Princess of Chu. The disciples of the Western Palace were all in high spirits when they saw the Princess of Chu's deflated expression. They stood behind the Celestial Pig Monster King in high spirits. Guan Xiaojie, who had just been pushed back by the Princess of Chu, was especially proud. Celestial Pig Monster King, are you trying to bully the Eastern Palace? The Princess of Chu was furious when she heard the Celestial Pig Monster King's words. This old fellow clearly knew that the disciples of the Eastern Palace were weaker than the disciples of the Western Palace. Yet, he still made such a suggestion. The Celestial Pig Monster King looked at the Princess of Chu and smiled proudly. Palace Master Chu, look at what you're saying. How could I, the Celestial Pig Monster King, dare to bully the Eastern Palace? With you around, who would dare to say that there is no one in the Eastern Palace? It's good that you know. The Princess of Chu immediately shouted when she heard the Celestial Pig Monster King's words. A powerful spiritual energy surged from her body and exploded. All the disciples of the Western Palace could not help but tremble. Celestial Pig Monster King, let me tell you this. No matter what happens in the Eastern Palace, I, the Princess of Chu, am here. Don't even think about shaking the Eastern Palace's position in the Monster Palace. The Princess of Chu's voice was not loud, but it contained spiritual energy. It was majestic and domineering. When the Heavenly Pig Demon King saw the majestic spiritual energy emitted from Chu Wangfei's body, he couldn't help but be stunned. His smug expression froze at this moment. After the Princess of Chu finished speaking, she snorted coldly. Ignoring the ugly expressions of the Celestial Pig Monster King and the others, she waved her hand and carried the unconscious Su Yan into the clouds and disappeared from the Western Palace. She left behind the stunned disciples of the Western Palace and the furious Celestial Pig Monster King. Princess of Chu, as long as the Princess of Chu is here, don't even think about shaking the Eastern Palace's position. Good, good. After the Princess of Chu left, the Celestial Pig Monster King roared angrily, Princess of Chu, just you wait. Just you wait. I, the Celestial Pig Monster King, will make you submit to me one day. Although the Princess of Chu already had a daughter, her face had not changed for 100 years. Her beautiful face still retained the skin of a young girl, which did not diminish her beauty at all. She was favored by countless powerful figures in the Monster Palace. If it were not for the Princess of Chu's amazing strength, there would be countless people in the Monster Palace who would want to make the Princess of Chu submit to them. The Celestial Pig Monster King was even more so. He had been lusting after the Princess of Chu's beauty for a long time. He had been suppressing it in his heart. Su Yan was brought back to the Eastern Palace by the Princess of Chu. Although Wu Yang had fainted in the end, Su Yan himself had not fared much better when a 4-bloodline saint fought a 7-bloodline saint. Rather than saying that Su Yan had defeated Wu Yang, it was more accurate to say that the two of them had only fought to a draw. If it were not for Su Yan's strong will, Su Yan would have fainted long ago. When Su Yan saw the Princess of Chu arrive, he knew that he was safe. His will that had been holding on finally relaxed and he fainted. Consort Chu saw all of this with her own eyes. Looking at the unconscious Su Yan, the Princess of Chu could not help but mutter to herself, not only is this child's strength amazing, but even his will is not something that ordinary people can endure. The Princess of Chu had checked Su Yan's injuries and knew that Su Yan had not only exhausted his spirit chi, but he was also seriously injured. If it had been an ordinary person, they would have fainted long ago. But this person was able to hold on until I arrived and only fainted when he knew that it was safe. This will. The Princess of Chu looked at Su Yan with more and more admiration. However, when she thought of the secret contained in Su Yan's body, she fell into a melancholy. To think that in the hundreds of years that I have been in charge of the Monster Palace, there has never been such a talented person. As a saint of the 4 bloodlines, he was able to fight a saint of the 7 bloodlines to a draw. If this child is allowed to grow, his future will be immeasurable. I'm afraid that he will be able to enter that legendary realm. If Ling were to be handed over to this person, it would obviously be the best choice. However, this person has too many secrets. I don't know if he is truly loyal to the Monster Palace. Thinking about it, the 100-year agreement is getting closer and closer. Sigh. Thinking about the agreement, the Princess of Chu could not help but frown and sigh. At this time, Su Yan opened his eyes and saw the Princess of Chu's melancholy appearance and the 100-year agreement that the Princess of Chu had mentioned. Su Yan could not help but be stunned. A 100-year agreement. What kind of agreement does this Princess of Chu have? Looking at her helpless appearance, it seems that she is very reluctant. Looking at this Princess of Chu's spirit chi, although I am not sure what realm it has reached, it is still the Boundary Realm. Boundary Realm. Thinking of this, Su Yan could not help but tremble. He really could not think of anything that could make the boundary realm feel helpless. Chapter 194. Although Su Yan did not open his eyes in order not to let the Princess of Chu know that he had woken up, Su Yan could feel a wave of power spreading throughout his body. Although there was no pain, Su Yan could clearly feel that his meridians had been shackled. However, this shackle disappeared very quickly. Secret technique, restriction secret technique. Su Yan quickly thought of something and his heart skipped a beat. Although Su Yan did not know what kind of restriction the Princess of Chu had placed on him, Su Yan was no stranger to this restriction secret technique. If a person was placed with a restriction secret technique, then the person who placed the restriction would be able to control the person at will in the future. When Su Yan thought of being controlled by the Princess of Chu in the future, his whole body could not help but tremble. Immediately, a wave of anger surged in his chest. However, when he thought of the Princess of Chu's strength, Su Yan still endured it. The Princess of Chu did not know that Su Yan had already understood. She just looked at Su Yan and smiled with satisfaction. Although this child has many secrets, with these two restrictions, even if he wants to go against my wishes in the future, I'm afraid that it is not his choice. What? 2 restrictions. When Su Yan heard the Princess of Chu's words, he was even more shocked. He had not expected that the Princess of Chu had not only placed 1 restriction on him, but 2. What is the Princess of Chu afraid of? Su Yan was shocked and even more puzzled. I am only a 4 Meridian Saint, while the Princess of Chu is at the square boundary. Not only that, but she is also a disciple of the Monster Palace. Why is she afraid of me? While Su Yan was puzzled, he didn't dare to make a sound because of how powerful the Princess of Chu was. He could only hide all his anger in the bottom of his heart. The Princess of Chu glanced at Su Yan again. She didn't know that Su Yan had already woken up. She thought that Su Yan hadn't woken up yet, so she didn't bother with Su Yan and turned to leave. Su Yan was left alone on the bed, unable to figure out what had happened. Why is the Princess of Chu so afraid of me? Why did she place 2 layers of restrictions on me? Could it be that she wants to use me to do something? Su Yan kept thinking about it. Unfortunately, Su Yan was left to his own devices. He couldn't figure out the Princess of Chu's true motive. No, I can't let this restriction exist. I, Su Yan, have never been threatened by anyone, not even the Princess of Chu. Su Yan said in his heart. His unopened eyes suddenly flashed with a determined light. Of course, Su Yan knew that the restriction placed on him by the Princess of Chu's strength couldn't be broken so easily. Now, Su Yan could only endure it. Only when he reached a certain height could he break it. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Su Yan felt that he had pretended enough. He coughed a few times and woke up. Although the Princess of Chu had left the room, she had been watching over here. When Su Yan woke up, the Princess of Chu walked in. She looked at Su Yan and said expressionlessly, "Awake." Su Yan nodded and hurriedly got up. He cupped his hands to the Princess of Chu and said, "Thank you, Palace Master, for saving my life. It's fine. You are a disciple of the East Palace. How can I allow you to be bullied by the people of the West Palace?" The Princess of Chu waved her hand and said casually, as if she was talking about something unrelated. If Su Yan didn't know that the Princess of Chu had placed a restriction on him, Su Yan would definitely be grateful to the Princess of Chu. But now that Su Yan knew that the Princess of Chu had placed a restriction on him, how could he be grateful to her? He only felt anger. The trip to the Monster Palace. This wasn't Su Yan's purpose. Su Yan came to the Monster Palace only for the secret of the Taiyao Ancient Seal. Su Yan, you can fight a saint of the 7 bloodlines to a draw with the strength of a saint of the 4 bloodlines. I didn't misjudge you. Of course, the Princess of Chu didn't know that Su Yan had already known that she had placed a restriction on him. she still maintained her coldness. Although Su Yan was angry, he still restrained himself. He didn't show the slightest trace of anger on his face. Instead, he smiled and said, "Palace Master, I'm sorry. If you hadn't saved me, I'm afraid I would have died in the West Palace. That's just because you're too weak." As the Princess of Chu spoke, she waved her hand and a pill with a delicate fragrance fell on the palm of the Princess of Chu. "Su Yan, this is the energy gathering pill. It's very helpful for the cultivation of a saint. I'll give it to you now." "Give it to me." Su Yan looked at the fragrant pill in the Princess of Chu's hand and couldn't help but be stunned. Energy gathering pill. Su Yan naturally wasn't unfamiliar with it. This pill was a level 5 pill that was refined by gathering all the rare herbs in the world. When a saint bloodline expert swallowed the energy gathering pill, he could gather the spirit chi of heaven and earth and forcefully open a saint bloodline to condense. Level 1. Although it was only level 1, this level of the saint realm was difficult for many people to cross in their lifetime. Now, it could be done with just one pill. From this, one could see the importance of the energy gathering pill. If Su Yan didn't know that the Princess of Chu had placed a restriction on his body, Su Yan would definitely take the energy gathering pill without hesitation and would be very grateful to the Princess of Chu. However, Su Yan now knew that the Princess of Chu had placed a restriction on him. Now, she had rewarded him with such a precious pill. How could Su Yan not be puzzled? The Princess of Chu placed a restriction on me and rewarded me with such a precious pill. Clearly, she isn't trying to suppress my cultivation. Then, why is she doing this? While Su Yan was puzzled, his expression didn't change. He said with a slightly agitated tone, "Palatial. Palatial Lord Chu, how can I accept such a precious pill without doing anything? Accept it." The Princess of Chu maintained her cold demeanor. As she spoke slowly, she handed the pill to Su Yan. "Thank you, Palatial Lord." Although Su Yan was puzzled, he couldn't bear to reject such a precious pill like the energy gathering pill. Thinking of the effects of the energy gathering pill, his hands trembled as he took the pill from the Princess of Chu. Seeing Su Yan take the pill, the Princess of Chu said, "Su Yan, I naturally didn't give you this energy gathering pill for no reason. It's to give you the right to enter the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda to cultivate. The right to cultivate in the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda." Su Yan could not help but be taken aback. Clearly, there was nothing in the Princess of Chu's memories regarding the cultivation of the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda. Okay. The Princess of Chu was not surprised by Su Yan's puzzlement. Instead, she nodded and said, "Su Yan, the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda is a secret cultivation pagoda that the 4 great palaces have. The pagoda is divided into 10 levels, and each level has its own special effect. Cultivating in the pagoda is 100 times faster than cultivating outside. 100 times faster." Su Yan could not help but be surprised. His eyes immediately surged with a glint as he yearned for the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda. Compared to Su Yan's surprise, the Princess of Chu was still as cold as ice. She did not even look at Su Yan as she continued, "Of course, due to the limited resources in the pagoda, not all disciples can enter to cultivate. Only the top 10 disciples of the Eastern Palace have the right. So what I want you to do now is to obtain the right," the Princess of Chu said to Su Yan. Finally, her frosty face immediately turned serious. Under this powerful pressure, Su Yan's body trembled, but he quickly recovered. Thinking of the cultivation speed of the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda, his eyes surged with a glint. "Palace Lord, I will definitely not disappoint and obtain the right to enter the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda." "Okay." The Princess of Chu nodded. With a wave of her hand, a domino landed in Su Yan's hand. "Su Yan, this domino contains the information of all the disciples of the Eastern Palace. It also records how you obtained the right to enter the top 10. I will give you a month's time. You must obtain the right to enter the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda. Yes. Su Yan nodded seriously. At the same time, he vaguely felt the blood in his body begin to boil. The right to enter the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda, 100 times faster cultivation speed. I, Su Yan, will definitely obtain it. After the Princess of Chu explained these matters, she let Su Yan leave. Su Yan did not stay for long. He left the Eastern Palace main hall and returned to his younger brother hall. The younger brother hall did not have a real name. However, he had heard from Yu Xiang that because he was the ruler of this hall, it was named after him. Now, Yu Xiang had lost to Su Yan. The hall naturally had to change its name. Of course, Su Yan could not be bothered with such trivial matters. When he returned to the palace and thought about how he was a palace master, he felt that it was a wonderful thing. At least when he was cultivating here, he would not be disturbed by others. Su Yan returned to the hall, but he did not see Yu Xiang and the others. Clearly, they were busy with some missions. There were all kinds of missions in the Monster Palace. For example, going out of the East Sea to train, going to some of the Great Fey's martial arts halls to do missions could be exchanged for benefits in the Monster Palace. Su Yan did not care about them. He went back to his room and took out the domino that the Princess of Chu had given him. The Princess of Chu gave me the energy recovery pill and this domino. Clearly, she wants me to become stronger quickly. But why did she put restrictions in my body? Su Yan thought about the 2 restrictions in his body and felt uncomfortable. Su Yan activated the Great Sun-colored glazed sword manual and searched his body. Unfortunately, he could not find the location of the restriction. He helplessly shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "Forget it, forget it." Obviously, Chu Wangfei does not have any ill intentions towards me now. After all, with her strength, she does not need to place any restriction in my body. Thinking about it, Su Yan stopped thinking about it. Instead, he looked at the bone tablet in his hand, and a bright light surged in his eyes. The top 10 disciples of the Eastern Palace, the ancient Fei Tower. Su Yan bit his lip and crushed the domino in his hand. When the domino broke, a memory suddenly appeared in Su Yan's mind. The domino clearly recorded how to obtain the right to cultivate in the ancient Fei Tower. There was also a list of all the Eastern Palace disciples. Of course, it was a list of all the disciples, but it was only a list of the stronger disciples. Chapter 195. Of course, Su Yan didn't need to know all the disciples of the East Palace. Su Yan had always been a loner. Ever since he stepped into the world of martial artists, although he had many senior and junior brothers, there were only a few of them whom he could really talk to. Therefore, Su Yan didn't care about how many disciples there were in the East Palace. In the memory of the bone tablet that Princess Chu had given him, it was enough to have some important disciples. The Great Fey Ancient Pagoda didn't exist in the memories given by Princess Chu the first time. This time, it was clearly recorded in the memories of the domino. Su Yan combed through the memories of the domino and immediately understood the existence of the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda. Monster Palace didn't have a distinction between inner and outer sect disciples. However, that didn't mean that Monster Palace didn't separate the disciples' identities. Not only were the disciples of Monster Palace divided, but it was also clearer than the sect Su Yan used to be in, the Sword Collection Tomb. It could be seen from the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda. Monster Palace was divided into 4 great palaces, and the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda was also divided into 4. Each palace occupied a Great Fey Ancient Pagoda. Only the top 10 disciples of the 4 great palaces were qualified to enter each ancient pagoda to cultivate. From the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda's cultivation speed that was 100 times faster than normal, it was enough to see that Monster Palace's division of disciples was stricter than any other sect. Of course, Su Yan didn't care about the disciples' so-called identities. Su Yan only cared about the cultivation of the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda. 100 times faster cultivation speed was definitely enough to drive every warrior crazy. Su Yan was no exception. Through the bone tablets memory given to him by Chu Wangfei, Su Yan knew that it was not an easy task to enter the top 10. To become a top 10 disciple of a palace, not only did one have to be strong enough to suppress others, but more importantly, one had to complete the missions given by Monster Palace. Of course, this mission had nothing to do with Su Yan. It was not that Su Yan did not want to complete the mission. Instead, it was the Princess of Chu who opened the back door for Su Yan. Therefore, what Su Yan needed to do now was to quickly increase his strength. The disciples in the top 10 were all emperors of the celestial phenomenon realm, while Su Yan was only a saint of the 4 bloodlines. Even if she could fight against a saint of the 7 bloodlines, she would still be in an invincible position. However, Su Yan knew very well that with his current strength, he would not be able to fight back at all if he were to face the Emperor of Tianxiang. Emperor Tianxiang. After Su Yan sorted through the memories in the bone tablet, his eyes immediately surged with a bright light, especially when he thought of the humiliation he had suffered at the hands of Guan Xiaojie and the Western Palace. His desire for strength had reached an unprecedented level. The spirit channeling realm cultivates the path of life and the path of soul. Once you reach the pinnacle, you will break through the path and form a saint vein. Each meridian has 1 level. Only when the 9 meridians stand at the peak can the 9 meridians allow them to observe the heavens and form the heavens. This was the most basic technique of cultivation. However, Su Yan knew that he could not be compared to ordinary people. He did not cultivate the path of life and the path of soul, but the path of the human heart. When one formed a saint vein, every saint vein would be different from that of ordinary people. Every saint vein that Su Yan had was a kind of comprehension. He had to create a new element in order to form a saint vein. Therefore, according to ordinary people, Su Yan's cultivation would definitely be twice as hard as ordinary people. This was because every time Su Yan formed a saint vein, it was equivalent to forming a new saint vein. It was different from ordinary people. When the path of life and the path of soul turned into saint veins, it was destined that every saint vein would be formed. As long as he cultivated more, when his spiritual chi or some of the elements he cultivated reached the peak, he would naturally be able to form a second saint vein. However, Su Yan could not. Now, Su Yan was a saint of the 4 bloodlines. Every saint vein was a different kind of power. The first saint vein was the power of sword intent. The second saint vein was the power of heavenly fire. The third saint vein was the chi of 100 poisons. The fourth saint vein was the soul of 10,000 ghosts. These 4 saint veins were new comprehensions for Su Yan every time. And it was this new comprehension that made Su Yan fall into a state of confusion. Now, each of my saint veins is different. What is my 5th saint vein? Su Yan frowned and fell into a state of confusion. Thinking of his 4 different saint veins, he smiled bitterly. Although the 4 saint veins are different, the power that they can erupt seems to be the same as an ordinary saint. Only the heavenly fire saint vein is useful. I can use the power of the molten green lotus fire. The other saint veins, the soul of 10,000 ghosts, the chi of 100 poisons, and the power of sword intent don't seem to be of much use. If there are no benefits, why did I choose to cultivate so many saint veins? When Su Yan first comprehended the power of sword intent and condensed a saint vein, Su Yan did not think much and thought that sword intent would become his main saint vein from then on. Su Yan, who was originally a sword cultivator, did not think much about it. Unfortunately, when he entered the 10,000 Ghosts cave, he happened to encounter the heavenly fire. At that time, Su Yan did not intend to condense a saint vein. He only wanted to devour the molten green lotus fire. How could he know that the moment he absorbed the molten green lotus fire, he would automatically condense a saint vein? At that time, Su Yan was only immersed in joy. He did not pay much attention to it. Not to mention later, Su Yan had comprehended the poison qi in his body. He did not hesitate to condense his third saint vein. The fourth saint vein was even more so. Because he had absorbed the ghost qi in the 10,000 Ghosts cave, Su Yan did not have a choice. He could only go all the way and even set foot in the dangerous sea dock to condense the fourth saint vein. Now that the fourth saint vein had been formed, he did not know what element the fifth saint vein was. This made Su Yan puzzled. In particular, he did not discover that the 4 saint veins in his body were stronger than ordinary people. This was because the power of the 4 saint veins was still the same as the saint veins of ordinary people. If that's the case, why did I cultivate so many saint veins? Su Yan sank into a melancholy. When he circulated the great sun-colored glazed sword sutra in his body, he was even more puzzled. When the Su family first cultivated, Su Yan chose the great sun-colored glazed sword sutra. At that time, Su Yan thought that the great sun-colored glazed sword sutra was suitable for him and did not think much about it. Su Yan knew that the world was vast and there were all kinds of cultivation techniques. Some high-level cultivation techniques were even heaven-defying and could absorb everything in the world. However, after choosing the great sun-colored glazed sword sutra, Su Yan did not think about other cultivation techniques. It was not that Su Yan did not want to obtain those heaven-defying cultivation techniques, but that Su Yan knew that these heaven-defying cultivation techniques were not things of legend. Even if he obtained them, since he had already cultivated the great sun-colored glazed sword sutra. With Su Yan's character, he would not casually change his cultivation technique. This was also why Su Yan did not think much about the great sun-colored glazed sword sutra for so long. However, as his strength grew, Su Yan also discovered the differences of the great sun-colored glazed sword sutra even though he did not have the guidance of the ancestors. Although Su Yan had chosen the great sun-colored glazed sword sutra from the start and did not know much about other cultivation techniques, there were some books that recorded the mysteries of cultivation techniques. Comparing them, he naturally knew the differences of the great sun-colored glazed sword sutra. When an ordinary person reaches the 9th level of the spirit realm, they have already cultivated the life Tao and the soul Tao. I have also stepped into this realm before, but I broke through the life Tao and the soul Tao. Originally, one could only stay in the spirit realm for life, but I stepped into the 10th level of the spirit realm and recultivated the Tao of the human heart. Although there was some luck involved, I have to admit that it is related to my great sun-colored glazed sword sutra. Now, an ordinary person can cultivate one main meridian and condense 9 meridians, but I am able to cultivate all 9 meridians and comprehend one meridian at a time. It is most likely because of the great sun-colored glazed sword sutra. Su Yan's eyes flickered. Su Yan narrowed his eyes and went through everything that had happened since he stepped into the world of martial artists. He immediately discovered this problem. The great sun-colored glazed sword sutra is definitely not so simple. After thinking for a while, Su Yan suddenly opened his eyes and said with certainty. It was a pity that he had been alone all this time and did not have any seniors to explain it to him. Even though he knew that the great sun-colored glazed sword sutra was not so simple, Su Yan still could not figure out why. He was even more confused about the matter of condensing a saint meridian. After sitting in the room for a few hours, he still couldn't think of a reason why this was happening. Forget it, forget it. I have already cultivated 4 meridians, and it is impossible for me to give up. Instead of worrying about this, I might as well think about the 5th meridian. Su Yan shook his head and threw away all the confusion that had just surged in his mind. That originally confused pair of eyes once again condensed into a resplendent light. Since I have embarked on a different path from ordinary people, I will open up a new path. So what if I comprehend 1 meridian at a time? There are only 9 meridians in this world. How can I, Su Yan, stop at 4 meridians? As Su Yan thought about it, all the confusion disappeared. All that was left was the light of unswerving determination and the desire for strength. The Great Fey Ancient Pagoda. Thinking about the strength and the heaven-defying cultivation of the great Fey ancient pagoda, Su Yan's eyes could not help but surge with greed. He was filled with anticipation for the great Fey ancient pagoda. Of course, anticipation was just anticipation. Su Yan knew that it was not easy to enter the great Fey ancient pagoda. The Monster Palace mission was waived by Su Yan because of the Princess of Chu. This saved Su Yan a lot of trouble, but it also made Su Yan even more confused. The Princess of Chu planted 2 restrictions in my body and gave me so much help. Clearly, it was not to control my cultivation. Then, what was the reason? Su Yan was confused again. After thinking for a while, he still could not figure it out. He sighed and said, forget it, forget it. Regardless, what I need to do now is to increase my strength as soon as possible. And if he wanted to increase his strength quickly, the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda was clearly a shortcut. Although Su Yan wanted to step into the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda now, from the memories of the bone token that the Princess of Chu had given him, she had the intention of letting Su Yan enter the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda directly. Unfortunately, the Princess of Chu was the mistress of a palace. Even if she favored Su Yan, she could not break the rules of the Monster Palace. Waiving Su Yan's mission was already a backdoor. Chapter 196. Top 10 Eastern Palace Disciples. As Su Yan thought of this, his eyes immediately emitted a ray of unswerving determination. A surge of hot blood also surged in his heart. Of course, while his blood boiled, Su Yan did not lose himself. This was because from the memory in the bone tablet, Su Yan already knew that the last disciple in the top 10 of the Eastern Palace was also a celestial emperor. With Su Yan's current strength, if he encountered an Emperor Tianxiang, he would be able to sense the Emperor Tianxiang's aura and know that it was an Emperor Tianxiang. However, he wouldn't be able to tell how many stars the Emperor Tianxiang had reached. Heaven was divided into the 3 celestial forms of sun, moon, and star. Sun-ranked emperors of Tianxiang were legends, and there were only a few moon-ranked emperors of Tianxiang. Most people formed celestial forms mainly based on the celestial form. This was why when one reached Emperor of Heaven, they were called Emperors of Heaven. As for the 2 celestial forms of sun and moon, very few people could form them. Even if someone could, they would only be divided by the number of stars they had. At the peak of 9 stars, one could transform one's Dantian into a sea and enter the spirit sea realm, becoming a supremacy. Of course, it was still too early for Su Yan to enter the world of supremacy spirit sea. At this moment, Su Yan only needed to obtain the qualifications to enter the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda. And to enter the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda, one had to be in the top 10 of the Eastern Palace disciples. Great Fey Ancient Pagoda. Monster Palace had a pagoda in each of the 4 main palaces. To enter the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda, one had to be in the top 10 of the Eastern Palace disciples. Not only that, the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda was a mysterious existence in the Monster Palace. If one did not contribute greatly to the Monster Palace, many Monster Palace disciples would not know of the existence of the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda in the Monster Palace. After all, the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda was 100 times faster than the outside world. It was enough to make any warrior envious. Therefore, the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda had always been considered a forbidden area in the Monster Palace. Disciples who did not have the qualifications to enter the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda were forbidden from taking half a step inside. Therefore, the only way to enter the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda was to be in the top 10 of the Eastern Palace disciples. Top 10. Su Yan narrowed his eyes as he thought. Although he could say that it was because the Princess of Chu had pulled strings for him this time, it was still not easy to get into the top 10 of the Eastern Palace disciples. The disciples of the Eastern Palace were the weakest of the 4 palaces. However, among the top 10 disciples, even the weakest was a 1-star Emperor Tianxiang. Of course, the reason why Su Yan knew all this was because of the memory of the domino that the Princess of Chu had given him. 1-star Emperor Tian Xiang. Although he is only 1 star, he is not someone I can fight against right now. Although Su Yan was very confident in the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda, Su Yan knew that with his current strength, he had no chance of beating a 1-star Emperor Tian Xiang. Furthermore, there were many Emperor Tian Xiang in the Monster Palace. For a mere 1-star Emperor to be able to be in the top 10 of the Eastern Palace disciples meant that he was naturally stronger than ordinary Emperor Tian Xiang. Unknowingly, if Su Yan wanted to challenge this top 10 qualification, the difficulty would naturally be much higher. Strength. Everything depends on strength. I can only keep improving my strength. There is no other choice. Su Yan muttered to himself as his eyes lit up. Originally, Su Yan was still feeling melancholy about his sacred bloodline. However, Su Yan had already thought it through. So what if he had different sacred bloodlines? Since he wanted to walk this path, he would persevere. 5 bloodlines. Thinking about the different powers of his 4 bloodlines, Su Yan also began to think about his 5th bloodline. If it were an ordinary person, there would be no need to do so. They could just start absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate. However, Su Yan was different. He needed to have an epiphany for each bloodline. He needed to have the elements needed to form a sacred bloodline. Although the power of each bloodline is different, I can form a sacred bloodline as long as I find the power that the cultivation method in my body can sense. This saves me some cultivation methods. Of course, Su Yan was just comforting himself. After all, it was as difficult as ascending to heaven for a warrior to comprehend a sacred bloodline once, let alone Su Yan wanting to comprehend it 9 times. If it were an ordinary person, they would have gone crazy long ago. Only Su Yan's strong will was enough to withstand it. Since absorbing spiritual energy is useless, it is useless for me to sit here. Only by going out to experience will I have a chance to obtain the power of a sacred bloodline. Su Yan muttered to himself. He stood up from the bed and walked straight out of the door. Although Su Yan was full of confidence, Su Yan couldn't help but frown when he walked out of the door. 1 bloodline, 1 enlightenment. It was easy to say, but how could it be so easy to do? Now that Su Yan was standing at the door, he didn't know where to go. The best way to comprehend the power of the world was to travel the rivers and the 9 continents. However, could Su Yan leave the Monster Palace now? Although Su Yan had been avoiding the Guyu sect's pursuit for some time, the humiliation that the Guyu sect brought him had always been engraved in his heart. The moment he fell off the cliff of the Hengduan mountain, Su Yan had already sworn that when he returned to the hidden demon region one day, he would set foot on the Guyu sect. The Guyu sect was a large sect with thousands of disciples. It was obvious that Su Yan's current strength was not enough to contend against them. Since that was the case, now was not the time for Su Yan to leave the Monster Palace. After all, the Monster Palace was the way to the hidden demon region. Not being able to leave the Monster Palace is a troublesome matter. Su Yan frowned again as he thought about it. However, his frown quickly relaxed as a faint smile appeared on his lips. The Supreme Demon Palace is so big. I don't believe that I, Su Yan, can't condense my 9 meridians here. As he said that, Su Yan's eyes flashed. He quickly determined his goal. Monster Palace, East Palace, Martial Arts Training Hall. The Martial Arts Training Hall was a hall that every palace must have. As the name suggested, the Martial Arts Training Hall was a place for the disciples to practice martial arts. In fact, Su Yan had only been in the Monster Palace for a few days. First, he was unconscious for 3 days. Then, he entered the sea dock and stayed in the Monster Palace for less than a day. Su Yan had never set foot in the Martial Arts Training Hall. The reason why Su Yan knew about the existence of the Martial Arts Training Hall was because of the memories given to him by the Princess of Chu for the first time. It made Su Yan aware of the existence of the Martial Arts Training Hall in the Monster Palace. After all, The martial arts training hall was an ordinary place in the Monster Palace. All disciples could set foot in it. As soon as Su Yan left the palace he lived in, he went straight to the martial arts training hall. Nothing happened along the way, but Su Yan found that many disciples around him were looking at him with eyes full of hatred. This made Su Yan very confused. Originally, there were tens of thousands of disciples in the Monster Palace. There were tens of thousands of disciples in the East Palace alone. Not all disciples in the palace knew each other. Su Yan had not been in the East Palace for long, so there should be very few people who knew Su Yan. However, Su Yan found that all the disciples were looking at him with strange eyes. Of course, Su Yan did not know that on the first day he entered the Monster Palace, Chu Linger's intimate attitude made many disciples engrave Su Yan's appearance in their minds. One had to know that Chu Linger was the goddess of all the disciples in the East Palace. Su Yan, a new disciple, was so intimate with Chu Linger. Naturally, the disciples thought that Su Yan had blasphemed their goddess. As Su Yan walked down, naturally, many disciples looked at Su Yan with hatred. Fortunately, the strength of these disciples was only in the saint bloodline realm. Some were even weaker than Su Yan, so nothing happened along the way. Su Yan, who had always been alone, ignored these hateful gazes. As the saying goes, if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. As long as these people did not come to find trouble with me. Su Yan was too lazy to pay attention to them. He did not want to waste his cultivation time. Soon, Su Yan arrived at the martial arts training hall. The martial arts training hall was the place where the disciples usually cultivated. There was no one guarding it, so all the disciples could enter and leave freely. However, although this was the case, there were different levels in the martial arts training hall. Where the spirit realm was to cultivate, where the life-soul realm was to cultivate, where the saint bloodline realm was to cultivate, and where the Emperor Tianxiang realm was to cultivate. They were all divided into different levels. Su Yan only knew of the existence of the martial arts training hall, but he did not know of the divisions in the martial arts training hall. As soon as he walked into the martial arts training hall, Su Yan did not look at the plaque hanging outside the door. He walked directly into the Emperor Tianxiang realm's martial arts training hall. Walking into the martial arts training hall, Su Yan was once again shocked by the power of the Monster Palace. This martial arts training hall was like a small world. At a glance, there was no end to it. Compared to the sword collection tomb, it was probably half the size of the sword collection tomb. Su Yan was surprised, but at the same time, he felt a little relieved. Su Yan had always regarded the Monster Palace as a place to pass by. However, Su Yan knew that during this period of time, he still had to stay in the Monster Palace to cultivate. The more powerful the Monster Palace was, the more beneficial it would be for him. After all, Su Yan had never had any feelings for the Monster Palace, but he also did not have any hatred for it. No matter how powerful the Monster Palace was, it would not hinder him. On the contrary, the strength of the Monster Palace would allow him to obtain more resources. This is the first time I've set foot in this martial arts training hall. I still don't know how to cultivate. While Su Yan was surprised by the strength of the Monster Palace, he fell into a state of confusion. Su Yan had always been a loner since he stepped into the world of martial artists. Even after entering the sword collection tomb, he was still running around for the sword well. After coming out of the sword well, Su Yan became a true disciple of the sword collection tomb. However, before Su Yan could enjoy the identity of a true disciple, he had been expelled from the sword collection tomb. After leaving the sword collection tomb, Su Yan was like a rogue cultivator. He had no fixed residence and walked all the way to the Monster Palace. He really had not been to any martial arts training hall to cultivate. Su Yan looked around and muttered, although this place is rich in spirit energy, what I need more is to comprehend the fifth holy vein. Since this place is so big, I might as well try my luck. Su Yan said and walked forward. Chapter 197. This martial arts palace was so huge that it was unimaginable. Although it was only a palace, there were many large and small rooms in it. Just now, Su Yan saw many rooms along the way. Those rooms should have provided some kind of training. However, as Su Yan walked, he merely glanced over and didn't look carefully. At this time, Su Yan didn't know whether it was the noise coming from inside the Xianbing Cold Pond or the words Xianbing Cold Pond that were shocking enough, but he immediately stopped when he saw it. Xianbing Cold Pond. Su Yan muttered. Before he could think much, his footsteps couldn't help but walk inside. Disciple of the Four Lineages Saint, what are you doing here? Leave quickly. As soon as Su Yan walked in, he was noticed by a person in the room. That person first glanced at Su Yan and then shouted at Su Yan. His eyes were full of disdain. When Su Yan heard this, he suddenly woke up from his astonishment and looked at the person who had shouted at him. This person had an ordinary square face and belonged to the kind of face that was common. If one only looked at him, they would not remember him. Su Yan had always held the principle of not offending people if they didn't offend him. Looking at the disdainful look in those eyes, he couldn't help but sneer. If this person was a Tianxiang emperor, Su Yan would give up. After all, a Tianxiang emperor was stronger than him and had the capital to be arrogant. However, this person was only a saint of the 6 lineages. Although he was 2 levels higher than him. However, Su Yan could fight a saint of the 7 lineages to a draw. Would he be afraid of a saint of the 6 lineages? However, Su Yan, who never liked to cause trouble, was too lazy to care about it. After all, Su Yan had seen too many of these people's arrogant faces and defeated too many of them. As long as this person didn't provoke him, Su Yan was too lazy to cause trouble. Moreover, Su Yan was more concerned about the mystery of this room called the Xianbing Cold Pond. The young man was called Xu Sang. Seeing that Su Yan, a saint of the 4 lineages, dared to ignore him, a surge of anger immediately surged in his body. He stepped forward to stop Su Yan and shouted, "Boy, I told you to leave. Didn't you hear me? Why should I leave?" Su Yan said slowly. Looking at his eyes that were filled with the smell of gunpowder, there was not the slightest change in his expression. "Why should I leave?" When Xu Sang heard Su Yan's words, he tilted his head and looked at Su Yan with extreme arrogance. He mocked, "Kid, is this your first time in the martial arts training hall? Don't you know that the martial arts training hall is the place where Emperor Tianxiang trains?" Emperor Tianxiang. Su Yan was taken aback. He really didn't know about this. However, Su Yan didn't think too much about it. Instead, he glanced at Xu Sang and couldn't help but smile. He asked in return, "Since this is where the Emperor Tianxiang cultivates, why are you here? Are you also one? How am I the same as you?" Xu Sang's face darkened when he heard Su Yan's words. "What's the difference?" Su Yan smiled coldly. "Can you defeat the Emperor Tianxiang with the strength of a saint of the 6 lineages? What nonsense are you talking about?" Xu Sang was shocked when he heard Su Yan's words. Strength represented one's identity and status. Moreover, among the countless disciples in the Eastern Palace, although there was no clear division of identity, there was definitely a strict division of strength. If a saint of the 6 lineages dared to say that he could match the Emperor Tianxiang, it would be a blasphemy against him. So after hearing Su Yan's words, Xu Sang couldn't help but tremble. He looked around and saw that no one was paying attention. Then, he pointed at Su Yan and shouted, "Brat, I don't care who you are. In short, you shouldn't be here. Hurry up and scram before I kick you out." Oh. If no one cared about this, Su Yan would have just glanced around. If he did not find anything, he would have left. At any rate, Su Yan did not want to cause any trouble. However, Shu Sang's words had aroused the arrogance in Su Yan's heart. If you want me to leave, then I won't leave today. Su Yan looked around and happened to see a stone stool in the room, so he went up and sat down. Shu Sang was furious when he saw Su Yan's appearance. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't casually attack in the martial training hall, he would have already attacked Su Yan. Now, he looked at Su Yan and could only clench his teeth and shout, "Brat, I'll ask you one last time, are you really not leaving?" "I can leave, but you have to come with me," Su Yan slowly said. Compared to Shu Sang's face that was filled with anger, his face still maintained its indifference. Shu Sang shouted, "Brat, what status do you have to compare to me? Can't I?" Su Yan smiled faintly. Originally, he wanted to kill Shu Sang's spirit. However, when he thought about the division of the martial arts training halls that Shu Sang had mentioned, it piqued Su Yan's interest. Su Yan did not continue to attack him. Instead, he said, "I can leave, but give me a reason." "Reason?" Shu Sang heard Su Yan's question and looked at Su Yan with even more disdain. He coldly snorted and said, "Looking at you, it seems you've just joined the Monster Palace. In that case, I'll tell you today." Shu Sang glanced at Su Yan with disdain. "Brat, listen carefully. The place you're standing is the exclusive place for Tian Xiang Emperor to practice martial arts. You're only a saint of the four bloodlines. You don't have the right to come in, do you understand? If you want to come in here, you have to look at your own strength." When Su Yan heard Shu Sang's words, he ignored him. Instead, he furrowed his brows and thought about the different entrances he saw at the entrance. Su Yan suddenly realized something and smiled, so this martial arts training hall is also divided into different levels. Shu Sang saw Su Yan's expression and thought Su Yan understood, so he shouted again, "Brat, now that you know you shouldn't be here, why don't you scram?" Scram. Su Yan couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. He glanced at Shu Sang and said, "Senior, I see that you haven't reached the Tian Xiang Emperor level yet. If you want me to scram, won't you have to scram yourself? What do you know? How can I compare to you?" Shu Sang immediately became anxious when he heard Su Yan's words. "How can you not compare? I know you haven't reached the Tian Xiang Emperor level yet." Su Yan looked at Shu Sang with a sharp glint in his eyes, making Shu Sang feel uneasy. Who is this brat? How can a saint of the four bloodlines make me feel this pressure? Shu Sang was stunned when he saw Su Yan's sharp eyes, but he quickly reacted and said coldly, "All right, kid, since you say so, I'll tell you the truth and convince you wholeheartedly." Su Yan smiled and didn't care about Shu Sang's words. He looked at Shu Sang with interest, wanting to see how Shu Sang would convince him. Shu Sang saw Su Yan's expression and smiled. His eyes immediately surged with confidence. He glanced at Su Yan with disdain and said, "Brat, do you know Ratley?" Ratley. Su Yan was stunned after hearing this name. It wasn't because of how powerful this person was, but because Su Yan knew that this was the one-star Tian Xiang Emperor among the top 10 disciples of the Eastern Palace. If it was before, Su Yan really wouldn't know, but with the memory of the Princess of Chu's bone tablet, Su Yan had a deep impression of the top 10 disciples of the Eastern Palace, whether it was their appearance or name. Shu Sang saw Su Yan's shocked expression and thought that Su Yan was afraid. He arrogantly smiled and said, "Brat, I'm Shu Sang, Rat Li's younger brother. Now, tell me, do I have the qualifications to enter?" Su Yan didn't expect to meet Shu Li's younger brother here, but when he heard Shu Sang's words, he quickly recovered. He looked at Shu Sang's arrogant expression and smiled indifferently. "You mean to say that you can come here because of your brother's relationship?" Shu Sang clearly didn't hear the mockery in Su Yan's words. Instead, he proudly smiled and said, "That's right. Brat, if you have the ability, find a big brother and find a Tian Xiang Emperor to protect you. Then you can naturally come here." "Oh. Su Yan just wanted to figure out what was going on and was about to leave. After all, if only Tianxiang emperors could enter the martial arts palace to cultivate, Su Yan wouldn't break the rules. However, after hearing Shu Sang's words, Su Yan immediately understood. Although the martial arts palace was a place for Tianxiang emperors to cultivate, it wasn't that strict. As long as someone brought you in, you could enter. Since it wasn't breaking the rules of the monster palace, Su Yan had nothing to worry about. He smiled and said, "Shu Sang, if I don't leave today, what will you do?" "What?" Shu Sang was shocked when he heard Su Yan's words. He immediately came to his senses and pointed at Su Yan. "Brat, are you playing with me?" Su Yan didn't answer and only smiled meaningfully. Shu Sang was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He pointed at Su Yan, his eyes trembling with anger. "Brat, it seems that you really don't know what's good for you." While speaking, Shu Sang was about to attack Su Yan. Just as Shu Sang was about to attack, a shout suddenly came from the side. "Shu Sang, don't fight in the martial arts palace." While speaking, a figure appeared in front of Shu Sang and Su Yan. This person's appearance was quite similar to Shu Sang's. They both had ordinary square faces, but compared to Shu Sang, this person had a bit more dignity between his eyebrows. When Su Yan saw this person, he couldn't help but frown. At the same time, he confirmed this person's identity: Eastern Palace's top 10 disciples, Ratley, Big Brother. When Shu Sang saw Shu Li arrive, his angry expression towards Su Yan also calmed down. What replaced it was a look of schadenfreude, especially when he looked at Su Yan with disdain. It was as if he was saying, "My big brother is here. Brat, you're dead." Chapter 198. Ratley didn't care about Su Yan's stare. He looked at Su Yan and asked, "Kid, are you Su Yan?" "Yes." "How do you know my name?" When Su Yan heard Shu Li's words, he couldn't help but be surprised. He hadn't been in the Supreme Demon Palace for a long time. It was reasonable to say that this Shu Li shouldn't have recognized him since this was his first time meeting Shu Li. How did Ratley know his name? "Not only do I know your name, but I also know that you have earned the right to enter the top 10. Ratley still had that mysterious smile on his face. After he said that, Su Yan's expression didn't change much. On the other hand, Shu Sang's entire body shook. He looked at Su Yan with a strange expression. He turned his head and looked at Shu Li with a questioning expression. "Brother, what did you say?" "This little brat obtained the qualifications to fight for the top 10 positions." How is this possible?" "If you wanted to enter the top 10, you didn't just need to be strong. You also needed to complete the missions given by Monster Palace. Only by completing the missions could you enter the top 10. In other words, only the disciples who completed the missions could enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. The Great Fei Ancient Pagoda only existed for the geniuses of Monster Palace. Some normal disciples, or some higher-ups in Monster Palace, didn't think they had the right to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. That meant they didn't know about the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. They also didn't know that the top 10 disciples of Monster Palace had such benefits. That was because those missions were all hidden missions. Only when they were completed would the disciples be notified that they had obtained the qualifications to compete for the top 10 disciples and the right to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Therefore, the disciples in the East Palace of Monster Palace didn't know much about the top 10 disciples. Although Ret Sang wasn't as qualified as Ratley, he knew about the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda because of his relationship with Ratley. Rat Sang had been working hard to earn the right to enter the top 10. Unfortunately, even though Rat Sang knew the inside story and worked hard for a few years, he still couldn't earn the right to enter the top 10. Now that he heard that Su Yan, who was only a 4 Meridian Saint, had obtained the qualifications to compete for the top 10, how could Shu Sang not be surprised? After all, there were too many missions that needed to be completed in order to compete for the top 10 spots. Some missions were even difficult for Emperor Tianxiang to complete. He couldn't believe that Su Yan had earned the right to enter the top 10. Of course, he still didn't know. Su Yan had only been in the Supreme Demon Palace for a few days. If he knew, he would definitely be even more astonished. Of course, if he knew again, the reason why Su Yan was able to obtain the right to enter the top 10 so quickly was because Monster Palace's East Palace Palace Master, Princess Chu, had given Su Yan a huge back door. The East Palace Palace Master. Although the disciples of the East Palace were the weakest among the 4 palaces, everyone knew that the East Palace Palace Master, Princess Chu, was the palace master in charge of Monster Palace. She was the #1 person in Monster Palace. Moreover, Princess Chu had always been cold to her disciples. She had never given any pointers to anyone. In everyone's hearts, Princess Chu was like a god. Many people hoped to get some pointers from Princess Chu, but they could only feel regret in their hearts. If people knew that Su Yan was so valued by Princess Chu, the entire Monster Palace would probably be in turmoil. Su Yan naturally knew the ins and outs of the entire Great Fei Ancient Tower battle because he had obtained the Domino's memories from Princess Chu. At that time, Su Yan didn't feel much when Princess Chu exempted him from the mission. Now, he saw Rat Mulberry's surprised expression. Su Yan couldn't help but laugh inwardly. It seems that being exempted from the mission has saved me a lot of trouble. That's right, Su Yan only felt that it was less troublesome to do something that others would go crazy over. As for why Ratley knew his identity, Su Yan also knew a thing or two. When Ratley first said his name, Su Yan might have been a little puzzled. However, when Ratley said that he had won the battle for the top 10 disciples, Su Yan understood. This was clearly Monster Palace's preferential treatment for the top 10 disciples. Since Ratley knows that he has obtained the qualifications to compete for the top 10 disciples, the other top 10 disciples should know as well. This matter has become much more interesting. Su Yan couldn't help but smile as he thought about it. His eyes were still shining with a determined light. He didn't have a trace of fear towards the top 10 disciples, knowing that he had obtained the qualifications to compete for the top 10 disciples. Instead, the warlike blood flowing in his bones faintly surged and boiled. Compared to Rat Mulberry's face full of surprise, Ratley still maintained that mysterious smile. He didn't pay attention to Rat Mulberry's face just now. Instead, he looked at Su Yan with a trace of disdain in his eyes. It's surprising that a mere 4-vein saint can obtain the qualifications to compete for the top 10 disciples. But so what? Your strength is still too weak to take the top 10 disciples. Facing Ratley's naked ridicule, Su Yan still didn't have the slightest change in expression. Moreover, he didn't care about Ratley's words and only smiled coldly. It wasn't that Su Yan was arrogant. It was because he was called Su Yan. All along, Su Yan didn't want to argue. So what if others ridiculed him? So what if they underestimated his strength? So what if he was only a 4-vein saint? As long as he was given some time, he would definitely stand at the peak. Therefore, Su Yan didn't want to waste time arguing with Ratley about these things. What he wanted to do was to defeat Ratley in the martial arts arena. Only then would it be the most powerful debate. What an arrogant brat. Rat Mulberry saw Su Yan's attitude and immediately became angry. Especially when he thought about how he couldn't obtain the qualifications to compete for the top 10 disciples as a 6-vein saint. Su Yan was only a 4-vein saint, yet he already had the qualifications to compete for the top 10 disciples. This made Rat Mulberry feel even more unbalanced. Seeing Su Yan ignore his brother's words, he became even angrier. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted, "Brat, since you can obtain the qualifications to compete as a 4-vein saint, then let me see what you're capable of today." As he spoke, Rat Mulberry was about to attack Su Yan, but before he could do anything, he was pulled back by Ratley, brother. Rat Mulberry saw Ratley pull him back and looked at Ratley in confusion. "Brother, this brat is so arrogant. Why don't you let me teach him a lesson? You're not his match. Ratley looked at Rat Mulberry's agitated expression and said indifferently. What? Rat Mulberry trembled and pointed at Su Yen in surprise. Brother, what did you say? He's only a four-veined saint. How am I not his match? Shu Li's expression couldn't help but sink when he saw his own agitated appearance. He shouted, I said no, it's not. Rat Mulberry still wanted to say something, but seeing Rat Li's serious expression, he could only shut up. However, killing intent surged in his eyes as he looked at Su Yen. Su Yen didn't care about Rat Mulberry's expression. Instead, he was interested in Rat Li's words. Six-veined saint, four-veined saint, 2 levels apart. Logically speaking, a four-veined saint shouldn't be able to defeat a six-veined saint. However, this Ratley can see that Rat Mulberry isn't his match. He has some skills. It seems that this Ratley is only a 1-star Ratley, yet he's ranked in the top 10. He does have some skills. Through the domino's memories, Su Yen knew that there were more than 10 kings of Tianxiang in the Eastern Palace. Some disciples were even stronger than Ratley, but they weren't ranked in the top 10. Clearly, Ratley had some extraordinary abilities. Su Yen didn't pay much attention at the time, but now that he heard Ratley's words, he couldn't help but admire Ratley. At the same time, he felt that the battle for the top 10 was getting more and more interesting. Previously, Su Yen wanted to get into the top 10 only to obtain the qualifications to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Now that he saw Ratley, Su Yen yearned to fight with Ratley. Of course, Su Yen still knew that with his current strength, he would definitely be humiliating himself if he fought with an emperor of Tianxiang. Moreover, he had no chance against Ratley, who was ranked in the top 10. Therefore, Su Yen didn't provoke him. Instead, he looked around and said, Emperor of Tianxiang's cultivation ground. Not bad. Although I'm only a four-veined saint, I'll be able to set foot in this cultivation ground one day. With that, Su Yen was about to leave. However, just as Su Yen was about to leave, Ratley suddenly called out to Su Yen, Su Yen, although you're only a four-veined saint, you've obtained the qualifications to compete. You have the right to cultivate here. Oh. Hearing Ratley's words, Su Yen stopped and looked back at Ratley. He smiled and said, Senior Brother Ratley, do you mean that you want me to cultivate here? Of course. Shu Li also smiled faintly, but there was no expression on his face. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. It wasn't just others. Even his brother, Shu Sang, couldn't guess what he was thinking. Originally, when he drove Su Yen away, he still had a proud expression. However, when he learned that Su Yen had obtained the qualifications to compete for the top 10, Shu Sang felt that his pride had been deeply hurt by Su Yen. In particular, when Ratley said that he was no match for Su Yen, he felt even more aggrieved. Now that he heard that his brother actually wanted Su Yen to stay here to cultivate, he was even more furious. After all, because of Ratley, Shu Sang could enter the Emperor of Tianxiang's martial arts palace to cultivate as a six-veined saint. This had always been something that Shu Sang was proud of. Chapter 199. Unfortunately, no matter how unconvinced Shu Sang was, he still didn't dare to act rashly in front of Ratley. He could only look at Su Yen and grit his teeth. Su Yen completely ignored Shu Sang's expression. He was more concerned about why Ratley had invited him to stay in the Sky Phase Martial Arts Training Hall to cultivate. Su Yen, are you puzzled as to why you were allowed to stay in the Sky Phase Martial Arts Training Hall to cultivate? Ratley suddenly asked while Su Yen was puzzled. This stunned Su Yen. He looked at Ratley's mysterious smile. He was even more puzzled about Ratley's identity. At the same time, he was even more puzzled about why Ratley had asked him to stay in the Sky Phase Martial Arts Training Hall to cultivate. Of course, Su Yen didn't ask why. This was because in just a few words, Su Yan had already understood some of Rat Li's personality. This person was extremely conceited, as if everything was under his control. And he would naturally say what he wanted to say. Sure enough, in the next second, Rat Li smiled and said, Su Yan, in fact, the Monster Palace's martial arts training halls are not very strict. As long as you can accept the environment here, no one will stop you. Oh. When Su Yan heard Rat Li's words, he immediately smiled. Although Rat Li's words were vague, with Su Yan's intelligence and wisdom, how could he not understand the meaning of Rat Li's words? Obviously, this Rat Li wanted him to accept some missions that only the Sky Phase Emperor could complete. He wanted to frame him. Of course, when he looked at Rat Li, there was no killing intent in his eyes. Obviously, he didn't have any intention of harming him. If this was the case, then this Rat Li must have wanted him to retreat in the face of difficulties. Who was Su Yan? In his previous life, he was a sword saint at the pinnacle of his generation. He was the embodiment of the pride of heaven and earth. If Rat Li didn't provoke him, it wouldn't matter. But since Rat Li said so, it aroused Su Yan's interest. Su Yan wanted to see what was so special about this Sky Phase martial arts training hall. Especially when Su Yan saw the words, mysterious ice-cold pond, at the door. He faintly felt that there was something he wanted here. Su Yan really didn't want to leave. Rat Li looked at the flickering light in Su Yan's eyes and couldn't help but laugh in his heart. You can be so rash just by obtaining the qualifications to compete for the top 10 positions. I want to see how you can endure the training in the Sky Phase martial arts training hall. Rat Li secretly laughed and didn't say anything to Su Yan. Instead, he looked at Rat Sang and greeted him. Rat Sang, you still haven't finished cultivating in the mysterious ice-cold pond today. Why aren't you going? Yes. When Rat Sang heard Rat Li's words, he couldn't help but be surprised. This was because he had already entered the mysterious ice-cold pond to cultivate today. He wanted to ask his brother why he suddenly said this. Seeing Rat Li's flickering eyes, he quickly reacted. He looked at Su Yan with a deep expression and said, Haha, yes, I still haven't finished cultivating in the mysterious ice-cold pond today. Brother, let's go cultivate now. As he spoke, Rat Li and Rat Sang stepped into the room of the mysterious ice-cold pond. As Su Yan watched the two leave, he faintly smiled and said, just as I expected, this Shu Li is trying to make me back off. If that's the case, I really want to see what's so special about your mysterious ice-cold pond today. Su Yan murmured. His eyes suddenly flashed with a bright light. He immediately followed Rat Li and Rat Sang and walked towards the mysterious ice-cold pond. Su Yan, Rat Li, and Rat Sang were not the only ones inside the mysterious ice-cold pond. However, the three of them were outside earlier, so they didn't attract much attention. Now that the three of them had arrived, the disciples around the mysterious ice-cold pond saw Rat Li and all greeted him. Among the disciples here, if they weren't Heaven Phase Kings, then they were Quasi-Heaven Phase Kings. Saints, 9 meridians. When they reached the peak of 9 meridians, they would be Quasi-Heaven Phase Kings. Apart from Shu Sang, it was clear that Su Yan was the lowest. After everyone greeted Rat Li, they immediately noticed Su Yan. Looking at Su Yan, who was only at the peak of 4 meridians, they couldn't help but frown. At the same time, a 1-star Heaven Phase King immediately stopped Su Yan and shouted, a 4-meridian saint has entered the Heaven Phase King's martial training hall. What are you doing here? Quickly leave. However, before this person finished speaking, Rat Li waved his hand and interrupted him. Prime Minister Een, I brought this person here. There's no need to be calculative. When the person heard Rat Li's words, he was stunned at first. Then, his expression quickly changed. He looked at Rat Li with a flattering expression and said, since you brought him here, of course he can cultivate here. After that person finished speaking, he stepped forward and patted Su Yan on the shoulder. "Kid, you have to cultivate well. Don't let down Rat Li's good intentions." Su Yan smiled but didn't say anything. However, he was looking forward to Rat Li's strength even more. This was the young man Rat Li called Prime Minister Ian. Although Su Yan couldn't see how many stars he had, Su Yan could tell that this person was a Heaven Phase King. Since he was a Heaven Phase King and Rat Li was only a one-star Emperor, this person's strength definitely wouldn't be weaker than Rat Li. However, he was so polite to Rat Li, naturally, one could see that Rat Li, a one-star Heaven Phase King, wasn't that simple. And from Rat Li's words, it was clear that this person didn't know about the competition for the top 10 disciples. Su Yan was too lazy to pay attention to this. As for Rat Li saying that he was brought here, Su Yan didn't say much. After all, Rat Li's words could save Su Yan a lot of trouble. Su Yan was naturally happy to save trouble. Rat Li saw that Su Yan didn't respond, so he didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at the profound ice-cold pond and saw a few people cultivating in the pond. He called out to Rat Sang, "Rat Sang, since you're already here, why don't you quickly enter the pond to cultivate?" "Yes, big brother." Rat Sang respectfully replied and walked straight into the profound ice-cold pond. When he passed by Su Yan, he gave Su Yan a meaningful smile. Su Yan saw Rat Sang's appearance and couldn't help but laugh in his heart. What's so mysterious about this pond? Is there a need to be like this? When he just entered here, Su Yan had already carefully observed the profound ice-cold pond. Although this mysterious ice-cold pool faintly emitted a chilling aura, Su Yan did not feel anything special about it. "Yin Xiang, this is the first time that junior brother Su has come to the profound ice-cold pond. He doesn't know the mysteries of the profound ice-cold pond. Explain it to him." The moment he saw Su Yan's disdainful eyes, Rat Li slightly smiled and said to Yin Xiang, who was standing next to him. "Okay." Yin Xiang straightforwardly responded and went up to explain the mysteries of the profound ice-cold pond to Su Yan in detail. "Junior brother Su, don't think that the profound ice-cold pond looks ordinary. It actually has a deep meaning." This Yin Xiang obviously didn't know the true relationship between Su Yan and Rat Li. He only thought that Su Yan was the same as Rat Sang and was brought in by Rat Li. He was naturally very respectful to Su Yan. When he talked about the profound ice-cold pond, he was incomparably meticulous, afraid that he would miss out on a single detail. Su Yan didn't point it out and instead listened attentively to Yin Xiang's explanation. Although Su Yan didn't find anything mysterious about the profound ice-cold pond, Su Yan was clear that since Rat Li was able to lead him here today, this profound ice-cold pond was definitely not as simple as it looked on the surface. After listening to Yin Xiang, Su Yan also had a new understanding of the profound ice-cold pond. "Junior brother Su, although the profound ice-cold pond doesn't look strange on the surface, the water in the pond is like a 1,000-year-old frost. It's bone-chilling cold. Even Emperor Tian Xiang wouldn't be able to stay in it for a long time. Not only that, this profound ice-cold pond is actually divided into several layers. When you go deeper into a layer, the stone wall will light up a lamp." Yin Xiang said and pointed at a stone wall behind the profound ice-cold pond. Faintly, there were several red lights that lit up, ranging from 1 to 3. There were a total of 9 lamps on the stone wall. It was obvious that the profound ice-cold pond was divided into 9 layers. Above the 3rd lamp, there were no more lamps lit up. It was obvious that the people who entered the profound ice-cold pond to cultivate were at most at the 3rd layer. "Junior brother Su, did you see that? There's a light here. It means that someone has reached which level of the profound ice-cold pond?" Although Yin Xiang revealed a fierce expression when Su Yan came in earlier, he still had a fierce expression on his face. Now, he thought that Su Yan was brought here by Rat Li. When he talked to Su Yan, his face was full of flattery. His face was full of smiles, and he looked very amiable. Su Yan looked at his enthusiastic appearance. On his originally cold and arrogant face, he couldn't help but smile. He nodded and said, "Yes, I saw it." Hearing that Su Yan understood, Yin Xiang smiled and continued, "Junior brother Su, after hearing this, you must be wondering what benefits there are to cultivate in the profound ice-cold pond." Although Yin Xiang's words were meant to ask Su Yan. But without waiting for Su Yan to speak, Yin Xiang smiled and continued, "Junior brother Su, I can tell you that there are many benefits to cultivating in the profound ice-cold pond. This profound ice-cold pond can not only refine one's body. At the same time, the spirit qi in the profound ice-cold pond is much more abundant than the outside world. Cultivating in the profound ice-cold pond can not only refine one's physical strength, but also absorb the spirit qi in the profound ice-cold pond, thus speeding up one's cultivation." While speaking, Yin Xiang's expression became more and more exaggerated. It was obvious that he was excited about the mysteries of the profound ice-cold pond. "I didn't expect that although the profound ice-cold pond looks ordinary, it actually has so many mysteries." After listening to Yin Xiang, Su Yan couldn't help but nod his head. But looking at those lit-up red lights, Su Yan couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Senior brother Yin Xiang, this profound ice-cold pond can be divided into 9 layers. Does it mean that the deeper you go, the denser the spirit qi is?" Chapter 200. After listening to Yin Xiang's introduction of the mysterious ice-cold pond, Su Yan also had a certain understanding of the mysterious ice-cold pond. When Su Yan saw the mysterious ice-cold pond for the first time, he thought it was ordinary and did not take it seriously. Now that he thought about it, the mysterious ice-cold pond was not as simple as it looked. Especially when Yin Xiang mentioned the mysterious ice-cold pond. Even the Emperor Tian Xiang could not stay in it for a long time. This made Su Yan more careful. "Today, Ratley led me here to make a fool of me. If I don't dare to enter the frozen pond of profound ice and leave now, I will definitely be looked down upon. Although I don't care about how others look at me, but because the frozen pond of profound ice is so mysterious, I have to try." As Su Yan thought about it, a bright light suddenly condensed in his eyes as he looked at the cold pond of mysterious ice. At the same time, a light smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Cold pond of mysterious ice, I will challenge you today. Let's see how mysterious you are." Even Emperor Tian Xiang couldn't withstand it. Su Yan whispered and was about to step into the mysterious ice-cold pond. Suddenly, the crowd around the mysterious ice-cold pond burst into a clamor. Look, look, the 4th lamp is lit up." As this voice rang out, a voice rang out. Everyone present, including Su Yan, looked at the stone wall behind the mysterious ice-cold pond. They saw that the 4th lamp on the stone wall was lit up with red light. If Yin Xiang did not explain it to him, Su Yan really did not know what this red light meant. Now, Su Yan naturally knew that when the 4th red light was lit up, it meant that someone went deep into the 4th layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond. 4th layer. Who reached the 4th layer? Yes, our East Palace has not had anyone go deep into the 4th layer for many years. Who is it? The moment the red light was lit up, all the disciples were boiling. The mysterious ice-cold pond. Although everyone did not know why there were so many mysteries here. However, everyone knew that the deeper one went into the ice-cold pond, the colder it would be. Even Emperor Tian Xiang had never been able to go deep into the 4th layer. Because with the strength of Emperor Tian Xiang, his spiritual energy could not withstand the coldness of the ice-cold pool. In the past, there were some arrogant people who didn't believe in the power of the profound ice-cold pond. They stubbornly stayed in the pond and finally died in the profound ice-cold pond. Therefore, from a certain perspective, although the profound ice-cold pond looked calm on the surface, it was actually a dangerous place. The 4th level. Su Yan looked at the 4th lamp and frowned slightly. Compared to the excitement of the others, his face still had a stern expression. He swept his gaze over the expressions of everyone and quietly said in his heart, just how cold is the water of this mysterious ice-cold pool. It actually caused these disciples, who are the prides of the Supreme Demon Palace, to be so surprised. Ha! Just as Su Yan was thinking about the mysterious ice-cold pond, Yin Xiang, who was standing next to him, suddenly laughed and walked to Ratli. He said with a flattering face, "Ha, Senior Brother Rat," the fourth lantern lit up. Obviously, it is Rat Sang. Junior Brother Rat went deep into the fourth layer. It is really worthy of celebration. Ratli heard Yin Xiang's words. Although he felt quite proud in his heart, after all, many Monster Palace disciples were unable to go deep into the fourth layer. However, his brother was only a saint of 6 meridians and could go deep into the fourth layer. As Rat Sang's brother, how could Ratli not be happy? However, in the face of Yin Xiang's flattery, Ratli's expression did not change at all. He just smiled slightly. The moment his eyes swept past Su Yan, they emitted a rather profound light. Su Yan saw Ratli's gaze and was stunned for a moment. Then he suddenly realized, the reason why Ratli led me here today is not only to see me make a fool of myself, but more to avenge his brother. The two brothers have a deep relationship. While Su Yan sighed in his heart, the gaze that he used to look at the mysterious ice-cold pond was filled with determination. At the same time, he muttered to himself in his heart, this mysterious ice-cold pond is said to be so mysterious by everyone. Clearly, it is not so simple. Although I have the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield to protect me, after all, I have not stepped into the mysterious ice-cold pond yet. I don't know what is so mysterious about this pond. Naturally, I don't know which layer I can go to. As Su Yan muttered to himself, he had a new understanding of Rat Sang. Just now, Yin Xiang had said that many Heaven Phase emperors could not withstand the first layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond. However, Rat Sang was only a saint of 6 meridians. How could he enter the fourth layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond? Su Yan was puzzled. He saw that everyone had been staring at the fifth lamp on the stone wall behind the pond. A surge of expectation surged in his heart as he looked at the fifth lamp. The fifth layer, the fifth layer. Some people even looked at the stone wall and shouted excitedly, hoping that someone would break through the fifth layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond. Unfortunately, everyone watched for a while, but they did not see the fifth lamp light up. With a splash, a figure came out of the mysterious ice-cold pond. This person was none other than Rat Sang. Huff, 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 as soon as Rat Sang came out of the water, he gasped for breath. His face was pale. Clearly, he had been in the water for too long and was exhausted. When Ratli saw this, his eyes suddenly flashed. He leaped over and waved his hand. The moment the spirit chi in his body surged, he lifted Rat Sang out of the water. At the same time, Ratli's spirit chi surged out of his palm and directly entered Rat Sang's body. Only then did Rat Sang's complexion slightly improve. Just as it slightly improved, Rat Sang revealed an excited expression, "Big brother, I reached the fourth layer, the fourth layer." Yes. Although Ratli was gratified, he did not show much excitement due to his usual strictness towards Rat Sang. He only patted Rat Sang's shoulder and said, "Rat Sang, this mysterious ice-cold pond is divided into 9 layers. You have only reached the 4th layer. It is still too early." Yes. Although he did not receive much encouragement from his brother, it was still difficult to hide the excitement on his face. The onlookers all went up to congratulate Rat Sang. This was not only because of Ratli's identity, but also because of Rat Sang's ability. This made Rat Sang even more happy. After all, Rat Sang was also a man. He did not want to only live in his brother's shadow. Through his own efforts, he obtained everyone's recognition. This was the will that Rat Sang had always hidden in his heart. Reaching the fourth layer today had undoubtedly allowed Rat Sang to obtain countless honors and reverence. Of course, even so, Rat Sang did not forget Rat Li's words, "You are not his match." Thinking about this, Rat Sang couldn't help but feel a surge of hostility. He was a 6-branch saint, yet his brother actually said that he was not a match for a 4-branch saint. This was definitely the greatest humiliation in history for Rat Sang. After entering the mystic ice-cold pond, it was because Shu Sang remembered this humiliation that he was able to break through and enter the fourth layer despite only being able to stay at the third layer every day. While receiving everyone's congratulations, Rat Sang sneered, "Now I want to see just how capable you are and how long you can last in the profound ice-cold pond." As Shu Sang spoke, he pushed aside the crowd and searched for Su Yan's figure. However, there was no sign of Su Yan. Rat Sang could not help but be taken aback, then he suddenly laughed, "Ha, that kid must be afraid of the profound ice-cold pond," and ran away. Just now, he said that he wanted to cultivate in the martial arts hole. So he is just a coward. Others did not understand what Rat Sang was saying. However, Rat Li was clear. Hearing Rat Sang's words, he could not help but look at where Su Yan was standing. Indeed, he did not see Su Yan's figure. A look of disdain immediately appeared in his eyes as he laughed in his heart. "I thought he was capable, but it seems that he is only a flower." Rat Li saw that Su Yan was not here and lost interest, so he prepared to leave. Just as he turned around, a person among the crowd surrounding the icy cold pond suddenly shouted, "Look, the third light is on." Hearing this person's words, everyone once again cast their gazes towards the stone wall. When they saw the third lamp emitting a dazzling red light, they all frowned. Who entered the third layer? Yeah, could it be Senior Brother Fong? No, Senior Brother Fong is not here today. Then who is it? There are only a few people who can reach the third layer of the profound ice-cold pond, but they are not here today. Yeah, we usually cultivate in the profound ice-cold pond. Now, we are all standing here. Who on earth reached the profound ice-cold pond? Everyone looked at the calm water surface of the profound ice-cold pond, and their faces were filled with doubt. After all, those who could be here were all people who usually cultivated in the profound ice-cold pond, so they were all familiar with each other. Those who had the strength to enter the third and fourth layer of the profound ice-cold pond had long stopped cultivating here. Now that they suddenly saw the third lamp lit up and saw that the people who usually cultivated here were all here, they could not help but be confused. Not only them. Rat Li also frowned the moment he saw the third lamp. Everyone who usually cultivated in the profound ice-cold pond is here. Who on earth has the strength to reach the third layer of the profound ice-cold pond, and I don't know them. However, Rat Li quickly recovered and smiled. There are many disciples in the Eastern Palace. It is not surprising that there are some that I don't know. After speaking, Rat Li no longer cared about the red light of the profound ice-cold pond and turned around to leave. After all, for him, the profound ice-cold pond was useless for his cultivation. The reason why he could come here was just to see his brother cultivate. Chapter 201. Shu Sang, let's go. Rat Li said to Shu Sang and was about to leave. Shu Sang heard his big brother calling him and didn't think much. He followed Rat Li and was about to leave. Right at this moment, there was a sudden outburst of astonishment from the crowd, as well as some excited voices. For lights lit up, it lit up. What? Everyone who didn't notice the stone wall was stunned and looked back at the stone wall. Everyone was stunned when they saw the bewitching red light emitted by the fourth light. Rat Li and Shu Sang were about to leave, but when they heard this person shout, they also looked back at the stone wall. When they saw the red light, they were both stunned. If the third light lit up, everyone wouldn't be so surprised. After all, there were too many disciples in the Eastern Palace who could reach the third level, so there was no need to make a fuss. But if it was the fourth level, that was enough to shock everyone. Even though there were tens of thousands of disciples in the Eastern Palace, only a few dozen people could reach the fourth level of the profound ice-cold pond. Moreover, these people were no longer cultivating in the profound ice-cold pond. For so many years, only Shu Sang had reached the fourth level of the profound ice-cold pond. Now that the fourth lamp of the mysterious ice-cold pond lit up again, it was enough to make people completely shocked. Moreover, no one knew who was in the profound ice-cold pond. Everyone's face was filled with shock. Shu Sang, who had just reached the fourth level and was very proud of himself, could not help but feel a surge of anger when he saw the red light of the fourth level. On the other hand, Shu Li's state of mind was relatively calm. When he saw the fourth light light up, he only frowned, but his expression didn't change much. However, he was puzzled in his heart. There are only a few dozen disciples in the Eastern Palace who can enter the fourth layer of the mysterious ice-cold pool. I know every one of them, but I haven't seen these people today. Who is at the bottom of the mysterious ice-cold pool? As Ratley pondered, a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. His entire body trembled. Could it be him? No, impossible. This Su Yan is only a Formeridian saint. How could he reach the fourth level? While Shu Li was shocked, he hurriedly shook his head and cleared the thoughts in his mind. He did not believe that Su Yan could enter the fourth layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond. Ratley was one of the top 10 disciples of the Monster Palace. Naturally, he had also entered the ice-cold pond to train. He knew the mysteries of the ice-cold pond. Even with his current strength, although he could enter the fourth layer, it was not an easy task. And Su Yan was only a 4-bloodline saint. How could he believe that? Ratley didn't believe it, and neither did Rat Sang. Needless to say, the others didn't believe it either. They just looked at the fourth light that lit up on the stone wall. They kept guessing in their hearts who this person was. Which disciple of the Emperor of Heaven in the Eastern Palace had entered the fourth layer? They didn't expect that the person inside the ice-cold pond was Su Yan. When Rat Sang came out, everyone congratulated him. Only Su Yan did not. When he saw Rat Sang's proud face because he had broken into the fourth layer, that face. When Nu Se, Su Yan, who had always been looking forward to the ice-cold pond, suddenly had a surge of pride in his body. When no one was paying attention, Su Yan stepped into the ice-cold pond. The moment he entered the mysterious ice-cold pond, Su Yan immediately felt a wave of coldness assaulting him. That wave of coldness went deep into his bones, as if it was going to freeze everything. When he felt this powerful cold moment, Su Yan also truly felt the profoundness of the ice-cold pond. This ice-cold pond looks calm on the surface, but it is so cold when one enters the water. It is indeed extraordinary. As Su Yan muttered, his eyes suddenly turned. Outside of Su Yan's body, a layer of faint red light immediately surged. Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield. The moment the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield surged, the cold immediately decreased. Su Yan couldn't help but smile. It seems that the ice-cold pond is only so-so. While Su Yan was speaking, he quickly drilled into the water. From Yin Xiang's introduction, Su Yan already knew that the ice-cold pond was divided into 9 layers. However, Yin Xiang didn't specifically say how the 9 layers were divided. Su Yan also didn't know how the layers of the ice-cold pond were defined. Under the protection of the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield, he drilled all the way down, regardless of which layer he reached. Finally, when Su Yan was courageously diving down, the stone wall outside the ice-cold pond lit up with the 4th layer of red light. Everyone who was standing on top of the ice-cold pond was confused. These people thought of all the disciples of the Eastern Palace who could enter the 4th layer of the ice-cold pond, but they couldn't think of a reason. Not only that, the more they thought, the more confused they became. In the end, no one thought that Su Yan was inside the ice-cold pond. With the help of the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield, Su Yan quickly reached the fourth layer of the ice-cold pond without any obstruction. The moment he stepped into the fourth layer of the ice-cold pond, Su Yan suddenly felt a burst of coldness all over his body, and he suddenly trembled. I have the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Mantle to protect my body. This Dragon Blood Ice Fire Mantle can absorb any kind of heat or cold in the world. But now, I can feel the chilliness pressing down on me. This profound ice-cold pond is indeed extraordinary. The moment the coldness pressed down, Su Yan also quickly stopped moving forward. Instead, he carefully began to examine the surroundings, feeling the constantly invading coldness. Su Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. This ice-cold pond, the pond water is bone-chilling, isn't it also an element? Since it is an element, it can be used to condense my fifth Saint Vein. Su Yan was worried about where to find his fifth Saint Vein, but he didn't expect to find it in the ice-cold pond so quickly. With a burst of excitement in his heart, the sun-colored glazed sword manual in his body quickly operated. He wanted to absorb the surrounding coldness. Unfortunately, no matter how Su Yan operated the cultivation method, the surrounding coldness didn't move at all. At the same time, Su Yan also couldn't feel the existence of this coldness, but when the cultivation method was absorbing, he felt a burst of coldness invade him. Su Yan couldn't help but frown. This coldness can't be turned into spiritual qi to condense a Saint Vein. Originally, Su Yan wanted to use the coldness in the ice-cold pond to condense his fifth Saint Vein, but when he operated the cultivation method, he didn't feel the existence of the coldness, which made Su Yan quite disappointed. Su Yan's eyes that were emitting a bright light also dimmed. He sighed softly and was about to stop the circulation of the cultivation method. Suddenly, Su Yan discovered that the Dragon Blood Ice Fire cover that was protecting his body was slowly circulating. Su Yan was suddenly stunned. Su Yan had never had a deep understanding of the Dragon Blood Ice Fire shield. After all, it was a coincidence that he obtained the Dragon Blood Ice Fire shield. Moreover, Su Yan had read countless books, but he had never seen any records about the Dragon Blood Ice Fire shield. As for the Dragon Blood Ice Fire shield, Su Yan only thought that it could absorb the heat and cold between heaven and earth, and had no other use. This time, when he saw the Dragon Blood Ice Fire shield faintly trembling, it immediately attracted Su Yan's attention. I have never known the use of the Dragon Blood Ice Fire shield. Why is it suddenly fluctuating now? Su Yan frowned and pondered for a while, as if he had thought of something. The cultivation method that was about to stop quickly operated again, and the spiritual qi of the four veins gathered and attacked the Dragon Blood Ice Fire shield. Bang! Just as the spirit qi fluctuated, a clear and crisp sound suddenly exploded. The Dragon Blood Ice Fire shield that was originally protecting Su Yan suddenly exploded. In an instant, the coldness of the mysterious ice-cold pool attacked Su Yan's body like a sharp blade. What the hell is going on? Su Yan was shocked and hurriedly used his spiritual qi to resist. Unfortunately, his meager spiritual qi could not resist the coldness of the mysterious ice-cold pool. No matter how Su Yan used his spiritual qi to protect his body, the coldness was still like countless sharp blades that drilled into Su Yan's body. Su Yan's body could not help but tremble because of this. All the blood in his body seemed to be frozen at this moment. This won't do. If this continues, I will definitely die here. Su Yan's mind was spinning quickly, and the blood dragon pupil was also constantly flashing, wanting to summon the Dragon Blood Ice Fire shield again. Unfortunately, no matter how hard Su Yan tried, nothing happened. Normally, as long as Su Yan willed it, the Dragon Blood Ice Fire shield would appear. However, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. It was silent and there was no movement at all. Su Yan's body also felt colder and colder. His hands and feet were almost frozen together at that moment. What the hell is going on? Why did the Dragon Blood Ice Fire shield suddenly disappear? Although the coldness was constantly eroding Su Yan, Su Yan's eyes were still as bright as a torch. This was because Su Yan knew that if there was the slightest mistake, there would be a bit of panic. Then today, he would lose his life in the mysterious ice-cold pool. Although Su Yan's hands and feet had become stiff under the erosion of the coldness, Su Yan's mind was spinning rapidly, thinking about what had just happened. The Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield was created because the water from the blood pool in the sword well entered my body. I have never studied it. I only know that the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield can absorb the coldness and heat of the world, but I don't know what other uses it has. Just now, when I used my cultivation method, under the effect of the mysterious ice-cold pool, the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield obviously changed. Cultivation method, spirit energy. Su Yan frowned and constantly analyzed the ins and outs of the matter. After pondering for a long time, his eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be that the spirit energy of my cultivation method destroyed the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield, causing it to disappear? Originally, Su Yan wanted to use the spirit energy to resist the surrounding coldness. Thinking of this, Su Yan's eyes suddenly became absent-minded.